Alright, hello. Let me get set up here and see how quickly they start. If they started exactly on time and I'm late. I should turn the camera on. There we are. Hello. Only Cat, Sling, Xander. Only Roman Viking. Bonkers. I still don't really know how to say this name, and I'm sorry, but Asmili and Only Cats. I think that's the first time I've pronounced it that way, but it sounds better than how I've been saying it in the past. Right, so we're at 91 out of 100 subs for the sub goal, so almost there to adding more to the prize pool. So thank you all, and I think we are in the game, so let's just jump into it. JorDan versus Lewis. Make a Discord post too. And post that we are live. And here we are. If I can load. DE, why are you not loading the game? DE, load the game. Hello, Carpfin. Title. Oh my gosh, thank you. Title fixed. I'm still not loading into the game. DE, why am I not loading in? So I've clicked the load in button about 10 times. Now we're going. Alright. And as we finally are loading in successfully to the game. There we are. Let's get the titles up. This is Team Lewis against Team JorDan. So, Lewis's team to the south, JorDan's team to the north. JorDan already gets a wall and a sneakville that runs into a wolf. But I think he'll be successfully sneaky. We'll have some walls over here between Siskan and Shikso. Shikso goes for a Borlor. And some forward walls from Tulin. And looks like Niaz will simply wall behind those walls. So, this set for Lewis is extremely important because if he wins 3-0, then his team advances to the playoffs. If JorDan wins even a single game, then Sato advances instead of Lewis. Now, JorDan already is eliminated, but he is playing here to try to play the spoiler role. And this is a set that's probably at a decent time for JorDan that won't be super late at night for him. Let's go Team Lewis. Hello, British Caboose. So, big set here for the captain, Lewis, as the Aztecs pocket. Picking up on the trend we've been seeing. 2 pawns per team on this map. Lewis's team already docking the pawns. JorDan's team just has their flank Shikso doing the dock. Otherwise, foregoing the other pond. JorDan as a Sicilian's not going for a dock. That's interesting. I think you'd almost always want to go for the dock. Oh, he has a forward donjon, though, and that's why he's not going for the dock. He's going for the sneak. Good time for Lewis as well. This will be a proper match. Malians of the pond. What do we have here? Shikso. Malians of the pond. Cheaper dock, so they have a nice fish boom. Has a good lumber camp up. Outpost for Siskan on the opposite sides of the wall. Now, I mean, 1v1, Siskan versus Shikso, I'd probably take Siskan, say in Arabia 1v1. But you never know what's going to happen in Rage Forest. Yeah, and Siskan's Xing those 2 pawns and is like, we probably want to be aggressive here. Lewis is his pond. And JorDan's just waiting, biding his time in that donjon. Not the biggest pond for Lewis. The ice kind of managed to freeze over half the pond. Right here we'll have Feudal Age in for Tulin and Acro. These 2 players, not the players on the other side, just these 2. And not the worst passage for Niaz to defend. If these walls get breached, he can fall back and wall here and somewhere around here. Lots of opportunity to wall this passage. That should be pretty easy to defend. This one's kind of open and has a couple of golds forward. But still, with that first wall he got so far forward, should have opportunities to defend. He's on stone, too. Maybe he's thinking of a tower rush, but we'll see the stone walls behind this first. So, on the other side, where is that donjon? JorDan still has it, and from what I've seen, it has not been spotted. Donjons are more stealthy in the Dark Age when they don't shoot arrows. It'll kill that Arctic wolf. In the past, you'd see the wolves in the Fog of War, so Siskan might have seen that and known something was up. I think this is the first set with Acro Lewis at full power. Acro Lewis. Yeah, no replacement player here. No Firebeer. So JorDan's scout's still over here. Has to be careful that he doesn't give away the position of his sneak with his scout. Because sometimes if you start following the scout, you run towards the sneak if they try to defend the scout. So JorDan needs to stay completely clear of his buildings. And I don't think he is. I think he's actually going to reveal it. So if JorDan was being chased, mistake from him to reveal the sneak. But there it is. Sergeant and Donjon and a range. And Siskan still in the Dark Age. If he was thinking of going forward to pressure those pawns, well, he might need to think again. Because he's going to have to turn and defend against JorDan. And Lewis is going to have to wall himself off. Just to ensure JorDan doesn't get in on this pocket. But he will be on the fish boom. And he's setting the Vil straight for the dock. That's the one thing that Lewis absolutely does not want. A dock on his fish. And he needs to go use the fishing ships to block the dock spot. Yeah, Lewis should be blocking this right now. And he has a galley out. Oh, yes, he just gets the galley out in time. He just gets the galley out in time. Kills JorDan's scout. And so far, so good for not being hit on the pond. So JorDan does have maybe some room to run around, but he's just going to go for the wall off and try to wall Lewis off from his flank. The Eagle will come from behind the Vil. Not much HP on the Eagle or on the Vil. And the Vil got a nasty hit on the Eagle there. And JorDan trying to loop around Siskan a wall. This is where you get the 1v1 player with the skills to do the quick walls. He's Xing, being like, hey, we need to stop that Vil. I think the Vil might win against the Eagle here, especially if the Sergeant's there to help. And Lewis just can't engage. Neither can Acro's scout. And one tile wall, and Lewis is walled off. So it's only one tile. JorDan could even do an outpost, think to do a second line of walls behind this. But with the galleys out and the low HP Vil, he's not going to get a dock on the pond anymore. Lewis did make that galley just in the nick of time. So on the other side, anything happening? Nope, just walls and booms, but lots of gold for Nia, so he might go for some aggression with the woo. Couple of TCs there for the Crocs. He looks like he's going to boom. And yeah, stone plus gold. This will probably be fire archers then from the woo flank. And JorDan will keep adding in more sergeants. Now, if he gets enough sergeants, this is only a palisade wall, so one, he can get this open. You won't be able to re-wall this with how open it is and how many sergeants will be on the field. And second, if he gets enough sergeants, you can think about attacking the dock. I doubt we'll see demos. A lot of Vils under the TC. So the archers have gotten around for JorDan. He's idling the berries, idling the stone. Donjons between the dock and the TC to be extra annoying. Oh, that would be sick. Or a donjon like down here on the pond with the sergeants. And the forward Vils will be picked off. Siskan wasn't able to wall in time. He's trying to wall in that sergeant to keep his Vils safe. Let's do anything he can. But here comes Shikso, and Shikso might go for the tower. Or actually, he's just going to go for the Vil rush. He wants to get through the walls. Oh, Siskan's going to lose so many Vils here. And late game sergeants versus... Or sergeants. The Civ is the Sicilians, not the sergeants. Sicilians versus Aztecs is interesting. Jaguar warriors have been super scary for the Aztecs, and I think they should beat the sergeants, other than the donjons. So, quick castle now for Siskan. Can he get it walled? Can he get it walled? So far he can. The donjon's trying to deny this. He's going to do the castle to take 2 stones and a gold. He's sending his entire village to raise the castle. Oh, their sergeants are still getting in. He could lose more Vils here. 85%. This is really close to being denied, but I think he's going to get it up. And looks like the castle will be successful there. Castle will be successful. And now some Genoese crossbowmen as he fights down the Vills. So we've seen Phosphoro so many times. As long as you have a castle between wood and gold, you're fine. But it's now going to be a forward castle as the market goes down so that the Vills can try to run. Forward castle probably for Gebeto warriors for Shikso. Okay, scout goes down, but he'll lose a Vill. And the other side, it is a forward castle drop indeed. Siege, Mangonels, and Rams there from Niaz trying to push Tulin. The Inca, with a stone discount, can do towers or a castle to defend. Acro is the Lithuanians booming against a Khmer pocket. If the Khmer player goes elephants now in a 1v1 against Lechai with 4 relics, that could be interesting. But we do have the pond here for Acro, so he should be a bit faster with the better eco. It's just double dock from Shikso, as JorDan has not taken a pond. Lewis still has a pond. So the pockets for Lewis's team should still be ahead in their booms. Workshop also from Shikso. He could go Gebetos plus Rams, and Sergeants even could get in the Rams too. This is where if Acro were to scout the workshop, then you'd need the defensive Mangonel. I mean, you might even need murder holes at this point, because you don't want Gebetos standing within murder holes range of the castle. Now, Siskon's in a lot of trouble now, and it's really going to depend on the boom from Lewis. And if there are enough Gebeto warriors out, that does slow down the Aztecs, because they can't go straight for Jaguar warriors or Eagle warriors in early Imp. They'll need to open with Siege to deal with the Gebetos. That is just a bit slower. But 4 TCs with a dock. Lewis adding some farms behind this too. Aztecs are a good farming civ. Still, it's 4 TCs versus 1 from JorDan, who's been feudal for so long and is just up right now. And if there is a situation where both players are going feudal aggression, castle aggression, and Lewis is able to boom safely, he should be able to carry that side. It could also be a situation where Acro just comes to that side, where Acro plus Lewis go together and try to avoid the Khmer at the start. Because the Aztecs really won't be able to fight the Khmer. Without halbs, they can't deal with elephants. And yeah, Shikso is using 2 pawns. Using 2 pawns. JorDan didn't go for the pond, which is honestly kind of hard to believe when you're a pocket and you basically have a free pond. You'd think Shikso goes this one, JorDan comes this one, even if you're going to have the Crocs boom without a pond with the Khmer. How many relics does Acro have? Is there a relic counter? He is 0 right now. He has easy access to 1, 2, 3 relics, and then should have a 4th. I'll just have to get through JorDan's first wall. Oh, here come petards. Petards from Niaz. Mangonels stop one of the petards, and the Mangonels will try to keep the fire archers away. Ooh, attack ground there. More petards on the way. More petards on the way. Tulin needs Mangonel shots on the petards. Can he stop them from getting in? Can he stop them from getting in? The archers are blocking them, but they take down the Mangonel, and now the walls should go down. 400 HP left. One more petard on the way. And Niaz is going full petard play right here. Niaz getting ready for sudden disaster. Takes down the wall. And now the ram push. The ram push has taken the castle and is going for the town center. And Siskon, he has nowhere to run because of all these walls. And Shikso will respond with 3 layers of stone wall. So remember, we saw Tato's team win when Memb was defeated. Lewis's team might need to win a 3v4. I have a castle from Acro. Will it be in time, though? The fire archers are getting in on the fish boom. Those petards from Niaz, super aggressive, working out. Defensive Mangonel, and Acro needs more vills to finish the castle. He doesn't have enough. 9 vills there won't be enough. It's at 66%. And Mangonel kills some fire archers, but vills take it out. Fortified walls are too late for Tulin, and there will be a forward castle from Niaz on Acro's castle. Is this it for Team Lewis? Is this it? Or Lewis is up to Imp. Can he somehow carry? He is the Aztecs. He could Onager cut himself into his teammate's base. Siskon sending all the vills forward. This is the end for Siskon. He's got 2 population. 1 vill over here. Where's the other vill? Where is he? Oh, there he is. He's hiding in the corner. Trying to hide among the trees. Let the mill and the house go down. This Ville has nowhere to go. And Lewis will lose the fish boom, but he has enough farms. That's okay for him now. Stone walls. He just needs to make sure he cuts somewhere where he's not going to be stone walled out. Has a monastery, and he has a lot of barracks, and he's ready to flood eagles. Now, the eagle flood might even... dare I say the eagle flood needs to come this way, as the Crocs is going to get a castle now. Double castles on the pond. And what is Acro going to do? He now has one relic garrisoned. Lewis should be able to give him a second. But now, this relic, he can't even take. As Tulin's under so much pressure. The petards, the endless petards from Niaz eventually broke through 1, 2, 3, 4 layers of stone wall. And here come the elephants. Aztecs are not going to be able to carry against elephants. And the Crocs is fully boomed, even more so than Lewis. And I think this might be the end. He made a trade cog. He can trade for wood. He's getting his own castle up. Now there's going to be 4 or 5 layers of stone wall. And Shikso does not want Lewis to get over here. And Lewis, I think the first thing he needs to do is click Oninger. And he has to hope that Acro can fend for himself over here 1v2, basically. Yeah, battle elephants against Lithuanians and Aztecs. Oh wait, he's Italian, so he's gonna go condottieri. He's not even gonna bother for eagles. Do these do anything? Probably not. I have devotion on the way then for the Crux. As the Trebs are now popping. And it looks like the Chimera should be able to carry, but that is a castle denied for the moment by the condottieri. If he attacks the foundation, he could maybe take it down. It's only 400 HP. The condos will go for the Treb. Only +2 on the late chai. Matt is a professional boomer. Got censored by Twitch chat. What is that auto mod? Alright, so castle for Acro. A couple conversions on the elephants. More castles from the Crocs. And yes, with Siscon defeated, this is looking like the end for Team Lewis. Boarding's on the way in the castle. And can the Lechai fight the elephants? I would think they're okay, but still lose. Something where if they have numbers, they could still fight. Elephants depend more on HP than they do on armor. I think Acro is about to be overrun here. So Lewis has cut through and broken out. But there are the GGs, and Team JorDan, the first game, will end the run of Team Lewis. Now, Lewis could still win the set and finish 2-2. But the sneak donjon from JorDan, right off the bat, went for the sneak. And it's not like they even did a horrible job of denying it. I think that Siscon needed to be more aware of his forward lumber camp and realize that if he wanted to be forward, he needed to stonewall this passage and get the Vills back earlier. If he had more Vills at home and maybe played more full feudal against JorDan, maybe that would have changed things. But once the castle drop came through and Shikso was able to breach the walls and get the forward castle, instead of maybe having 2-3 layers of wall in feudal that Siscon could fall behind, he just got defeated. He just got defeated. I mean, Aztecs at pocket is hard to help. You could go eagles in the castle age, really. I mean, feudal eagles aren't going to do anything to sergeants. Maybe you just got to go monks in the castle age then. But that's by that time you're walled out. So rough civ setup there for dealing with that forward. And Croc 65 kills. The most res collected. And Acro was ahead in the boom until Niaz got through Tulin. Yeah, and 27-minute imp. Is Lewis out now? Lewis is out. He needed a sweep. He needed to win all 3 games. So, first pick Sicilians for JorDan, winning with the Malians, the Khmer, and the Wu. And that is Aztecs, Lithuanians, Italians, and Inca, losing for Team Lewis. And remember, we also have DauT versus Andy coming up next. And if DauT manages to get a 3-0 sweep over Andy, then Andy and Viper are tied in all of the tiebreakers. So we have to figure something out for how to deal with that situation. Because I checked through all the standings last night. And because it's using median Buchholz and not just Buchholz, their Buchholz would actually be tied if DauT sweeps Andy. Yeah, now it's a battle of honor. I mean, to be fair, it would be pretty impressive for Lewis to be able to finish 2-2 if he does win the final 2 games. For his first time as a Rage Forest captain. Buchholz is your favorite player. It's DauT's favorite player. I mean, DauT's in a crazy Buchholz situation once again. You have mirrors in 1v1 or 2. Drafts work however you want to set up the draft. There's a website. You can customize the draft. You can have mirrors. You can have non-mirrors. You can have steals. You can do lots of different things. I said I was going to move the chat earlier. Think about that. Are mirrors typically allowed? Totally depends on the draft. I don't think there's usually it's mostly non-mirror. Sometimes drafts have the very first pick or the first 2 picks are done in parallel, so there can be repeats. If you're playing on the ranked ladder, then there can definitely be mirrors there. And thank you, Swift Superfly, for the follow. Because there are force picks and stuff. How do steals work? When you do a steal, you take a civ your opponent already has picked and you steal it from them. The draft website has a cute icon. It's a scout laming a boar. I just wish ranked was random civ. I think the force picking takes a lot of the fun out of ranked. The opponent then has 2 picks or can re-steal. It all depends on the draft. You can do whatever you want. Alright, so they are in the game. Let's see if I can load successfully. And here we are. We will have Team JorDan to the west, Team Lewis to the east. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 pawns. 3 of them right here on one screen between Siscon and Shikso. Let's go. Now, this is a Black Forest generation. Best way to ban a civ is not to buy its DLC. That's true. I didn't have the DLCs for a very long time. But then it got to the point that there's so much random crap with the civs, I have to have the civs in order to test maps. So eventually I forced Microsoft to give me codes for them. Hello, Mad Hyena. DLCs only add civs? There are some DLCs that don't. They have a bunch of random stuff. The DLC is a large topic. So, Vil fight here. Yeah, holy ponds. Let's see. Poor Acro doesn't have a pond. So, low HP Vil pulled back for Siscon. Maybe pulled back a bit too soon and he loses his scout. Yeah, these pawns are terrible to wall. Siscon will try to wall too. I think he's going to lose a Vil. He just needs to fight with that Vil and get as much damage as he can with it. He's going to try to wall it. Oh, he does wall it. Kamiyuki's scout tries to kill it, but it survives on 2 HP. I'll have more Vils for it. Okay, I thought that Vil was a goner for sure, but he managed to wall it. He managed to channel his inner Viper and wall it. So we'll have some forward walls from Tulin, but there is a sneak villager. There is a sneak villager. I don't know if they're aware, but Nias has managed to get through to the middle. Tulin's Xing. I think he's saying, Acro, you need to go fight that sneak Vil. I think they know. I think they know based on that X. Here's one passage. Nias has not tried to wall yet. He just wants to be forward. Nias definitely strikes me as a let's be forward and be as annoying as possible type of player. So walls here will go up for Siscon. And now Shikso tries to get around, still not fully walled. Siscon would love to wall in front of that boar. And still have access to the pond. The bear gonna help out Shikso, although Siscon de-aggroes it. Alright, and it turns and fights Shikso, so he'll turn and take down the bear. And Siscon still wants to fight this. He has more Vils on the way. More Vils on the way. Vils coming from behind. Vils start to go down. Low HP scout chasing the Vil. That Vil can't quick wall himself. But Siscon should win that fight and be able to get a wall forward. And then he'll have to think about doing a lumber camp, and then we start seeing transport ship shenanigans on the pond. That is a very forward wall for Shikso. Could just wall that. But he's going to go for the big one. So Vils go through the walls. Vil goes down. These Vils will have to go back for Siscon. Oh, the bear! The bear killed the Vil! The bear killed the Vil from Shikso. Shikso wanted this huge wall, but lost a Vil going for it to the bear. Let's go, bear! Alright, let's see the KDs. That's 1 and 3 Vils now for Shikso. JorDan Xing being, hey, you gotta finish the wall. As he's still Vil fighting here. And meanwhile, Nias has done a barracks. Acro has tried to wall himself off. Kinda halfway, though. This side's still wide open, where his lumber camp is. Where the deer could be lamed. He's trying to bring in his boars. Yeah, disaster start for Shikso. I think so. Let's see. Siscon 1 second of vital time as the Hindustanis. Shikso 49 seconds too. Oof, that's a lot of vital time. And Sentience Lost, thank you very much for the sub.
Saladin, I am afraid that I do not trust your motives. Turn back at once!
If I were Acro, I wouldn't trust the motives of these militia. Thank you very much for the sub. And now Vil fight here by the pond. Vils for Shikso going down. We'll have some palisades behind this. More palisades going up for Siscon. And, oh, some boar stealing, or some laming at least. Alright. So, Shikso's saying, I'll make the best of this. I'll shoot the boars. I won't let you grab them. Siscon's village is just gonna sit there and watch. Just gonna watch as the boar gets killed. He'll get 3 up here anyway. For this map where the boars are in patches of 2, he'll find a way to lure 3. Idle time is vital time. So Siscon now going for a mill. And he has given Lewis a pond. So Lewis's team now has 4 ponds. Everyone now has a pond other than Niaz and Shikso, who haven't docked. Niaz can dock if he wants to, but he's more worried about going feudal. He's getting some archers out. He's getting the range. And now he has men-at-arms hoovering around Acro's base. Acro's managed to small wall everything. But those men-at-arms could get towards Lewis. Lewis is just going to stonewall, saying, Acro, you deal with that. As the gate will here go up for Niaz. I have an X somewhere over there. Yeah, I don't know why Niaz is Xing there, but he is. Oh, wait. Siscon, through all the Vil fighting, Siscon managed to get a sneak Vil over. Siscon's now in the back behind Shikso's base. Alright. He can do something sneaky there. Shikso's now docked, so Nia's the only player without a dock. He's going to start farming. Man, we could have had a 0 farm game. But now we'll have a range for Acro as the pocket has to defend. And flank disrupting pocket is exactly what Niaz wants to do. And he's even going to have a stone wall to separate Tulin off from Acro. Tulin going to try to FC behind this. Acro just needed to wall this passage and not let this happen, and they would have been fine. Yeah, Lewis did need to go 3-0, indeed. Buy a beer with the sad yes in the chat. So more walls going to appear for Niaz as the Vils from the TC head over to the berries. And that is one heck of a lumber camp that we'll see. So 100 wood on the lumber camp, 9 trees, so that's 800 wood he gains. Let's go back to the resources then. Siscon not too far from going up on a fast castle. Shikso's still Dark Age, and he is ignorant of the range and the shadows behind his base. And if Siscon is going to click up, and then there's the blacksmith. The range will be his second building. And his resources mean he just needs a bit more gold. With 6 on gold, he'll be fine. He can hide in the range until he gets crossbows. And then you get 5 crossbowmen. Oh, it's going to be devastating. But we have a transport ship. Okay, transport ship from Shikso. And he is going to go for stone walls. So he thinks he's safe now. Shikso thinks he's safe. But that couldn't be further from the truth. He'll do an outpost to see, yeah, there are Vils on the wood line there. He's going to go for a forward dock. He will go for a forward dock. Lewis will see that. So Lewis sees that he's through. There were no second layers of walls behind the pond from Siscon, so a bit of a mistake when you're used to seeing ponds and transport ships. Not walling behind that. JorDan going for his own fish boom. Still going down as we have... Okay, attempted forward dock from Niaz, but galleys are out for Tulin. Tulin now has to Vil fight against the archer. That's never a good feeling because the archers are faster. You need your wheelbarrow and handcart to catch the archers. Alright, so the dock is up there from Shikso. I think Lewis is just now Xing it. He could go try to kill the Vil. As the double ranges attempted to be walled in there from Shikso. They have been discovered. The archer will be freed easily. And the archer's gonna run into the TC. Siscon running into the TC until Shikso ungarrisons. Okay, 3 archers still. 4 archers now. And almost castle age. And this can become a workshop and a push on the TC soon. Weakville's on the gold for Shikso. As they'll start going down, and they're gonna try to find the forward Vil. He'll kill the scout, or she'll kill the scout, Beastly Vil. Walling off the fire galley. A couple of Hulks come out. They'll grapple the other Vil. Majestic, thank you for the sub.
Very well, brave Rodrigo. Face the knight afoot.
I think that puts us at 93 out of 100 for the sub goal, so thank you very much. So, knights coming from Lewis. Bulgarians this time, so he can do knights to help out Acro. And Acro, by the looks of it, needs the help. That's a lot of army from Niaz that'll be cleaned up. And a couple of archers still that'll try to go over towards that man-at-arms and help out. Acro, what has Acro lost? Acro's lost 6 Vils as the pocket against the Crocs, who has a Malay fish boom. And I think the Crocs is just going to go forward for a castle drop. He could go Karambits. He's an awkward pond. But he's making it work. And Niaz has taken his own pond, so everyone has docked a pond so far today. Oh, Shikso going to use the transport ship to save Vils from the crossbows. That's his only safety, the forward watchtower. What an absolute mess of a game. These are only palisade walls. Double range there from JorDan. He's Dravidian, so you can do Dravidian skirms. So that's a good number of crossbows, 7 of them ready to break through. And a couple more will come over. Shikso is basically completely dead now. Has to do a watchtower. And there are a couple of very weak Vils. Oh, the weak Vil goes forward. If Siscon notices that, that's another dead Vil. And he does notice. So, panic market from Shikso. As the castle now is forward, Tulin will try to wall behind that. Man, I love how absolutely chaotic these 4v4s can get on Rage Forest. These are amazing. Archers pushing back that. Man-at-arms. We'll have some knights running back from Lewis. Where are they going? Okay, they're thinking maybe they've cleared stuff, but they haven't cleared stuff. They should probably destroy that range. I mean, Acro's still in the feudal age. That is not good for your Magur's pocket. When the Malay castle drop already is there. That'll be more and more walls for Tulin. As Siscon is forward with that workshop. University for JorDan. Mangonel out. Where are the bulk of the crossbows? Oh, the crossbows are finding more Vils from Shikso. At the very least, Shikso is more dead. Where is he? 24 dead Vils. More dead than Acro is. I'm kind of worried about the Malay pocket, though, just being able to go elephants. Magyar heavy cav archers, I think, should be pretty good against that. Remember, with all the lack of pierce armor for the Malay, elephants can be kind of vulnerable to archers from them. And if you get a lot of recurve bow cav archers, I think that's one of the better counters, actually. And the Maya won't really like dealing with that either. They can go skirms, but then you're going Maya skirms on Rage Forest. Yeah, right. He is kind of just beating the player who's already dead. But to be fair, JorDan is kind of walled with elephant archers, so it's hard to make more progress there. Now, I mean, Siscon might need a monastery here. I need some monks, maybe some skirms. He's trying to go skirms now. Yeah, the Croc's on 31 fishing ships. Remember, Lewis was disrupted, as Siscon actually didn't dock. Oh, Siscon could... I thought he docked this pond earlier when I looked. I guess he didn't. So here come elephants and karambits. Oh, as we have a pause. We have a pause while a mangonel shot is right in the air. Look at that. Look at that. See, I think this is the primary projectile. That one will drop out towards the bottom. These secondary ones will stay more towards the top. Let me see. Is there a message from a player? Lewis needs a second. Oh, now if only those had been... It was a nice split. If only those had been, like, Blackwood archers or something squishy instead of elephants. But, yeah. Mangonel down. And now the archers are here to deal with Siscon. As JorDan has a great boom as the Dravidians. And that workshop will be stopped now. And honestly, nice play to bring the Karambits too. That makes it much harder for the crossbows to micro. So after this, there'll be some Xing and some stone walling. Now, Siscon might need to dock this pond just to ensure that there are no transport ships. Some stone walls there for Shikso. Could still force Siscon to wall behind that. As we're getting a couple of Cav archers out for Acro. And I think they're kind of hoping they can play a 4v3 at this point. But they need to get Acro and Tulin and Siscon all boomed up for that. At the very least, Acro has a pond, so he has a fish boom here. And Lewis will have a good boom himself as a good pocket save the Bulgarians. And, well, Tulin will have a lot of walls. He may have learned from the previous game that he needs more walls, but it might be all for naught because he walled one area and he might be pushed and cut in an area that's not walled. Oh no, oh no, if that Onager kills the Vils. This is gonna be open soon, isn't it? This is gonna be open soon. Oh, these Vils are gonna die to the Onager. Can Tulin actually wall this? Oh, Vils going down to the Onager shots. This isn't gonna be walled for much longer. He's trying to extend them. This Onager shot keeps cutting open. They're almost through. I think he needs to go for the Vils rather than the trees. Oh, well, almost getting his own Karambits. Vil down. And he's almost through. He's so close. So close to being through. And he's through. He's through. The Karambits are in. The Karambits are in. They're not even going to care about the walling Vils. And that tile goes up. More walls from Tulin. But there are some Karambits that are in. Oh, he's going to try to trap them. That's not going to be in time. Not going to be in time. They are in. They are in. Meanwhile, we do indeed have docks. So it'll be a fight over this tiny pond in an attempt to transport elephants to the other side. This wall could go down. There is an elephant ram there for JorDan. Now, Lewis is up. He can go for siege onagers. Bulgarian siege is cheap. Minus 50% food to upgrade them. Workshop finished, and Niaz is going to start trading. Doing the Castle Age trade with his Feudal Age teammate. As the skirms from those ranges will be killed by the elephant archers. And another TC for Siscon. He's only on 52 Vils. I have 3 players on JorDan's team are boomed over 100. Only Lewis is for his team. And the Karambit flood is continuing as Niaz will now come forward with his own Vils. Shikso's up to the Castle Age. He's up to the Castle Age. As the Vil goes down to the Karambits. Onager is hitting the Vils. And now, wait a minute. Niaz has walled in Tulin. Niaz has walled in Tulin. What type of Onager shot will we get? Will we even get an Onager shot? Will the Karambits do it? How many Vils are here? We have 32 Vils. And I think they're all going to die. I think they're all going to die. The Cav Archers are trying to save them. The Onagers missed a huge opportunity for a great villager kill. That would have been a huge shot. But we had 32 down to 18. The Karambits still there. Cav Archers trying to save the Vils. Down to 11, 10, 9. 8. I mean, he has 14 vills. This is now like half of his population. As they are free, they are through the gate. And Tulin will survive. He will survive. The Cav Archers can clean the Karambits as they run. They try to run to the... I'm not going to say the safety of Akra's base. The less immediate danger of Akra's base. So Siskon's getting pushed too, as Lewis is trying to stop JorDan, but JorDan and the Crocs both are fully boomed with fish booms. Cannon Galleons now on the pond, elite Cannon Galleons, and there are the GGs. As we had a hectic 8-pond game with some crazy forward from Siskon, but I don't know what happened here with Acro. It felt like Tulin was Xing and telling him about the Sneakville. I think Acro underreacted to Niaz being forward, and both he and Tulin kind of died at that point. And Tulin did everything he could with those walls at the end. So it's that JorDan 51 and 7 KD, the Crocs 83 kills with those Karambits. Both pockets with huge booms. And what's that? 23-minute imp. 23-minute imp from the Malay. Didn't see much of Lewis. Well, Lewis was just booming. Right, that was his role. He was there to boom. That was Bulgarians, Hindustanis, Magyars, and what civ was Tulin that game? The Inca, Inca were the first game. It was Rush, the Byzantines. Yeah, that's what I thought. And that was against Malay, Dravidians, who is what? Khitans and Maya, yes. Yeah, the second time the sneak is killed. Yeah, ignoring sneak, never a good idea. Score says Lewis won. There we go. 2-0. That's the problem when I have two scoreboards to update. So one last game then for these two teams. They both will be eliminated then. And that means Sato's team does advance to the playoffs. So, civs remaining. Jurchens, Bengalis, Huns, and Vikings for Team JorDan. Saracens, Armenians, Goths, and Mapuche for Team Lewis. Is there any way for me to get the actual lobby code from the dashboard instead of just using the auto spectate button? That would actually be sick, because then I could just put that into my browser. So Saracen's still there for Lewis, their very first pick. They can be a very scary civ. Great siege onagers, bombard cannon, Mamluks are a great unit. Jurchens, I'm not sure what to think of yet. I feel like on paper with heavy rocket carts, they should be a really good late game pocket. But I'm not entirely convinced. They should be able also to go Iron Pagodas in case they need a Cav Civ. But they already have Huns, of course. So I'm guessing this is Viking Bengali flanks, then Hun Jurchen pockets for Team JorDan. And then I guess the Goths end up being a pocket for Team Lewis. And Jurchens do have the Grenadiers and the Healing Castles, yeah. Alright, yeah, so it will definitely be the Goths' pocket as we load in. And here we are, so JorDan to the west, Lewis to the east, Lewis on the flank this time as the Mapuche. It is a 6-pond map, 3 per team, as will be JorDan as the Cyan Jurchens, so pretty much as we predicted. Viking, Jurchen, Huns, Bengalis, with Jurchens and Huns as the pockets, against Mapuche, Saracens, Goths, and Armenians with Saracens and Goths as the pocket. And in the north, it'll be Niaz versus Lewis. Champy Scout, not the best unit to have in the Wall-Off War. Lewis with the initiative going forward, Niaz not heading forward just yet. Lots of passages up the middle, too, so I'd worry about Niaz sneaking a Vil down the middle. In the south, it is Tulin versus Shikso. Armenians against the Vikings. And the wolf will chase these Vils. Acro will fight with the scout in the back. That wolf will go down. So loom in for both players. And this scout will try to run away. And very forward Vils for Tulin. He's going to go try to lame the Ibexes. Wants to do a bit of laming. I'll get 3 of them at least. Third Vil forward for Tulin too, so he's going to be fighting here. The more he fights, the more those Ibexes rot, I guess. What JorDan could do, he could send 1 Vil forward to hit all of those Ibexes so they stop decaying. You could make him stop decaying. As that's the Jurchen advantage, the hunt doesn't decay. So wolf goes down. And Niaz will keep fighting Lewis's Vils, fight the Champy. That scout has to fight and maybe pull back. A couple of scouts chase these Vils from Tulin. Zacro pulls back. Tulin sends the Vils forward. Be 6 Vils there from Shikso. Tulin turns to fight. That's a weak Vil for Tulin. Has to pull back. 3 HP. And Scout blocks. Ooh, that Vil somehow doesn't go down. And now Doc forward for Acro. So the pocket taking the pond there. Tulin has to protect Acro's pond. JorDan with a bit of an easier access to a pond as he goes for the triple Borlor. And what is... Okay, Lewis. Lewis has gotten a Vil. Lewis has gotten a Vil all the way into the back. He's gotten the Vil onto the Crox's pond. He's got a Vil all the way back here. Niaz is here too. Niaz is trying to lure... And failing at luring boars. Presumably to his pocket. Lewis has gotten the type of disruption every flank wants. A dock on the pocket's pond. The double walls here for Siscon as get another house up. Notably, Siscon in the pocket this time with Lewis on the flank. So Siscon will be able to get a free fish boom himself. And Lewis could take this pawn should he want to, too. Could take it later on, even. So a big Vil fight here in the middle of the passage. As there'll be a palisade gate going up for Tulin. And then a house going up for him. And then more walls going up here. We'll have an X in the middle there. As they're recognizing the Vils are coming this way at least. And Shikso wants to get some walls up. Tulin will send his Vil right through. Well, Shikso noticed that. He does notice it. He does notice. He'll be trying to chase that Vil. But Tulin is through. Oh wait, Tulin he's already been through. That's his second Vil he's going to get through. Alright, everyone getting Vils on the other side, just trying to sneak. We'll have the scout from Siscon dying there. Dying to a boar. Lewis will wall again to try to keep the Vil safe. I think he might actually want to move the Vil away from the dock and try to hide it or get another dock somewhere. Honestly, that's good HP still on the Vil for a low HP scout. And the Croc's up to feudal, so the Crocs will be feudal first before Lewis. And dock over here from Niaz. As Niaz has gotten a very forward set of walls there against Siscon. Siscon showing the remains of a boar lore with all those palisades. I love you can look on the minimap on Rage Forest and see where players have been luring their boars. So Arctic Wolf won't kill the Vil, that Vil has Loom. And Fishboom proceeding just swimmingly there. As the Vil who's walled in now could try to make a run for it. If Shikso's walling like this. He's going to try to wall himself off from his pocket now. And forward Vil here from Tulin will be able to get a barracks up. So this wall will be important for making sure that Tulin doesn't get to the pocket. And Shikso will be the only one receiving the men-at-arms, or drush, or whatever it is Tulin fancies from that barracks. As up, we do have a forward Vil from Shikso too. Macro Xing that. As Tulin's still trying to wall stuff off. The militia attacking this villager. The Vils have to run away, and Shikso's Vil will give chase. Militia hits that villager. Lose a bit of HP. And I'll have another house up here. For Tulin. As Vils will go to engage here. And that's a Vil going down. Militia turn to fight the Vil in the back. They're going to have to pull away, though. Not much HP left on them, but at least Shikso getting disrupted yet again. There's a forward Vil from Niaz. There's two forward Vils from Niaz. Where did they get through? There's stone walls here. There are way too many forward Vils this game. We got 3 docks here. Okay, so triple dock from the Crocs. He ends up taking out Lewis's forward. So Lewis lost his Vil. Tulin no longer has that Vil over there, but he still has the forward Vil here. He's going men-at-arms. He's getting in on the berries. This is walled up. Where did Niaz get those Vils forward? No, Niaz is going to try to go get a dock, probably on Siscon's pond if he can. He'll need to try to wall out Lewis's Vil that's chasing him. Siscon probably wants to bring this Vil over to fight. Yep, so messed up on the walls there. You want to get the wall spacing so that he separated the 2 Vils. And now Siscon will fight, and he also needs to think about using the fishing ships to block. But nice blocking there, so that Niaz can't make it to the pond. And double stab kills the Vil. Alright, so one more Sneakyville going for the blacksmith, the forward blacksmith. As the Ville will be walled in, but then can just stand there menacingly. Delete one of those own palisades and make a tower. Oh, as Lewis got another sneak dock. That's where his Ville went. He got another sneak dock. And almost gets the Ville kill. The Hulk just too short range. Oh, gets the Ville kill. And gets the scout. OP Hulk. Alright, so this one's still going swimmingly. Acro. A good fish boom. Now we're gonna have, what are these? Grenadiers. Grenadiers. From the pocket. And Tulin is still in the Dark Age, along with Shikso. So Tulin needs to run, but the problem with running is it exposes the fish boom. So Acro probably should have been stonewalling this, but he can't because he's Goths. So yeah, this is just, they're dead. The only thing that could have happened was Siscon could have sent a Ville here to stonewall. Oh yeah, that's awful. The pocket needs to do the stone walls, but you can't if you're Goths. So that's where you need the opposite pocket. And now Lewis is Xing, like, hey, they're gonna get through. We need to X over. We need to wall over here. One fish boom getting hit is bad enough. So probably a couple of galleys need to come out for Acro on the pond just to protect it now. And Lewis still in control in this pond. Gonna do a fire galley to try to fight here a bit better. Take down the docks. We'll have a good fish boom now for the Crocs, slightly delayed. And JorDan not going fully for the fish boom himself. Just going to go for that aggression now with the Grenadiers 1 TC. So second dock from Acro. As the Knight and the Scout come forward for Acro. And we'll see what they can do. Grenadiers, if you have enough of them, can fight Knights decently enough. But they can also get overwhelmed. There's a palisade gate for JorDan as Tulin's up to the feudal age. And the galley comes forward on the pond. And this game has been crazy. This game has been absolutely crazy. So Tulin, his Ville there. I don't think Tulin has anything else that's forward. I think Lewis's Villes have been cleaned up too. So I think all the forward Villes have been cleaned. Even a tower there from Lewis. Make extra sure Niaz doesn't have that Ville forward. But now we do have a bit of a forward and enclosure here. An enclosure there for JorDan. So that he can keep his Grenadiers and rocket cart safe. Yeah, I think the monastery should be over there. He just cut off all of his room. But now he has 2 gates. I don't know if he can walk between the monastery and that gate. That might be closed. We can get out this gate. Okay. And he'll go Fire Lancers. So Fire Lancer, Grenadier, Rocket Cart. Okay, he can walk there. He can walk there. At least he'll have an AoE 2 unit in the Monk. So Step Lancer, Grenadier, Fire Lancer, and Rocket Cart. Man, what are these units? So Scout down. The rocket cart will be attacking the mill. Sooner or later, Acro's gonna have to dive. But once monks come out, that makes it much harder. 2 monks, even a single monk, make this army much stronger. It is if JorDan micros them, though. So far, he's not microing. And he was late to get the conversion, but now the rocket cart will block the knight's access to the monk, and the conversion will come in before the monk goes down. All in all, though, I think the numbers are here for Acro. I think he's just enough to take the fight. Lots of his units will be super low on HP, and he'll run away, won't get away from the conversion. And now, well, Tulin's up to the castle age at least. Lewis is still feudal somehow. He's up to the castle age. 22 minutes in, he's still feudal from going for all those forwards. Dealing with this nonsense. So what's over here? Wait, what is... We have another sneak. We have another sneak. There's another sneak here. All right, so Siscon went up the middle. So he went up the middle with his siege. Niaz is going to try to block that off. And now Jordan's fish boom is pressured by Siskon's mangonels, as Siskon also has some light cav killing Vils from the Crocs in the middle on the TC. This dock from Lewis still being annoying on the pond, still killing fishing ships. And now I think the mangonels might have disrupted the fish boom a bit. Will this Vil go down? Alright, there will be a Vil killed at least from Siskon. So he's gotten through. I think Niaz is managing to re-wall this. He just done palisades earlier, and I don't think he had the stone walls up in time. So Siskon's still there in the passage. Don't think he's going to pressure more because he's already through with a Vil. He's doing a stable and a monastery. This will not be walled yet. Jordan's sending Vils out to wall that, or at least he has the foundations there. We'll have extra TCs from Shikso. And the monk here from Niaz, don't think he can convert anything there. No redemption. So he can't just convert the dock. Alright, well, Acro so far managing to stop the bleeding here. And with now the fortified churches from Tulin, might want another one from the pond, but at least he has defended himself. And he can go monks now. So Jordan's aggression stalled out, and he was investing a lot into that, staying on 1 TC instead of booming. Lewis's team with more Vils. And Acro now 76 pop. Siskon 75. The Crocs is 86 though. Problem is kind of what we saw with Kamigawa having the Huns the other day. They're great at booming and going paladins, but kind of limited in the options they have. So we'll have a forward castle from Lewis. You can admire the architecture of the Mapuche castle for a moment. Has some steps that lead up to more steps. And I guess you can go inside there. Lots of staircases on this castle. So here come the petards. With a defensive castle, though, from Nias is the Bengalis. And the Mapuche, what is their unit? They have the Kona, right? Yeah. Deals increasing damage to injured units. So I would think the Ratha probably is the stronger unit. Can't keep going petards because the castle can snipe them off now. So there is an armored elephant. Lewis might need a mangonel behind the castle now to defend it from elephants. He'll wall this off himself. And I think has to go for a workshop now. Yep, immediate workshop. And can repair. The castles are not close enough that they'll hit repair vills. Niaz would need Fletching and Bodkin to hit most of the repair space. So yeah, the mangonel will come out and that'll defend the castle from the elephant. No problem there for now. In the south, counter push now. Tulin and Acro pushing with their rams. Getting through these walls, trying to get into Jordan's base. Vil down. Just going for conversions on the Vils. And this stone wall is down. The rams are through, as are the knights. Monk going for a conversion on the workshop. We'll have a few barracks here. Monk wants a conversion here. Oh, thank you, Richard's Quest Gaming, for the follow. And these towers will go down. Beautiful guard towers from Chicso. Beautiful architecture on those buildings, but they will go down. And JorDan, thank you very much for the raid. We're watching Acro raid with some knights. Chicso is desperately trying to defend, but doesn't have a way to keep his towers up against the rams. Has to fight with Vils, as Jordan pulls his Fire Lancers here. In this castle fight, defensive mangonel for Lewis has stopped the elephant, as he will send his own rams forward. We'll have some stables there from the Crocs. He's finished his boom as the Huns just about. He's up to the Imperial Age, doing upgrades on the way, and he's ready to go Paladins. Around 30 minutes in, so not the fastest Paladin boom, but he's ready for it. Bill's here attacking the rams. And the monks now from Tulin have to pull back. We'll have the outpost going down to the mangonel. might go for the tower. So Lewis up to the Imperial Age. And I'll have a castle on the way for Acro. So castle forward. Elite Huskarl on the way. Elite Huskarl for Acro. Has a few barracks now come forward for him. And Knight picking off monks. Can't get a second, though. Will be converted and healed. Lots of monks there for Tulin. What type of conversions can he get? Okay, conversion on the Knight. Continues to push. That tower will go down. Forward barracks from Acro. He's the Goths. He's doing Anarchy. He's doing Blast Furnace. He's ready to Goth spam. And I think Shikso's about to be dead. Has Shikso managed to run any vills? He had walls here. I hope he did. Because he's about to die to the Goths. On the other side, here come the Cavaliers. Paladin should be clicked in just a moment for the Crux. Trebor for him. Lewis on Trebs, but if Niaz loses this castle, that gives Lewis more room to wall and stop the Paladins from getting in. I think Niaz will lose that castle indeed. So, castle here from Acro. As Tulin is walling off the pocket, trying to wall off JorDan so JorDan can't help. Well, and those walls look like they will go up. Now the Huskarl spam commencing. Huskarl spam here, fighting the Grenadiers. I don't think Grenadiers will be numerous enough to stop the Goths. And this eco is about to be visited by the Goths. Some desperate farm deletions and walls from Shikso, doing everything he can to keep the Huskarls away. But they are here and they are elite. They're now golden elite Huskarls. As that castle does go up. We could do a few berserks. Individually, they are good against Huskarls, but he won't have enough of them. Trying to do more towers. Trying to do walls anywhere he can. Doing a fortified wall, even. Huskarls there can go explode the TC, though. And Shikso is trying not to be defeated. He's down to 51 vills. In the north, we have a few Kona here. I think that they'll lose hard to Paladins. Yeah, the stats are nowhere near enough. But they're fast. They're speedy. They can run away. Run away from the Paladins. Try to raid. And here comes the Treb push. And Lewis managing to wall a bit more in front of his castle now that Niaz's castle's down. The Huskarls have gotten through to the other TCs. And with the Trebs behind this now, Acro can take this castle. The scores have swapped, though, as the Crocs now starts carrying with the Cavaliers into Paladins. And now, where does he send the Paladins? Here, these walls now are crucial because the Paladins can't get down here. What's in the middle still? This is at least walled from Siscon, so Paladins won't get there immediately. He's clearing some of the walls here where he has a relic in the middle. And Lewis still, I think, the only one that really is threatened by the Paladins, but remember, the Huns cannot cut themselves. They do not have Onager, so they're going to rely on Niaz needing to get some siege out, and he might lose that workshop. He loses the Mangonel. That could be bad for the cutting. And Quasar 2, thank you for the follow. He does lose the Mangonel. Paladins can't get in. And so far, so good. And now, it'll be Mamluks for Siscon from the pocket. They will hard counter the Huns. Huns really have no option against Mamluks. The best they can do is maybe skirm. No Onager. No Arbalest. No Arbalest. Yeah, they only get crossbow, right? Yeah, no Arbalest. Those had missed the final armor anyway. And let's see, 43 vills. Are there vills that manage to run for Shikso? We'll see as they all die here. So this lumber camp now, no more vills. University about to go down. He's still walling everything he can. Now that TC, another Treb shot will go down. Isn't Skurim? Skurim finally got an attack bonus back against Mamluk, so it's not horrible against it anymore. It's not great against it, but at least it's a trash unit that can, at the very least, attack them slightly. Yeah, they had an attack bonus against Mamluks in AOC, then for some reason that was removed at some point, but they have their attack bonus back now. So we have 17 vills out of 19 for Shikso. So there are 2 vills that are not there. He's hiding somewhere. But here come the Mamluks, and Mamluks should be great against Elephant Archers too. Trebs, Paladins, Elephant Archers, Mamluks kill everything. Siscon will carry here. This is looking like a great civ matchup for the Saracens now. I think if you get enough elephant archers, you have HP enough that you can fight Mamluks. Okay, there's bloodlines in. For some reason, I thought Mamluks used to have a bit more HP. Maybe they didn't, it was changed. Maybe I'm just imagining it. They've had zealotry and different castle text changed over the years, too. Alright, that castle doesn't go down. That's still something that the elephant archers are now the best option against the Mamluks. They kind of kill each other. Low pierce armor for the Mamluks, but elephants will take bonus damage. I think they do, at least. The elephant archers should count as cavalry. Or, yes, they do. So 12 bonus attack for the Mamluks against the elephant archers. Onagers, though, from Nia is the best option against the Mamluks, but that could lead to bombard cannon from the Saracens, and they could even go siege onager with counterweights for extra attack, the unique tech now, to take out elephants. And now we'll have some elite Bolas riders. Kind of the only thing that Mapuche can do, I guess. Other than maybe the Kona? I don't know how the Konas are when they're upgraded. There's so many civs now, we don't even get to see everything. I don't know how good the Konas are. But meanwhile, the Goths have now visited JorDan. On paper, the Jurchens should be good against the Goths, but there are not enough Grenadiers to deal with all the Huskarls, as JorDan will have his castle collapse. There'll be another forward castle from Acro. 13 vills now. The Skirms killing these vills. 11, 12. Is there one villager somewhere that managed to run away? Shiksa's almost dead. The Mamluks here are going to take a good fight against the elephant archers again. That's a lot of elephant archers, though. A lot of elephant archers from Niaz, and maybe not quite enough Mamluks yet. Attempted forward castle from Lewis. The elephant archers trying to move forward. So this guy just trying to buy time for the onagers to come forward. And this castle looks like it will go up. And Shikso, okay, he's down to 3 vills. Oh, the 2 of them are there. 2 of them are there. Okay, we've seen all 3. These are all 3 of Shikso's vills. There will be an outpost from Tulin. They'll probably reveal their locations. He's going to vill fight. You can delete that. He's running. He's running. He's going to try to run. There's a skirm. He's dodging the skirm. Has to micro. This is the most intense micro he's ever done. And he stops microing, loses the skirm. 2 vills left, one of whom is weak. Trying to hide in the forest so that the skirms don't kill them. Over here, the onagers forward now. Those will help with the elephant archers. And the elephant archers, there are so many of them. They're actually killing the Mamluks. Okay, yeah, this is the problem with Mamluks against elephant archers. Elephant archers are just too beastly. Mamluks have plus 12 attack against them. And yeah, they can kind of kill them. But it's not enough. There's not enough. I mean, maybe this needs to be a unique unit at the castle again instead of an archery range unit. Now, there's the GG from Niaz, as it looks like Shikso finally is defeated. The skirms killed his vills, and with Shikso going down, the team will resign. And while Lewis will win the game, unfortunately for him, not enough to advance to the playoffs. He did need to win all 3 today. So for the stats, that'll be 296 kills for Acro as the Goths. 83k res collected for the Huns, but we're seeing the struggles again. The Huns need to have a good civ matchup if they're going to be an effective pocket, I think. And most vills for Tulin. Forever Dark Age, but had the most vills. GG. Alright, so we have a bit of time before DauT versus Andy. Let me just check off the rest of these civs. That'll be a win for Team Lewis. So DauT versus Andy will close out the second round. So we'll just take a quick look at the standings then. Let's see, roster brackets. And we will view down here, Lewis versus JorDan, that just finished. Makes sense, I needs to update the score. But that will mean Lewis finishes 1-3. JorDan also finishes 1-3. I guess JorDan takes the tiebreak then. And that will mean Sato then should finish 4th in the group. top 4 advance, so that'll be Barles, ACCM, Samaro, and Sato heading to the playoffs. Over in Group A, our last set will be DauT versus FreakinAndy. And in this table, right now, the tiebreakers are first set wins, then game wins. So Andy is 2-1. If he beats DauT, then he is 3-1 and finishes at least 4th based on the set wins. If he wins at least one game against DauT, even if he loses 1-2, then he finishes 2-2. But he has 6 points, 6 game wins. So then he's still ahead of Viper's team. If Andy gets swept by Team DauT, then Andy finishes 2-2 with the same number of wins as Viper, and it comes down to the Buchholz. Median Buchholz, which is the number of sets your opponents have won, discarding the team with the most sets and the team with the least sets. But that means if DauT beats Andy, DauT will have won 1 set. So instead of discarding 0 at the bottom, they will be discarding 1, and based on what Andy has won overall, that would mean Andy then gets 4 Buchholz and is exactly tied with Viper. And what happens then? I don't know. We don't actually have a tiebreaker. We don't actually have a tiebreaker. But now Viper is needing a sweep from DauT. So Team Viper does have a chance, yes. They have a chance that depends on DauT, but a chance nevertheless. So why don't I swap scoreboard over a bit, and we'll get ready for the next set. Let me just get an ad out of the way. And we'll do DauT versus FreakinAndy. Only 8 sets left. Well, we have this set, then the playoffs. So quarterfinals, semifinals, finals. That's still a lot of Rage Forest. We get to best of 5s and best of 7s. So those will probably take 3 or 4 hours each. So we do have a bit of time to kill before this next game. What do we want to do until then? See, T90 is playing some ladder games. We could cast T90. Let me see, we don't have a draft started yet, do we? Yeah, I don't think so. But we'll just cast some random ranked games until then. Best of 7. Or best of 5. It's not best of 7, sorry. It's best of 5. Best of 5. Best of 7 would be crazy. Maybe we should do best of 7 finals. It's best of 5. Sorry, I was updating too many handbooks recently. Yes, it's on the Rage Forest Discord. The captain's ranking is in a spreadsheet. Right. The 4v4 and 1v1 interfaces are in different spots. Sorry, chat. I'm going to turn you off. Remind me to turn you back on for Rage Forest. Oh, wait. I know. We can put... the score underneath. Remind me that this number is 160, the chat. There. That fits. Oh, that's awkward because there's a space there, but we'll put up with it for a 1v1. I'll see what T90 can do for us. What match is this? We are waiting for the next match. We're waiting for DauT and Andy to draft. So this is T90 versus CNZS, Still in Love. And T90 will be hoovering around the base with some scouts. There's a couple of skirms get in on the wood line. Yeah, that was one of the faster Rage Forest sets we had. Started right on time. So spears all go down. And they're still in love up to the Castle Age. They'll have a TC here between the wood line and the stone. More farms around the TC. No, if DauT wins 3-0, Viper and Andy are tied, and we have to figure out what happens. Because they will be tied in every tiebreaker criteria that was set. So T90 with some skirms, he'll clean up those archers. They'll have a forward workshop from T90. Outpost down, and we'll have a couple of mangonels out. What happens then? Then Sensar has to figure out what happens. So, good mangonel push. More mangonels behind this. But T90's still super far down in Vills, as we're about even in time now. So, 4 TCs for Still in Love. As that barracks will go down to the mangonels. And so will that mangonel. So nice defense there from Still in Love. He'll get a castle up. And with that, stopping the mangonel push, he looks to be in a really good spot. He's the melee too, so his imp will come in super quickly. The resources are at the top now. I need to look at a different part of the screen. Bare knuckle fights between the team captains. Is this the official T90 copycat? No, this is the official T90. So he's trying to get some knights in, but unless he has a super good mangonel shot here, can he take out... Ooh, can he take out 2 more mangonels? That was oddly close. And okay, gets 2 of them for 1. Not bad, not bad. But Imp is in, the quick melee Imp. I think we might be looking at the beginning of the end for T90. What elo are they? You can do match. And figure that out. I think. Or maybe not, if the bot isn't here. Oh no, you can't. Yeah, he's usually around 2k3, 2k4. Or 2k2 to 2k4, depending on the day. He's been 2k5 before, too. This is a ghost match. Maybe it's just not high elo enough to show up on the dashboard. So Karambits go down to the mangonels. Karambits die into Cav Archers. And T90 will call the GG there as the Imp comes in. Alright. Join that a bit late. 63 to 55 KD for Still in Love. And T90 with more military couldn't actually pressure the boom of the melee. And GG there. As there's a 2-minute spec delay, so he probably just queued right away. Found another game. Yes, he's in a spec delay for the next game. I guess we'll just cast that. I still don't see a draft yet. So just cast another random 1v1. Suggestion for tiebreaker, best of 1, 1v1 Forest nothing. I mean, we could do Team Captain 1v1 on Black Forest. The map supports 1v1 now. This will be Teuton's Aztecs. Team DauT wins, but Nunez has the confidence. Nunez has the confidence to say DauT's gonna push Viper through to a tiebreaker. Alright, and here we are at T90. The Teutons against Goku as the Aztecs. So maybe now the match command will work. And it doesn't. Alright, almost. Almost. So this is Arabia. One of these ponds completely walled in by the forest. The other pond open down here for a fish boom. Now, if this were Rage Forest, we'd see both players already sending vills down here to fight over that pond. But it is just Arabia, and Chicken Arabia at that. I've seen T90 play lots of Chicken Arabias, and I think what he's going to do is he's going to mill the chickens, and then he'll use the mill as part of a wall to the edge of the map. He likes using the mill as a wall. Then I guess it's pretty simple to wall here, and then just wall to the TC. Your barriers are forward, but then that's the only thing that's exposed. It's a pretty compact wall. Looking at Goku's base, he's a bit farther from the edge. Good wall here. Doing the forward lumber camp. We'll have, I think, maybe a bit of a more open base. T90's base is open on the front, but since his gold's in the back, he could secure that. Goku has a great map. Well, his gold is in the back. Also his stone. Also, it does have a back wood. I don't think he has an easy full wall. So forward 4 will be the first one, Lord. 2 on wood to start for Goku. Aztecs Teuton's always an interesting matchup. Where late game, Teutons have tools to deal with Aztecs. And then they also just have the innate conversion resistance against monks. But Aztecs can be super aggressive early on and should have the better Dark to Feudal Age early eco before the Teutons really start adding farms in earnest. And even then, Aztecs will farm faster. There's a house for Goku. And Andy will mess this before Imp. Well, it's a good thing you're qualifying that opinion by saying it's unqualified. How much faster is Aztec farming? So Aztecs farm faster because their vills have an extra carry capacity. They carry +3. Used to be +5, but it's +3. And that, it's hard to measure exactly what the effect is, because it's not like they farm a certain percentage faster. It's that when you increase the carry capacity, vills spend more time farming and less time walking around the farm. They take 4 random walks per every inventory around the farm. So when you increase the total inventory, a greater proportion of their time is spent farming. I don't have an exact number on that, other than it's faster and pretty significant over time. It's one of those little things where the mill upgrades, all of them add extra food to the farms, so they're kind of technically wood upgrades because over time you're reseeding your farms less often, so you're not spending as much wood. But heavy plow, between horse collar, heavy plow, and crop rotation, heavy plow adds +1 to the carry capacity of farmers. A very, very random stat, but that does make them farm ever so slightly faster too. So it's kind of Teutons with a wood upgrade too, that their farms are cheaper, but they can make more farms early on because of that and then have a better food income. So there is Loom and Feudal Age for both players at just about the same time. No idle time, even though T90 was housed for 19 seconds. I think that's probably just time he was housed while doing loom. So I don't think that means housed while trying to create something because he had 0 idle time. Goku housed for 2 seconds, but that's no problem for him. Up to the feudal age, mill in the back, taking the gold, and T90 will come scout him. So, wild chicken there, taken by this Vil. As Vil's on the berries will wall themselves in for T90. Kind of Valessa style. I always saw Valessa do this. As soon as he sees any indication, be it the barracks or the mine, that there's going to be a drush, immediately full palisade walls around the berries. Not going to leave them slightly incomplete so he can delete them later and get tiny sliver of wood back. Just gonna fully wall everything. You have enough space that the Vils can still walk around and not go idle. And stable opening. Alright, stable against the men-at-arms. And I think he needs to then get a range up quickly after this. Even though the Teutons have cheap farms, he's probably... Oh, he's gonna do a farm. Alright, so scouts versus men-at-arms, always something I think is risky, but he's going to find a forward Vil, and he's going to delay the archery range from Goku, and delay it quite significantly, as that Vil's going to run back to the TC, and Goku will pull another villager. The spear is not ready to come out yet, and T90 will fight another villager with his scout. And that Vil looks like he'll go down, almost. 8 HP left, and the spear will finally let Goku get the range up, but nice attention there from T90. And he has to be careful with his own scouts now. Going for 3 farms, and then the range. Alright, so it's always a question of how many farms do you do before the range, if any. And T90 opted for 3. And now it's going to be a question of archers versus skirms. Archer's better at cleaning the men-at-arms, but they take gold, and gold is something he doesn't really have right now. If he makes 1 archer, then he won't be able to do fletching until he mines more. He's trying to take the best fight he can on the hill. And he could think about picking the spear, but the spear is forward in time. As he'll add more farms and go for skirms. Alright, so skirms against the men-at-arms. And some walls in the back now for Goku. And he lets some houses up to wall himself at the front. And he'll also still get a couple of houses and walls up. So the mill needs to be repaired a bit. T90 will go do that. He'll need to get some more skirms out fully to defend himself. And he's trying to split the army. And he does get a villager. He does get a villager with the scouts on the archery range. And a few Vils by the berries there. Still might be a bit exposed as the spear comes over. But having that 1 spear forward means the scouts can't really engage. And the men-at-arms can now pull back and stay alive. Yeah, the melee armor bonus starts in the Castle Age. That's a lot of farms there, too, for T90. So really investing into the farms. And we'll see if he goes archers, too, or if he's just going to stay full skirm and then try to go Teuton, maybe scouts into knights. Remember, they don't have the light cap upgrade. So it would be just scouts. But with the conversion resistance and the extra melee armor, Teuton Knights can be pretty good against Aztecs. If they don't get overwhelmed by pikemen numbers. If you see pikemen, you could always add longswordsmen that they then will have the extra armor too. So a couple of houses here for E90. Wall's deleted. I'll have another farm up. And Goku now going to be fully walled. So now he will have a pretty good map, all things considered, with how much he's been able to wall. It's tricky to defend early feudal maybe, and we saw that with the Vil kill on the range. But he's gotten some good walls up now, as long as he doesn't overchop, and as long as this wall goes up in time before T90 swoops around. And T90 never did wall to the edge of the map. So yeah, he didn't actually mill the chickens. So maybe he was a bit too worried, as he still doesn't have his blacksmith up, about the pressure on the berries that he didn't mill the chickens. But yeah, didn't take any of the chickens. And now it'll be skirms in his base. Still trying to hold against the archers. And manually placed farms, it seems, even. A bit of a gap here and here. But overall, he's a good solid chunk of farms. As these scouts will run back. Archers will force the Vil off the farm. Crenellations affected everything. I think it's nice to keep it, well, I guess it does affect everything in the sense that infantry shoot arrows from everything. You could put infantry in the Teuton guard tower line, and they'd still shoot arrows. But I think it's nice keeping the range just to the castles, because then it would overlap a bit with the Koreans bonus. So archers get a hit on the villager, but the villager doesn't go down. So archers and eagles come forward as the scouts and skirms run back. Eagles keep going down. Scouts will turn and fight the eagles, maybe. Men-at-arms keep chasing the skirms. And all the skirms, they're dying. We'll have a palisade wall up from T90. And he's going to try to go for a market. That's going to trap his skirm. So he has one big engagement from T90. And he's immediately going to regret that and try to run the scouts away and keep them alive. As the Aztecs have done what the Aztecs just kind of do. Over time, get more numbers than you. Good eco plus faster producing military buildings. And Goku will be up. T90 up too. So T90 a couple of seconds faster. And remember, he won't get light cav, but then in the Castle Age, the Teuton's melee armor bonus. There you go. Barracks and stable units, +1, +2 melee armor and Castle Imperial. So the scouts will get +1 melee armor, even though they don't become light cav. So they can maybe take a fight a bit better against eagles then. But then remember, eagles also get bonus attack. So honestly, that's worse than if they fight in feudal, because they'll get an attack bonus against... But they'll just get +3 extra attack from 4 to 7. They also get their +1 against cav when they get up. I'm forgetting now what the eagle boost is. But T90 going to take this fight on the hill, or at least start it and then pull back. So second range, and it's important that he scouts the second range, because then he knows that Goku isn't going to go triple barracks eagles, he's just going archers into crossbows. And T90 will get a tower up on his gold, but things feel like they're kind of starting to fall apart from him. He tried to add a second stable, so this will be 2 stable knights. And he's going to hope that maybe he can do a +2 armor with a timing advantage and get enough knights to fight this. But against Aztecs, you kind of put yourself in a position where you need your production, and you need enough knights to fight. And the military number is now 7 to 26. The T90 is up by a few Vils, but doesn't have horse collar, so he'll need to reseed the farms. Good thing he's Teutons, but still, it's annoying to reseed them. T90 with definitely not T90 farms. It's starting to look more like T90 farms, as he doesn't have horse collar. Starting to look a bit like that. JorDan Lewis finished already. We finished that. We're just waiting for the next set. DauT and Andy should be getting started soon. So some houses going up for Goku. A watchtower up for T90. Well, the score was 2-1, and JorDan won. Waller? Oh, T90, not a fan of the walls from Goku. As he himself is walled. He's going to remake the market right on the chicken patch, and the chickens are going to stand there and block it. Goku's still trying to break through the walls. We'll get through the house, and then it'll be a few towers. Remember, the Teutons have free murder holes. So sometimes that matters, like on the wood line. Eagles can't just swarm and stay at the base of the tower. Especially if it's extra garrisoned with Teuton arrows, or with Teuton villagers to shoot extra arrows. But here, Goku will just go for the blacksmith. As the workshop will go up, and out comes a knight. Out come double stable knights. They only have their first armor in bloodlines. Remember, no husbandry for the Teutons. And Goku happy to camp the front of the base. Maybe T90 gets a mangonel or some scorpions out. 17 military to 38 so far. Now T90 trying to break through. Still with knights. And Goku can defend with his crossbows. The wolf gonna chase the knights. And what's T90? He's out by the relic. He's scouting the relics with his low HP scouts, trying to pick off monks. Yeah, mini fortress. See if the knights can get in anywhere. Don't think so, as the walls that T90 complained about earlier still remain standing in the back of Goku's base. And we'll have a town watch for T90. And Goku now 1, 2, 3 TCs, this one on his stone. Has to be careful about his gold control now. Has around 2.4k left. We'll have to get to the front of his base or pretty far outside for more gold. So this could be a 4th TC spot over here between the wood and the gold, but still a nasty hill in front and a nasty hill at the front of his base. So in the long run, T90 could think about controlling this hill. Controlling this hill, controlling the outside with knights. Loses his scout now. Gets the second armor. With a couple of mangonels and knights, he's sending a Vil forward. And will he ever be able to take a fight? Now, I think the worst thing that could happen for Goku is if he's not paying attention, and T90 can get a mangonel shot, a double shot on the Eagles. As then that takes out all the melee units, and the knights can swarm the crossbows. But now that their army's forward, Goku should be paying better attention. He'll probably pick off the forward Vil. And that Vil's still going to go for the house. No, she has to go forward. Crossbow's getting an arrow on her, but no ballistics. And here comes the pikeman upgrade. So this is T90's chance. He needs to break through the houses and do some damage. And he needs to keep the mangonels alive, too. He needs to keep them standing. Check the forward Vil. And he's going to turn around with his knights. And that'll give Goku maybe a chance to wall should he want to. And he will successfully get the house up. So... once again, T90 almost through. He can take out this house. Mangonel gets the walling Vil with no problem. And Goku with a few eagles in the back getting picked off by knights. All of a sudden, Goku has more military, but adding the TCs meant he maybe stopped producing for a moment. And as T90 gets through, Goku did the pikeman upgrade, but only has 1 pike. T90 keeps swarming the area with knights. To attack around the back of that barracks and attack with the knights. He'll open up the front of the base rather nicely. And still has his own tower on his gold. Hasn't walled. I think he really should be walled here by now. TC on the side. And now what do the knights do? They can go for the market. Have to be wary of monks. Does the defense upgrade change anything against the knights? What do you mean? For which unit? For the pikemen, yes. Armor is definitely worth it. Eagles, yes. Crossbows, you're far enough away in the back, you're probably not fighting. If the knights do jump you, then yes, it's useful. But if you're in the back, then obviously you're not getting hit by the knights. The market about to go down as the crossbows move forward and split from Goku. I'll take the mangonel. Another split. And, ooh, that's rough for T90. He's losing his mangonels. And Goku now, again, the situation where he's down to about 1,400 gold on that gold mine. T90 killing his own knights with the mangonel. And Goku brings some crossbows back. Goku's going to add a 4th and a 5th TC on both sides. The scout will see that at least from T90. Okay, let me just check if we have a draft for the Rage Forest set yet. If that starts, I will just tab over to that. But I don't see a draft link posted yet. So we might still have a bit of time before that starts. And, oh, that scout will kill a Vil. Scout will kill a Vil. Can the scout deny the TC? Is this a DauT TC? Because Goku, he's paying attention at the front. He's trying to kill knights with the pikemen. There's a mangonel shot pushing the knights back. He doesn't really want to fight on the hill. But another Vil down from that scout on the TC. The TC's not up. Goku has not noticed that. He is microing too much on the front. And he did get his 4th TC up on the outlying gold. Will auto farm around that TC. And T90's scout will kill a 3rd villager. And go for a 4th. Now Goku notices, can his scouts fight that? Or can his Vils fight that? He also wants to take another fight on the front. Takes a bit of a mangonel shot there. And the mangonel still for T90 going forward. Goku has 1 eagle in the wood line. T90 has not noticed that eagle. And can the scout get this final Vil kill? This is going to be close. This is going to be really close. The melee armor helping out for the Teutons. And the villager will go down. The scout survives on 2 HP. And at the front, Goku has to pull back with his pikemen. He's killing some Vils on the wood line, though. But T90 going to pull his Vils and kill the eagle with the Vils. MVP Scout denied a TC and killed 5 villagers. And now the mangonel push. The Teuton mangonels that will resist conversion should redemption come in are there for T90. Could even consider a monastery and devotion himself. That's a lot of knights. We all know how knight versus pikeman goes. That's a lot of pikemen, though. Goku is on 4 barracks pikemen. And if he gets out of mangonel and clears one, that would be sick. And looks like Goku did eventually kill the scout and get the TC up. T90 has a few scouts still hovering around. And, oh, the workshop will go down before mangonel pops out. That was a nice play from T90. And T90's up to Imp. He is up to Imp. So if he can just kind of hold this before Goku clicks up and get himself to Imp, maybe he can get a forward castle. He is 21 Vils on stone right now. And Goku needs to buy his way up to Imp. He's floating a lot of gold. That TC will go down. 1 conversion on a knight is devastating because then the knight destroys mangonels. The monks here for the pikemen, trying to keep them away. And T90's going to need to get Vils forward. That's a big army, 77 to 34. But the Teuton army is better. And the mangonels get any good hits on the pikemen. They're getting a couple of nice shots on the pikemen. Now they have a hill bonus. And can they hit the pikemen? Yes, they can. All right. That was a good fight for T90. Lost some of the forward map control. Goku will get a castle, but it's kind of to the side. And T90's going to control that forward gold. So Goku bought himself time with the gold on the side and has more gold he can go to. That range will go down. And now T90 still has 3 mangonels. Also, if anyone Is there a no redemption challenge for Goku? Yeah, if anyone notices the Rage Forest set starting a draft, let me know. Let me see it. Oh, looks like they do have a draft. Alright, they have finished their draft, and they're getting into their lobby, so we'll swap to that once it starts. Even if we have to say goodbye to this game. And wait a minute, is this a DauT Castle from Goku? T90's Knights are there, maybe just a bit too late. Maybe just a bit too late. The castle does go up. T90's up to Imp, he's doing Cavalier. This is a pretty crazy game. So he can start doing Conscription or Trebs, or Forward Towers. Why not Forward Towers? He takes that gold. Right now, Goku has wood over in the west, but he doesn't have any gold. Now, that castle protects Goku's extra gold. If T90 can control this area, he can maybe stop the gold. He can also get Teutonic Knights out to fight pikemen. If you take down this TC, then go Teutonic Knights. Yeah, Jaguar Warriors can fight them, but that's about it. I see Andy's in the lobby. And now the Trebs will assist the Mangonels in this push. Cavalier for T90, 2-man saw, plate barding armor. Down by about 20 Vils, but he has a 55 to 28 KD. Goku has 8,000 more res collected. He's up to Imp. Imp is in this TC, protected by the castle. As Goku's trying to repair, the Treb should be able to take down the TC. Need another shot. That is down to the Treb now. Opens up Goku a bit for raiding. Goku has some crossbows killing some scouts in the north. T90 adding another TC. And T90 also collected 3 relics behind this. So he also needs to think about making sure he has resource access. He needs to move out from his initial walled base. He's chopped most of the forests. He has to go forward. Cavaliers will be raiding. And they should take out this TC. And let's see, T90 nowhere close to Paladins, but there are a lot of Vils here for Goku as T90 now starts to take a score lead. Couple of Trebs going for that castle. The red Barbarossa Teutonic Knights are here for T90. The Cavaliers are going to try to swarm the crossbowmen. Cavaliers have 6 pierce armor now. The crossbows do only 1 damage. The Cavaliers are raiding the villagers. No bracer in for Goku. The Mangonels keep the pikemen back. The Teutonic Knights can defend the Trebs from the pikemen. Now T90 losing some Cavaliers. But once that castle goes down, he can start raiding again. He's now equal in Vils with Goku. And as this castle goes down, he's going to take an even bigger score lead. Goku, I mean, he might even need just bracer for the crossbows to deal with the Mangonels. Now that T90 saw where all the pikemen were, he's going to move the Cavaliers to the other side and start raiding again. He'll start raiding again with these Cavaliers to kill Vils. Yeah, he could probably use iron casting to kill the pikemen faster. Yeah, what a slaughter. Doing a good job with the army positioning too, making Goku run back and forth. And now the Teutonic Knights are going to fight the pikemen. That is not a good fight for the pikemen. They'll maybe get a Mangonel. Oh, actually, they could get 3 Mangonels. Not enough Teutonic Knights for T90. Oh, he lost 3 Mangonels there. But he's an Imp now. He cares more about the Trebs than the Mangonels. I think things are starting to collapse for Goku. I just keep an eye on the lobby. Still, I see only Andy in the lobby, so the teams are probably debating their civ choices. Treb going for the TC. It's another TC that'll be down. A couple of Jaguar Warriors raiding, but Cavaliers can come clean them up. They have plus 10 attack versus infantry. So as long as T90 notices, the Cavaliers can clean them, and the towers might even do a job of cleaning them too. They don't have too much HP. So here comes some Teutonic Knights again fighting the pikemen. They won't like the crossbows that are behind, though. T90 still doesn't have a great way to kill the crossbows when there are so many pikemen out. But maybe the Cavaliers themselves can just take a fight against the pikemen. I mean, not the greatest fight, but it'll get the job done. If he clears the pikeman numbers, he can just charge the Cavaliers at the crossbows. Finally, Bracer is in. No chemistry yet, so that'll make the crossbows a bit more effective against the Cavaliers. Oh, there's DauT joining the lobby. And one Jaguar Warrior. Still raiding. See, castle for T90 forward on that hill. And now he's going to try to fight the crossbows. There's his own monks in the back. Goku's eco collapsing as he's losing a few more Vils to raids. Gets the TC up, though. And now he's stabilizing. But T90's kind of gotten to the late game point he wanted to get in Teutons versus Aztecs, where the Teutons start to take a pretty good advantage. Goku now down to not much map control, but he is expanding out to the other gold. T90 with Outpost actually didn't see the gold. I don't think he sees the farm. I think that's a capture age thing. Is this ranked? Yep, this is a ranked game. Okay, cool, but still no draft link. Yeah, I got the draft link for you. If you want to see the draft link, there we go. There, I got that. Spectator Dashboard had the draft for us, thankfully. Thank you, Fajir Flage, for the follow. Thank you, thank you. This has been a great game. I thought T90 was kind of dead early on when Goku was pushing, but he managed to hold on. So also, wait, how many relics does T90 have? Okay, they're in the middle, just the monastery on the hill. You should get more points or more gold from the relics just by having a monastery on the hill. So Goku continuing to get out Pikemen. Yeah, and if I look at the draft, we do have Teutons the first pick for DauT's team. And Aztecs are on Andy's team, so we might see Teutons versus Aztecs again. So T90 taking more control with those castles. Still 33 to 65 military. So if T90, the downside is those Jaguar raids actually just kind of devastated his farming eco. If he had maybe 20 more farmers in here, right, just take some vills off of wood, add a couple more vills to the farms, fix his idols a bit. Then all of a sudden, he's max pop on Cavaliers, and Goku's dead. Even more so than he is already. Right now, the Trebs, 4 Trebs, 5 Trebs even. T90 not trickle Treb, and he's going to go for that Aztec castle. Aztecs, of course, have the weakest castles in the game. No masonry, no architecture, no hoarding. And he's even going to go underneath his own castle so the Trebs don't get picked off. Goku, his key is still having a tiny bit of gold access. As T90 has to repair now his castle in the middle. And the Treb, he wanted a hill. The Trebs just said, no, we're not going to take a hill.
It's Genghis Khan. We must flee.
Oh, thank you, Sir Yuck, for the sub. Yeah, 150 vills soon, but only 32 farmers. He's starting to float a bit of wood. We see this in Rage Forest all the time, when the players don't have the eco set up properly and they start floating resources. There's Garland Wars that'll help the Pikemen against the Cavaliers. There's Elite Skirmisher for T90. Elite Skirmisher. Is that really what he wants? Goku's still keeping his eco alive. He's going to defend this castle. He'll repair it as much as he can. 4 Trebs, though, should be able to take it down unless the Trebs have a weird hill situation. So T90 loses the castle in the middle. Castle will defend the Trebs from that pike. He needs to maybe pull some vills to repair the Treb. But he can destroy these Trebs, jump the castle, and destroy this part of the eco. And let me just check the lobby. Alright, they're still in the lobby. And the Cavaliers will take down a Treb. Cavaliers will get the vills at the base of the castle. Goku coming over with now the Garland Wars Pikemen. 4+8 attack. Nowhere near as good as Halb's. And Justin, thank you for the follow. And the castle just barely stays up. Goku repairing with his entire economy. But finally it goes down. A couple of quick wall houses attempted for T90. He's going to want to heal the Cavaliers in the castle. Keep them safe from the Pikemen. He has to pull the Trebs back now. Pikemen trying to destroy the Trebs. T90 might lose a castle of his own. Goku pushing back. Matza playing Vamos. Matza's in the lobby. Matza's in the lobby for DauT. Teutonic Healing Fortress ASAP. Man, and Goku still... Oh, there we go. He's finally raided. T90 noticed the gold. I think T90 just needs to focus his raids there. The Pikemen here going down. Goku going for another castle here. Wants to keep this area safe. He has a lot of eco here. T90 at max pop, but then so is Goku. He's trying to do ring archer armor for the skirms. But he's been losing castles all over the place. We now have Arbalest for Goku. Who has been managing to hold on as T90 has to run the relics from the middle. Begins in the Dark Age. Alright, 6 players in the lobby. So, skirms come, they will fight the pikemen. And we'll have Elite Skirm from Goku. Oh, looks like the lobby was cancelled. They gotta rehost. And more ranges. So Aztec at Lattle Skirms should beat the Teuton Skirms, I'd think. TND has a lot of monks still. But now the Cavaliers, with the pikemen gone, can charge at the Arbs and the Trebs. Now here's the question, do you go for the Arbs first or the Trebs? T90 choosing the Arbs. What is the pathing going to be? He'll pull off a couple of Cavaliers for the Trebs, and once the Arbs pull back, he'll go for the Trebs. And thank you, Gabriel Maver, for the follow. The Trebs there from Goku will go down, and T90 will be chasing the Arbs, trying to get again to Goku's eco over here, and Goku is just about out of gold once more. We could get into a Teuton Aztec trash war, where, I mean, Teutons, if they get Halbs, should be favored there. Maybe T90 just needs to research Halb. He's doing heavy plow now. I think Aztec Pikemen against Teuton Halbs. I think the Teuton Halbs with the melee armor win that. And Crenellation's there for T90. That'll help against the Pikemen if he has to defend castles, but he has lost quite a few castles. And still can't quite figure out what to do against all of these pikemen. Still been a struggle for him. Maybe some hand cannoneers would actually be useful for him with how much gold he's floating. Does he have chemistry? He does have chemistry. That would probably be a bit more useful than the skirms. Because right now it's going to be full Arbalest play from Goku. And it's hard for the scouts just to go full raid the map. Why not Teutonic Knights? Because he lost his castles already. He had some earlier, but they're not going to really fight against the Arbs. The hand cannoneers at least kind of stay in the back. Why is he not producing? Because he's at 200 pop right now. He's at 140 Vils, and he's producing 37 skirms in the queue. That's because he's going full skirm. And yes, skirm does counter Arb Pike. And if the Aztecs are out of resources, then at Lattle Skirm would be kind of their only answer. He's got a castle on the hill, and I think he still has this. He keeps saving for Paladin and spending the res. There's no way he collects Paladin now. He's doing Siege Engineers. Getting another castle on the side, protecting the map. But Goku did get 3 of the relics now. Everything to clear those Arbs. Yep, and the Rage Forest lobby is still sitting there. That's a lot of pikemen for Goku. And T90 still can't find ways to clear the pikemen. But Teuton skirms do not feel good. Iron casting and crop rotation for him. As he's preparing for a long game. Goku doing everything he can to hold on, and as long as he has a castle, and he has 2 of them now, still can produce Trebs. Now the Skirm is getting into the back of Goku's eco. And Goku so far has still 12,000 more resources collected. T90 with a much better KD. Jaguar Warriors to chase the Skirms. Teuton Skirms just feel so painful right now. Alright, right now he just can't figure out how to deal with Arbalest Pikemen. Can't figure out the unit composition with how quickly the Aztecs produce. And how much more resource Goku has collected. And the pikemen's still trying to chase the skirms back as the Trebs go for the castle. Man-at-Arms Squires and Scale Mail Armor all in for T90. He's out of stone. He can't repair this castle. He can't repair this castle. He has a scout, he has more skirms. Skirms won't stop the Trebs. He still has 9 Cavaliers out. And now we get to the point where the gold is out for everyone. T90 has 1 more gold mine. That's 1,500 gold. And I think that's it as far as gold on the map is concerned. So a few Jaguar Warriors here. Still trying to push this back. Now, 145 Vils is fine. I mean, the army populations are still similar. Problem is now all the gold T90 has is being spent repairing the castle because he needs to buy stone. And now the pike can go forward into the skirms. And he might have to abandon this castle. That Crenellation's castle that had been healing the Cavaliers. Now he doesn't have the stone to keep repairing it. He can't keep buying stone. He's going to try to go champions now. Not champions, but there are a good number of arbs out. There's a couple of scouts raiding. And now he's going to try to push this castle again. But he has nothing defending his trebs. There's the two-handed swordsman upgrade. There's Gambesons. Now, Aztecs don't have Thumb Ring for the arbs, but they will have Jaguar Warriors. Maybe if the castle goes down, there won't be any more Jaguar Warriors. T90's been buying stone, so it'll be expensive for Goku to buy too. Yeah, and as soon as the arbs die, then the champions will dominate for T90. As he's trying to use the skirms to kill the arbs, as Goku will find them harder to replace now without gold. T90's still trying to raid with his scouts, but the Jaguar Warriors destroy a Treb as the castle goes down. Teutonic Knight versus Jaguar Warrior. Oh, that's what we want to see. That's what we want to see. Oh, there he goes. There he goes. Those Jaguars have 15 plus 8 attack. And they're going to beat the Teutonic Knight, aren't they? RF started. Alright, let's hope the T90 wins this fast. He's going to have one fight in the middle. Or Goku wins it fast. If T90 loses that castle, he could be in trouble. And he might just lose the castle. He's raiding with Cavaliers again. And the houses will start to go down. His relics are there. And now as he loses castles, it could prevent dozens of senseless Elite Teutonic Knight deaths. I don't know if... I mean, res collected is still 10,000 more for Goku. The champion swap, he's got 28 champions queued. This will be his last effort. If the game continues after this, we'll just swap to RF, because I don't want to miss that. We'll give T90 one more push. The Teutons do get Bombard Cannon, yes. So yeah, he hasn't had any Bombard Cannon for dealing with Trebs all game. The pikemen are surrounding his skirms, and with Garland Wars, they're killing them. But here come the Teuton champions, killing some of the pikemen. We're going to have Aztec champions from Goku, who still has the extra relics. And he's got barracks on the side to raid with pikemen. Tower is still defending his eco. Now he's going to go champion skirm. Skirms need to kill the Jaguar Warriors. I mean, now you're at the point where there's no gold. There's no gold left. So if Goku has enough resources to stop the champions, maybe get some Aztec champions out with Garland Wars, he'll be fine. He's got long swordsmen now. He needs two-handed swordsmen and the champion upgrade still. If T90 loses this army, it might just be over because he is out of gold too. He's queuing Teuton scouts. He's losing his skirms. He's losing all of his skirms. The pikemen are killing his champions. They're glitched onto the forest. They can't attack. He's gonna go for the monastery. He's going for the monastery. That's what he's trying to do. Deny the relics from Goku. But two-handed swordsman now for the Aztecs. And with Garland Wars 12 plus 8, they will be better than the Teuton champions. Well, the relics are gone. Goku has to pick them up again. He has another relic somewhere else in that monastery. At least he has another monastery for them already. Goku with forward ranges. He's going to treb this castle. This castle will go down. And still, with 8,000 more resources collected, he is clicked champion himself. Maybe in a better position to sell and do more champions. As this castle goes down. This castle goes down, and with 4 trebs left to 2, Goku has more trebs. He should be able to pick off this castle at some point. T90 wants to go once more to attack this castle. And the Jaguar Warriors can come to attack the Cavaliers and the champions. They really want to fight the champions, though, and not the Cavaliers. Cavalier push from T90 is successful. Goku might be losing this. That would put them both down to 1 castle. Only 2 trebs, though, as T90 is completely out of gold. And the pikemen are starting to raid his base. He has a guard tower, so he can go for the healing fortress strat now. And Goku losing control of his trebs, he's going to send them forward into champions. And he's going to lose 2, if not all, of the trebs. That is messy from Goku. He needed them to take out that last castle. Oh, huge mistake from Goku losing the trebs. And over here, T90 will take down the castle. I'm worried this game's going to go for a while more. I really want to get over to Rage Forest, but that castle's down. He'll take the barracks, and maybe the TC. He'll get the house. Onager, I don't think there's any gold left for the Onager route. But the champions clear everything else. Over here, who has more champions now? 2 relics to 3 Aztec relics. Aztecs should have the better farmers at this point, but we don't have the farm upgrades in for Goku. So he might not have the wood for them. As all the champions start coming forward for T90, Goku's pop is dropping, T90's pop is stable. T90 could raid those vills on the side, but he's going to regroup in the center now. He's going to regroup in the center. Goku has a single castle left. How are the market prices? I need to find a market. Market prices are stone is expensive. That's because T90 was buying it to repair earlier, and food and wood are bottomed out. So no real selling for gold at this point. And champions here. Aztec champions will be better. They'll also produce faster. No more, with only 1 castle for each player. No more real unique unit option. Neither of them are elite anyway. Goku's gonna hold. This might go to be a wood game then, if they're both out of gold now. $781 to 486 KD. And Goku has refused to die. We'll have the Aztec Healing Fortress versus the Teuton Healing Fortress, basically. And I'm just imagining if T90, instead of going to the middle, had just swooped over here and killed 20 vills. He's going for a capped ram. Does Goku have it ladle? Yes, he has his unique techs. Doesn't have sappers for the rams. Doesn't really have the university techs. And now we have 14 champions against 22 champions. T90 has more in the queue. He's got a solid queue of skirms, and T90 actually has a much larger resource bank now. He's closed the resources collected gap quite a bit. Yes, I think I'll just cast Rage Forest. I'll just go maybe 1x speed right from the start, and we'll catch up in between games. Yeah, great for those late game Hussar raids. I think he has this now. I mean, to be honest, scout raids would be fine. You need to play Galactic Battlegrounds to swoop in. I think Ladle wins it. I mean, Aztecs do have the better skirms. But, I mean, Teutons do have scouts. And that's big, just having them. So, +4 attack versus +1 melee armor. It could be one more big champion fight here. As now there are red dots everywhere in Goku's base, and I think his eco is about to collapse due to these raids. Lots of vills will die to skirms, and Goku's army is kind of trapped at the front of T90's base. T90 has more champions there. He has the hill. They're leading a barracks to fight. Thank you, Sunnyflower, for the sub. And the champions will swoop down the hill.
Brother, ride ahead and see if you can flush the boar out.
And force Goku back. T90 has won that fight. He's raiding in the middle. He has the rams. A few champions still for Goku, but I think T90 has done it. He's down to 109 vills, but with 87 military. And he has queues everywhere. He's queued 44 scouts. He's getting some hand cannoneers out. And he is in a position to raid right now. Goku now actually kind of desperate for wood. He's taken all the wood in the south of the map. T90 needs to realize there are vills on the wood line to the west. But this is maybe becoming a wood game soon, as T90 is taking all the wood in the north. And Goku has taken most of the wood that's in the east, so all of the wood now starting to be forward for Goku. T90 keeps raiding, and still 5k res collected more from Goku, so T90 hasn't completely closed that. But at this point in the game, with that being so close, the KD is going to matter a lot in terms of total res. And one Aztec pikeman hiding in the forest. And the scout raids now, the Teuton scouts, something I don't think Goku can deal with. And try to get some defensive pikemen out, but now his pop is starting to drop. T90 getting a few more vills, but staying consistently at 200 pop, winning the fight in the middle. As long as he's winning fights, it'll be okay for him. And Cannoneer's there fighting the champion. Killing vills. Yeah, lack of heavy plow now hurting, right? And these vills going down. And to the west, T90. Ooh, if he saw that wood line, that'd be another 15 vill kills for him. He has a couple of champions in that ram, because why not? The middle, Goku's still trying to fight, but he's taking losing fights now. 38 military to 69. And I think at this point, he's running out of steam. Maybe running out of farmers, too, for spamming the trash units as the scout raids are getting to him. Fully upgraded Teuton scouts with extra melee armor. 5 melee armor, 9 attack. Teuton scouts can be very scary. As now, with a 5k score lead, we're getting to the ACCM period for Goku. As the vills will start going down on the wood line and the skirms and champions keep pouring forward. Vill down for Goku. And he's fallen now to 113 vills. And Gabby, thank you very much for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. We're just watching T90 versus Goku here. As I think T90 is about to finish this off. There's a back and forth game. And we're going to hop to Rage Forest right after this. Thank you so much, Gabby. Superior scouts with their extra movement speed versus the light calf. Right, they're faster if only they had husbandry. So Goku's desperately holding on. But here come the Trebs from T90. He can take this TC finally. The skirms will hit the vills as the champions come forward, and the TC will just go down right away to the Trebs. Take on the hill, a pair of Trebs, destroy it in 2 volleys. Yep. I think siege engineers should be in. Yep, that's in. So important knowledge for sudden disaster. 2 Trebs on a hill, destroy a TC in 2 volleys. T90 kind of needs to pull the Trebs back to his castle now. He's getting a 3rd Treb, but they'll be surrounded and destroyed by Goku. He's starting to get back to 200 pop soon. He's raided, running out of vills. And John Slow, thank you for the raid. Watching T90 try to finish off Goku before jumping to Rage Forest. Everyone raiding. So lots of ranges here for T90. As the vills for him are adding more. And the skirms are going to heal in the castle, sure. Goku's still managing to spam trash. And T90 somehow needs to get his scout or his Trebs to destroy that final castle. As he's found the wood line on the west finally. And Goku's going to drop below 100 vills. As T90 still has some champions. Are there, yeah, no... Let's see, 27 champions to 11, but T90 has 30 in the queue. So he'll pick off the vills here. And Goku has to keep queuing vills now. He's trying to get a push into T90's base. Well, he finally does have the bigger military, so he won't be taking a losing fight. And T90 might need to run his vills around, but being able to retreat to the castle will be nice with crenellations. Still garrison in the TC, and the scouts will have to come raid the wood line. They can pick off some farms there. Goku losing all of his vills out here, down to 87 vills. And T90's still at 73 military. So he can lose this fight and still replenish his forces since he has villagers. And, oh yeah, that's true. He took down T90's monastery, so no more relics right now for T90. Or are they? Yeah, right in the front. He does have another monastery to pick them up. Well, maybe a chance if Goku can stop T90's champion production. But he still has 12 more in the queue. He has 32. And Goku's going to lose more vills. He's down to 81. There is a point where having more military matters because you're winning fights. But 82 Vils is starting to feel low. Although T90's running out of Vils himself too. And Goku is just 4. Well, it was 5k score, now it's 4k. And Goku's closing the score. Maybe T90 can sneak a monk to grab those relics. He's trying to use all of his champions at once. Now Goku, I don't think he can replenish champions all that well either. Lateral Skirm's shredding. Yeah, Goku, I mean, how big of a loss was it that Goku now lost those Trebs over there and he can't push this castle? And also, T90 needs to use his Skirms in the fight. He's forgotten he has 20 population of Skirms in that castle. That's just wasted. So subtract 20 from T90's population, he's actually at 144 in terms of what's actually fighting for him. He's raiding Goku's Vils, but now he's down to 86 Vils. So neither player with villagers at this point. Okay, and T90, the fact that he's not using those Skirms is now devastating him. What are we watching? I don't know. T90's got 20 Skirms just chilling in that castle. Meanwhile, 40 Skirms are in the middle of his base killing everything. Now we're down to 82 Vils to 75. Yeah, we could have watched Rage Force and come back to this, honestly. This might go for another 2 hours. Does Goku actually have this? It's now 3.5k score. The longer T90 keeps those Skirms in his castle, the worse it's going to be for him. Yeah, T90 might actually lose a game because he has 20 Skirms in the castle. I mean, look at that. That's more like 120 population instead of 140. He has Teuton scouts trying to fight Garland War's pikemen. We still got horse collar for Goku, so no heavy plow. No farm upgrades for him. Yeah, there's still champions raiding his wood line. 82 Vils to 73. Both players trying to queue more Vils. T90 does have more TCs, though, and that could save him. The fact he has more TCs for Vil production. Where'd the relics go? Hasn't managed to get the relics back. If Goku could get a monk and steal a relic, that would be huge. Oh, he found them. He found the Skirms. He found the Skirms. He's making Teutonic Knights again. Do Garland War's champions beat Teutonic Knights? No, but it won't be that bad. He found them. He needed to find them 10 minutes ago. He's going to lose his starting TC, maybe. So neither player can stop the opponent's army right now. He found the relics, though, or he found one of the monasteries. And he knows where the other one is. So he's going to stop the relics from Goku. It's going to be a 0 relic game now. So T90 will lose his TC. The res collected is just about the same. T90's overall KD is much better. He has 1 Teutonic Knight beasting out here. Gonna heal that in the castle now. Pikeman coming out to deal with the scouts. T90 hasn't even destroyed the monastery yet. Pike and Skirm eat TC. Let's see. I've just run out of ad snoozes on Twitch, so hopefully this game ends soon. And we will jump right into Rage Forest after this. The Treb taking down the house. And, like, neither player is clearing the other's army. But T90 now down to 120 pop. He has 3 Teutonic Knights. Asking for pop. It's 116 to 168. 80? What the? Goku, that's not your population. Is that a taunt? What does that taunt say? 86. Is he asking for Vil count? What is Goku saying? Oh, he's trying to type a number, and he can't type the 1. 185, that's about right. Is that a bug in the chat that you can't actually start messages with a 1? Don't call me crazy. That actually is a bug in AoE 2 that you can't start messages with a 1. That is a legit bug sometimes. 80 is attack the enemy with scout cavalry. Ah, okay. You can't. Okay, yeah. That's what I was thinking. I know it's a bug with like AIs and XS scripts and stuff. When you're running an XS script, which is kind of a fancy RMS thing, and you have it chat data. If it starts with a 1, the 1 gets eaten. Alright, so now what does Goku do? Not good for me then. Oh, you can just go to the castle and check the cost of spies. Just go to the castle, check the cost of spies. It's 200 gold per vil. So you just take off 2 vils or take off 2 zeros, then divide by 2. Okay, there's the GG. And we'll look at the stats at the end. As T90 with more kills, Goku with slightly better eco, and T90 could not figure out how to deal with the Atlatl skirms. So GG, get your GGs in the chat. Let me go reset the overlay for, what did I need to do? This needs to be score offset 160 for Rage Forest, and we'll go hop right into Rage Forest. I need to get the next draft here. That is the previous draft. And we'll hop into Game 1 and watch Game 1 from the start. I'm just getting that out of the way. And hop into Rage Forest. Alright. We conceded. T90 called the GG there. So, let's just look at the draft first. Celts and Teutons, as we said earlier, there are Aztecs on the draft menu there for Team Andy. So we'll be a bit behind live time. We'll see if there's a moment where we can speed up to catch up, but I think DauT is also streaming the point of view. Andy probably is too. So, welcome in everyone to Rage Forest. As here we go, DauT versus Andy. We'll just cast this right from the start. We'll have Andy as the Orange Turks to the north against Miguel as the Blue Vietnamese to the north too. And Andy here, it'll be a 2-pond per team map. Miguel will have both of the pawns. Andy will have one. Metu will have one for him as the pocket. It'll be Turks, Aztecs, Burgundians, and Bulgarians against Saracens, Chinese, Vietnamese, Dravidians. So we won't see the Teuton Aztec rematch. But down here on the south, it'll be Chaos versus Matza. Matza on the flank, and DauT in the pocket this time with pocket Saracens. And he will need to go take this pond next to Miguel. So +1 for Imp Skirm. Yeah, Imp Skirm over here for Miguel for his team. That could be a very nice team bonus. So Chaos going to get the wall forward. Remember, this match is a big one for Team Viper. Because DauT needs to sweep Andy for Andy and Viper to end up in an absolute tie. So what happens then, I don't know. But Viper here needs DauT. I'm sure the position where Viper is confident, but he needs DauT to win 3-0 against Andy. And Miguel will lose a Vil there, and Andy will get a pretty forward wall off. And scout for DauT coming down. A couple of Tapirs here at the front of Miguel's base. So wall off from Andy forward in front of Miguel's pond. And wall off here, Matza going to keep fighting. Matza is always going to do something crazy on the flank. He has a house as part of the wall. You don't really see that these days. -2 melee armor and 550 HP. That makes them pretty weak. All the nerfs to Dark Age walls over the years have really changed the type of aggression you can do on the Black Forest flanks. Also, this is one of those maps that has a passage here from basically Andy to Matza. So it is one of those flank-to-flank passages through the middle. And Matza's going to go for a very forward wall. He is sending a ton of ills. And he's going to aggro one of those crocodiles, too. So crocodiles taken down by the Vils. And everyone else will loop around in the fight. And I think the numbers are still there for Matza, so Chaos is going to try to delay the fight until he can get reinforcements forward. Matza not using his scout. Still has a lot of HP on that scout. Would be good for the fight. Meanwhile, Andy is forward. Miguel didn't quite get his forward vills, but he will probably have to go men-at-arms and towers and feudal based on how far forward that wall is. So all these vills now coming forward for Matza, chasing Chaos. And chasing him back. Can he get the wall built now? He has 2 more tiles. 1 tile, nicely done to swap positions, but doesn't get enough HP, so that one goes down. And now he's just sending more vills. Matza isn't going to lose the vill fight. He's got 9 vills forward. He might have a ton of idle time. 24 seconds there. 6 seconds for Chaos. But he's going to send all the vills forward again. Chaos, see, that is open. We'll push through there. A couple of houses here could even lead to more walls. But more scouts coming forward. DauT coming around now, since this side looks to be walled up. But Andy just walks a vill right past Miguel. Miguel didn't notice. I think his vills saw it, but Miguel didn't see it. And he will get a forward dock on DauT's pond. Now, Viper does not like seeing this, I'm sure. As all the other vills for Chaos will pull back. That's true. 24 seconds is not that bad for the Chinese, right? That's like a normal Chinese game. And then your vill fight. Nope. All right, Matza he knows how to play Rage Forest. I hope he has enough wood for a lumber camp after this, because it looks like he's about to go for the douche with all those vills he has forward. That is 13 vills forward. And the pocket is walled up. So Metu is walled. He has done exactly what he needs to do to make sure the pocket does not get douched. I see Raven's Xing over here. And he will just barely see the walls if he moves forward a bit more. Could Chaos wall this in? No, he only has 1 vill. He's going to go for the triple to Purelore. Okay, so Matza will wall that off. Then he's going to have to douche Chaos. That's going to be his option now with all those vills forward. Did he get some forward walls? Well, that's something at least. And he walled this passage. And now Miguel will wall in Andy's Dockville, and DauT will be up to feudal rather quickly. So he'll actually be up to feudal faster than Andy, because Andy's been doing so much vill fight. And Andy's going to go a transport ship. He's going to save the vill with a transport ship. Save the vill with a transport. And here come the vills. They've disrupted the Borlore. Will they go for the douche? This is a lot of time, idle time for Matza if he doesn't douche. So I think he just has to now. I think he needs a lumber camp first, but then you can douche. He's still housed. I mean, he idled for 1 vill. What's he gonna do here? He just wants to take Chaos out of the game. I mean, if you have a Dravidian pocket versus a Burgundian pocket, you're maybe thinking the Halb Onager Civ is better because you have Saracens as the other pocket to deal with the Mamluks. So if you just take the flank out, turn it into a game between the pockets, maybe you're in a good spot. Because, I mean, Chaos, this is chaotic. He's not going to be up anytime soon. Matza still has the scout there somehow. And there's a vill that could go down. See if the scout can catch it. Matza loses the scout, though. That's kind of huge to lose that scout. And wait, there are more vills here for Chaos than there are for Matza. It's 22 versus 13. We're going to have a huge vill fight here. And Chaos is going to try to wall in Matza, recognizing that he has the villager advantage. But Matza has a hill. He's going to get 1 vill. In this scuffle here, Matza with the hill, 13 versus 14 might actually win. I'm guessing that Matza probably is a bit more familiar with vill fighting than Chaos. But vill's starting to go down, low HP vills. I mean, Matza can't really run. Raven has his scout nearby, but then Chaos still has the eagle. Matza is walled in, he's fully walled in, but he has to take the hill again. And Chaos trying to push up the hill. He's lost 4 vills. Matza's still ahead in the vill fight. Matza's still actually ahead, 28 to 26 total vills. He's getting more vills killed, 9 to 10 now. And if he just has an even fight, that's, I think, the best he can ask for. Raven Scout needs to pick off that vill. Raven Scout does get it. 8 to 9 now. 8 to 8. Matza's winning this, isn't he? 8 to 7. The Scout still can pick off stray vills if they try to run. And DauT's going to have his scout over here, too. Or wait, DauT's going to get... Nope, he's going to be picked off by the TC. DauT micro. And now that's 6 to 5. And Matza has won this. Matza has won this. Now he's up 26 to 22. And then the rest of the village has to come over now for Chaos. He did T90 win, T90 lost. Okay, over here, anyway. Big fight on the water, lots and lots of hulks. Double docks for Andy. The transport ship did let him get a second dock. And remember, you can't garrison the fishing ships here, so Andy just disrupting the pocket while Vodka has a nice fish boom as the Bulgarians. And we'll have a couple of forward barracks there for Raven. Raven looking to be aggressive. This isn't walled, of course. And Metu, though, will have a fish boom. So both pockets on Andy's team getting fish booms. And overall, it's a 10 to 9 KD for Matza. And I think he will lose the rest of his vills. If he could get one more kill here, he would be happy, probably. And can he? This is going to be close. And, ooh, just misses, just misses. What's that vill have? 3 HP left. But now, oh, he's not done. He is not done. He is forward. There's the Man-at-Arms upgrade from Raven. And Metu going to go for stone walls. This is Vil on the wrong side of the stone walls. He's going to get some Flemish militia here. That could be devastating because he deleted walls for the Flemish militia. That gate does not have much HP. Will he wall that in time? No. The Vils are actually through now. Because he deleted the wall for the Flemish militia. Metu will lose that Vil. 4 Flemish militia here. Can they fight this? I mean, Matza, he can dock the pond all he wants. He's Dark Age. He can't make any warships. This is still a Feudal Age TC. He's forcing the pocket to invest into army. And looks like DauT will win the pond eventually. Miguel will get some stone walls up, but these walls are still very far forward. Market will be in the corner there as we have the stable for Vodka. We'll see if he actually produces anything. He's almost up to the Castle Age. Flemish militia now have to fight Matza's Vils. Matza will try to... Or no, that was Chaos trying to wall them in. But the Flemish militia will now face Longswordsmen. Do Longswordsmen beat them? 9 attack versus 8 attack. Same armor. Longswords probably do win. That spear blocking the traffic zone. So Vils there still going forward. Matza still Dark Age. Chaos up to Feudal finally. And Raven will stonewall this passage as he gets a Scorpion to accompany these Dravidian longswords. And as long... if he's forcing the pocket to fight here, you're still going to get the situation where it's DauT, who should have a fish boom after winning the pond eventually, against Vodka, where it's Saracens, Bulgarians. I do think I still like a Saracens pocket in that matchup, but Vodka certainly will be a bit ahead. Although he is investing into the workshop, and is only on 1 TC so far, so he's not booming, he's going aggressive. This is just crazy from Matza. Should he have transitioned to normal play from here? I have no idea. So, quick walls to keep the TC safe from the longswordsmen. More militia. Matza still has Vils. He can bring his Vils back. He's only down by 5 Vils, right? 5 Vils in Feudal Age. You can now go to the... he's 11 and 22, though, at this point. Metu's killed some of those Vils. Yeah, he's nowhere close to going up. But he's kind of turned it, though, into a 1v1 between the pockets. But that's going to be Chaos getting back into the game faster than Matza will. So Stable and Monastery here. Wait, what is this? Andy... Wait, Andy's forward Vil was never cleaned up. He's now got a barracks and a stable. That's a sneak on this side. DauT has seen the barracks. He's scouting for the Vil with archers. And that stable could go up. The dock Vil was never actually killed. And Andy's still forward. Okay, Andy forward. That stable could kill Matza. Yeah, only soon it'll be 5 Vils in Castle. Don't worry, don't worry. So the mangonel push here from Vodka. As DauT, with a lot of hulks, has cleared his pond. And now Miguel still being only halfway to Castle. Slightly faster than his Andy. And he does have a fish boom, so DauT and Miguel with the fish booms. Miguel could go elephants as the Vietnamese. That could be sick. I think DauT might need a bit of walling, though, to keep himself safe. As Andy, with a couple of scouts, will keep this Vil alive and try to wall this passage. Matza did wall up the middle there. Longswords and the Elephant Ram now from Chaos. Or against Chaos. As Chaos will make it to the Castle Age at least, and if he needs to run Vils, he can't because he's trapped. But now the Elephant Ram will keep the push going. Only 2 TCs from Metu, so we'll have 3 TCs here from Raven. 41 Vils to 42, so the fishing ships are the difference now. Has a couple of mangonels from Vodka. One goes down to the Scout. Tower on the woodline from Miguel. And this is crazy now. The mangonels hit the Hulks. Hulks go down. Cav Archer's back from the mangonel. And the monks will go for the not the two-handed swordsman, the long swordsman. Who will win this fight now? Raven has a bit of a hill, but that's a lot of Flemish militia, and I think the numbers are there for Metu. And yeah, Metu's going to clean that up easily. Clean that easily. And now with Andy forward doing a monastery, he can grab a relic or 2, or 3 even. And with Light Cav, he can raid Matza. Matza's feudal. And now he's losing a ton of Vils, as he's trying to do the blacksmith in the market, and has to run back to the TC now. And he doesn't actually have the gold to click up. And he's trying to get some... Raven's trying to get some pikemen now. I get 1 mangonel shot on the Light Cav, and Matza will have to wall everything here to keep himself safe. As the pikes come down, they can poke at the Light Cav. Get a couple of pokes there. Vodka forward as the Fire Lancers come out from Miguel. DauT will circle around with his Cav Archers. And we'll have an X here as the Light Cav now come into Raven's base. So everyone kind of getting raided by Andy. The Pond from Miguel and DauT. Matza, Raven, Andy disrupting all 4 players. And Metu and Vodka keep having their peaceful fish booms. DauT's fish boom is pretty far behind, and Miguel still is a flank fish boom. Score is pulling ahead for Andy's team. And Light Cav start to go down. As we'll have a push here, Ram and Elephant pushing through the gate. And the monks will go for conversion on the siege workshop. They'll go for more conversions on the other buildings, on the 2 barracks and the market. Nice Aztec Elephant. Aztec Elephant. And Matza's up to the Castle Age, but an Aztec Elephant is on its way towards his town center. Some long swordsmen and Flemish militia are here. Oh, don't pull back, don't pull back. Go for the TC. Go for the TC, Chaos. Mangonelling the TC. Militia behind the elephant in the ram. The Vils are out. Vils can't fight that with the militia there. He has to repair. The Vils get hit by the mangonel. 88%. Will he get to the Castle Age? The TC is going down. Will he get there? He's out. He's repairing a farm instead of the TC. And the TC is down. The TC is down. He doesn't make it. His Vils are fleeing. His Vils are fleeing. They're getting mangonelled. Looks like an elephant with wheels. That's how you increase the speed of your elephants. The Cav Archer's coming forward for DauT. He was really close to getting up, but I mean, does it matter if he's up, if he's dead? He has 1 villager. He fled with 1 Vil. I think that TC needs to be farther back. What is this? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 town centers. Look at that. He made a hexagon with a center. For 7 TCs. Matza, that TC is not safe. That TC is not safe. The Aztec Cav Archers can kill your Vil. A single conversion defeats Matza here. And he's realizing it's not safe. He's realizing it's not safe. He needs to go farther. He's going to start walling. That's the best thing he can do. Try to keep Raven safe. DauT's there with some Cav Archers. This push will continue. Raven needs to wall and do a workshop. On the other side, a few knights are in for vodka, but Miguel's getting a castle up. DauT and Miguel, I think, could still win this side against Andy and vodka. But this is one heck of a push. Now, Chaos was down, but he is not out. And now he's got 3 TCs, and he has Aztec monks. And DauT has to protect him. Or DauT has to protect Raven. And Raven needs to pull back. This passage is not fat slobbed enough. I mean, Raven is at 87 Vils. That is more than Metu. I mean, almost catching up to the fish boom. And he's going to need a lot of defense here. He's going to need a panic castle in his eco. As we're going to get a forward castle. Oh, from Vodka and from Andy. They got to be careful in case DauT would get cannon galleons on the pond. And DauT is Imp. We have Vodka and Andy both up to Imp. Another castle from Miguel. Still going Fire Lancers. Rams go for the TC. Yeah, Matza now next to DauT this time, but I mean, Andy still has his stable there. What if Andy gets one light cab and snipes that weak Vil? So castle is up. That castle is necessary. With a Rumi Swordsman, it shouldn't be possible to do a ram push on the castle, because the melee unique unit should defend it. Well, that being said, there are 3 rams. There's a lot of rams. A lot of investment if they're stopped by a castle. But now down to 6 TCs instead of 7 is Raven. But he's on 102 Vils. And as Dravidians, he can still boom up. Go for... I don't know. Do you do Dravidian Light Cav with Wood Steel against the monks? That doesn't matter. I guess it just has to be... maybe Elephant Archer then. I don't know how else you kill... Maybe it's just you boom up into Dravidian Imp Skirms to kill the monks. As you do have Imp from Miguel now. And DauT's starting to train Trebs. It'll be a while before Miguel gets the Trebs. Matza booming back. No, he's not booming back. Andy with a Cav Archer finds the Vil. Finds the Vil. And Matza now is defeated. Andy's sneak kills the Vil from Matza. He thought he was safe, but not when Andy's on this side of the map. And now, well, Viper can't be too happy about that. As a win from Andy's team will knock him out. Treb going for the castle. Castle will go down. Vils go to repair the castle from Miguel. No, his allies cannot finish the TC. No, you cannot build your allies' foundations. You can repair your allies' buildings, but you can't build their unfinished foundations. So Andy with the clutch Cav Archer defeats Matza. That'd be an interesting change if you could. If that would happen, I think you just have like one player kind of sling buildings. I don't know, maybe it would work. So Sipahi now, extra HP for the Turk Cav Archers. DauT is losing his fish boom. Miguel is losing his castles. And the timing on this push will be enough. DauT's Imp isn't stopping it. And Miguel might just lose castles before he can make them useful. Parthian tactics now for Andy. And he's going to go full Cav Archer. Yeah, Raven went full longsword to help Matza. Raven was going full Dravidian longswords there. Dravidian's maybe not a pocket sieve for pushing early on. Now Raven is gonna collapse. Metu is super far ahead. And which TC is the Imp TC? There are the GGs. Which of these has Imp? I don't know if we can tell anymore. I think it gets canceled when the game ends. But Andy's team is victorious. They will advance to the playoffs. But I think they still have to play for seeding against Tato's team to see where they end up in the final standings. So 88 kills for Andy, The sneaks were everywhere. Matza tried to continue the aggression to the pocket, but Metu did a great job of walling himself off so that Matza couldn't get there. And at the end of the day, Matza and Raven could not hold Chaos reboomed from all of the chaos early on. Alright, so let's get the civs checked off there. That will be a win for Andy's team. And the civs that they had used were Bulgarians, Turks, Aztecs, and Burgundians. And then for DauT's team, that was Saracens, Vietnamese, Dravidians, and Chinese. They're probably right in game 2 already, so let's see if we can catch up. That was chaotic right from the start. We didn't have a moment to rest there, yeah, and they're in game 2, so we're going to jump right into game number 2. And right into game number 2, and we'll have Andy to the north. This time, Andy's a pocket, and DauT to the south. So this time, DauT's a flank. DauT will be fighting Metu on the flank. DauT as the Portuguese, Metu as the Armenians. The other flank will be Matza versus Chaos. Matza will be the Goths. Wolf right in the middle of the passage, too. So Matza will, I think, happily take a fight Scout versus Champion to get things started. Another map with a flank-to-flank passage. So Xing in the middle is Andy. As the Vils there go for the gold from Chaos. And boar lore from DauT. DauT gonna try to steal a boar. But Andy can stand his scout right in that passage and block the Vil. Yeah, hello, DauT. Up, wait. Can DauT do this? Now the scout is trapped. The boar is trapping the scout. Andy cannot escape. Andy will lose his scout, and the boar will continue. He needs to shoot it again, but he'll get the boar. What is that micro from DauT? What is that micro? Usually the boars are killing DauT's scout out of nowhere. Here he gets the lame, trapping Andy's scout with the boar. Oh, that's gotta be the best micro DauT's ever done. Okay, does he lose the Vil, though? I don't think he will, but just to be safe, let's make sure he gets it in. Alright, he gets it in. Decent position. DauT the goat. Simba helping him. So he deleted a hole in the wall so he can get a more forward wall. Works out for him. You build a settlement to bring your ally back from defeat. And scout down. Arctic Wolf killing Vils. There's more Vils from Matza. Go for it. Okay, the Arctic Wolf just went down. It didn't kill anything. Biting Vils is more accurate. Now that Viper's out, DauT starts to micro like him. More Vils forward from Matza. And walls will go up for Chaos. Build a castle to 99%, then delete to summon DauT. So we will have Vodka on his way forward. He will wall the middle. So he and Andy are going to wall off Metu. They're saying, Metu, you deal with DauT yourself. That's a low HP scout. DauT's not going to dive under the TC, though. That Vil, 10 HP left. All the boars go down. Has some Vils on the wood line. We'll be dropping their wood off at that mule cart. We'll have the boar into the TC there for Chaos. Taken under the TC by the Vils. And another boar here taken under the TC there from Matza. And a few boars chasing the Vil from Jimjack here. So Jimjack going to be playing for DauT's team this time instead of Miguel. Another player whose name is impossible for me to pronounce. I'll do my best. So X there. Andy Xing that wall, maybe saying they need to wall there. Lots of so far out with Goths? What do you mean so far out with Goths? You mean too far away to douche? We have Metu up to feudal. And triple Borrelor there from Matza. I mean, extra nice for the Goths to have the extra Boros on Rage Forest. Or taken under the TC. It's just Jam Jack. I'll need to learn some Polish. It's supposed to be a LAN, I guess, next year in Poland. And Vil survives 4 HP against the wolf from Matza, so Matza will wall this middle passage. DZI is J? Is it really? Is it really just Jam Jack? That's so much easier to say. So houses up for Matza. He's playing a normal game this time. Has a couple of foundations from luring a boar. Getting some walls up. And he's going forward, but I think the other team has realized against Matza, you gotta wall off if you're the pocket. They'll have Champies for Chaos against the Goths. But Matza is staying Dark Age. If you were to go feudal, you could tower rush this. And that could actually be annoying for a pocket to have to deal with a tower rush. Also, this is a 0 pond map, so no ponds for everyone. For every basic sound, the Polish do 2 rolls across the keyboard. That's what I had seen from my very limited experience with Polish. Lots of letters. And lots of like diacritic marks too. So forward palisades there from Matza. He should get this wall forward. And the militia will try to break through this house, as we'll have the scout chasing from behind. Champy scout. And an archery range up there for chaos. We hear more walling there for Jam Jack. With a J sound, apparently. As we have a forward tower there from Metu, trying to push the pocket. And what I say, pocket dealing with a tower rush can be awkward. And militia forward from Matza. Right EAU, read O. At least we still have that same convention in English for all the borrowed French words we have. The DZI is something we don't have. If someone has an English word with a DZI in it, that'd be fun. So there is a house now. Matza just trying to keep this passage walled now, I guess. He's forward with his militia, but he's forcing archers from Chaos. Men-at-arms on the way for Matza, as he still could delete a wall and send his militia forward. Champy trying to do an outpost. That militia pathed in a weird way, but he'll get this walled. Again, he's the Goth, so no stone walls from him. We'll have to rely on one of the 2 pockets to stone wall. And DauT will keep getting walls up over here. Wolf biting the villager. And Vodka does wall the wolf in. Walls the wolf in, so he's safe. And he still is walled off. That is not a very common English word. And I think the syllable then is between the D and the Z. So it's a different... It's not a combined syllable. So archers here from Chaos, picking off the militia. Florid Zinizid. I don't even know what that means, but that sounds like a fun word. Gadzillion? Again, that's still a split syllable, though. Okay, the next part of the challenge is find it where they're combined in one syllable. Godzilla? That's a Japanese word, isn't it? So, Watchtower. But, okay, no tower from Matza, actually. He's saying, okay, I'm not being pushed that much. I don't need a tower. But forward workshop from Vodka, he sees the Goths on this side. He knows there's no stone walling. And he knows Matza has been fighting in feudal for a while, so he's not going to be castle anytime soon for a defensive castle. So he's just going to push down here while adding a TC behind this. And meanwhile, though, we have a forward castle. DauT with the forward walls has led his pocket now to get a forward Burmese castle with potential for a Rambai right in Metu's base. And he's going to keep booming behind this. He's going to have a Kuman boom. Kumans, though, how do they deal with a Rambai? We have everything. Oh, the great thing about being the Armenians, your mule carts can run with your vills when you have to flee. Wait a minute. Stronger palisades for the Kumans, but no stone walls for them. Metu would have to be the one doing the stone walling if they were to chase. Does the castle even reach the TC? Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Here come the Arambai. I'll need to get to the pocket now. But a workshop for pushing the pocket definitely could be interesting against the Kuman pocket. The crossbows hit the vills from Matza, and he has to pull back. He's going to go for some house walls. He'll probably lose a vill. We'll see how accurate the Arambai can be. They can hit that vill. Alright. Build down. And now DauT with a lot of archers. He's up to the castle age. Doesn't want to fight the skirms directly. And now it has to be Metu here doing the stone walls. Yeah, I'm sure DauT doesn't want to let the stone walls go up. But, I mean, it's not like Metu can do too much walling. He needs stone for another TC soon. It looks like they had a bit of a pause. Yeah, that's fine. Rambai is taking out some of the vills and the skirms. Oh, nice hit on the skirms there. Triple kill. And this pressure continues. We're waiting to see if a workshop comes in. I think getting to the pocket before the Kumans finish their boom can be devastating. Andy up. He's at 56 vills. He has 6 scouts. But his stables are on the other side, and he actually wants to push. While he's getting pushed, he's going to try to get into Raven's base. Raven actually not fully walled. Raven will have knights. Oh, wait. Gemjack's not fully walled either. He's not fully walled either. The scouts are going to get in. Oh, this is going to be horrible. This will be horrible. Andy at least knows this is coming. He has a flank who can wall for him. Here come the scouts. The scouts, they don't have any attack upgrades, but they do have bloodlines, and he's in on the lumber camp, and this is going to be a slaughter. The Vill's trying to wall. They'll save 5 Vills at the cost of 8, maybe 9? Oh, that is horrible. Oh, this is the most value I've ever seen for a light cap get. They've just massacred 10 Vills. Oh, so what are we at now for the Vill KD? Minus 10. DauT's killed 10, but Metu now no longer has to fear that he's lost too many Vills. As the opposite side now has opened up a raid for Andy to hit the pocket. Andy now killing Vills of Matza. Vodka's forward with Mangonels. Matza trying to go double stables as the Goths for knights to clean this. I mean, if he does get out 2 knights, he does actually clean the Mangonels, so this won't be too bad for him. He'll need to delete a palisade, but should be able to clean that. Light cav for Andy now chased by the Knight of Raven. I think Raven needed Vills forward for a workshop. I'll see what the Knights can do. He didn't delete a wall. I think they need to go for the Vill first. Yeah, you do not want a monastery going up. And nice hit on the Vill. I don't think there was loom. Yeah, no loom on that Vil, so it died immediately to the Knight. And now that's 1, 2, 3, and potentially 4 Mangonels that could go down from Vodka, as DauT's team still has the score lead. DauT's team still has the score lead, and Matza still is more alive than Metu. As that Knight should destroy the Mangonel. And the Mangonel goes down. So lots of Mangonels from the push from Vodka. Destroyed by the Knights. FreakinAndy trying to come to this side with more Knights. But at the same time, he has to do a castle to defend against the push. So now the Arambai with some petards and crossbows are going to come to the other side. Mangonel defense there from Vodka. So we'll see if the wall goes down quickly enough to get in. Enough HP on the stone wall. Vodka with, 2 1 HP Vils, just enough to wall. Hero villagers. Keeping this army out. He's not fully walled just yet. Has some houses as part of the wall. And needs to turn and wall quickly. Vils down. He'll lose some Vils here too. And is this fully walled? Not that much. No, there's a hole. There is a hole. The gate goes down. The Arambai are in. The Arambai are in, and they're going to be right underneath Andy's stables. DauT wishing he was Saracens this game. Yeah, for the crossbows, having the extra attack. Trade cart down. Why is there a trade cart this early? Anyway, Knights can't really fight Arambai. The Arambai simply run, they're too mobile. Vodka now, his eco is in shambles. As there is the defensive castle here from Chaos as the 2-piece, so he can start going Blackwood Archers. And Raven had some stone walls forward. I think he might want to try to get that again now that they have a brief respite on this side. And Andy's scouts under the TC, still killing Vils. The TC didn't shoot right away. And Andy trying to go for another castle. I don't know how Kipchaks versus Arambai will play out, but nice job from Metu. It's a good thing Andy has a flank that can wall for him in the pocket. But the gates do go down. Gates still weak to Arambai, 0 melee armor, and Arambai have a lot of attack. When the wall's finished, they'll have high melee armor, but not the foundations. So this is a fight. Knights versus Arambai. Where are the Arambai going? And the Mangonel hit the Knights rather than Arambai. Mangonel hit on the crossbows. And this will be cleaned up. This will be cleaned up. But it took now 4 players between walls, Mangonels, crossbows, and Knights to clean it. Andy now still ahead with the Kuman Boom. 102 Vils. But Raven with the Teutons has 104 Vils. And oh my gosh, this disruption to the Burmese economy has been crazy with these light cav. How many? That's 20 dead Vils. 20 dead Vils from light cav raids. He's now got TCs on the wood line at least. And the Arambai are going to keep pushing forward. But now the Teutons will have to fight the Kumans, which I think should work for the Teutons. They'll have the stronger paladins if slower. Also still feudal stone walls, yeah, that's true. Metu is still feudal. At the very least, everyone on DauT's team is in the castle age. I will have Imp now from Chaos as the 2P. He needs to upgrade the Blackwood Archers, but once he does, they should be pretty strong. Yeah, opening Paladins or Halb Siege? That's the question. What does Raven do here? I guess against the 2Ps, you kind of want the Halb Siege. Maybe even against the Kumans, you want the Halbs if they're going to go Paladins. But I don't see anything yet. It is stable, so it will be Paladin opening. Matza has some Knights, too. Matza contributing. Vodka walling up the passage again, though, and that'll keep this army out now. Properly, with a Mangonel behind it, too. Why is he feudal trading? That is a great question. I guess since he has 1 TC, he's just trying to add an eco however he can. Here's the trade cart. Let's see, as soon as the teammate gets imp, he can get slung. Mangonel's there from Matza, not microed back against the Blackwood Archers. As this push will try to get through the walls. And we'll have a castle up in the passage for Chaos. And again, it is 5 bases to 3 right now. So if Matza can hold, which is maybe a big if, with everyone inside, his team should have more resources overall. So crossbows here, DauT, Imp, Bracer, Chemistry, as the Portuguese needs to keep pushing forward. 95 Vils, he could even add a Fatoria or 2 right away for more eco. That forward castle from Andy will go up. Andy still has to defend though, and he's going to have to do step husbandry from the castle while soon getting trebbed. Trebbed by DauT and Raven on the other side in Imp to defend. He's getting the Cavaliers forward. I don't know why his stables are so far back. Maybe he was just worried about Matza dying. Matza has a lot of knights still. He might need to use the knights to fight. And I don't think Matza actually ran any Vils. Might have been good for him to have gotten a TC somewhere else earlier. But he'll get a castle up. That castle will be crucial just for stemming the tide of this push. And actually, it might deny this castle as it doesn't reach the other side. Doesn't reach the other side. But he gets a castle up. He'll go workshops for a ram push. Rams against the Blackwood Archers, which are ranged units. So nothing really to stop the rams. But that's a lot of Blackwood Archers now that Raven will have to deal with if he's going Paladin. And he hasn't clicked the Paladin upgrade yet. He's just opened Cavaliers and it wasn't in time. As Andy's team takes the score lead. DauT's team, though, still pushing on the right. And he'll go for the castle. Bombard cannon forward for DauT. Listen to those arbs. Let's listen to them go. Taking down that house. I don't like that house. And Andy will repair the castle, sending Vils. A couple of cannons still pushing. And Matza is about to be wiped off the map. Still holding by that castle. 45 Vils to now the 55 of Metu. So Metu actually has more Vils than Matza does now. Cavaliers here will go down to that castle fire. But the castle's getting trebbed. And as it's trebbed, Matza now in desperation mode going for the ram push. He's got 4 rams, but 1 Mangonel can stop them if there are no paladins to stop the Mangonel. There is the paladin upgrade as the gate is being held open. So Matza from the back, paladins from the front, will try to trap those Blackwood Archers. And well, that's some resource chaos we'll get back. We'll get the resources back. A Goth's a flank civ at this level. They can be both, honestly. The instant loom makes them decent for the Vil fighting, and then they have the extra boars to, or the extra food from the boars to help them click up if they get into a long Vil fight. It's tricky because they can't stonewall. From the pocket, you kind of want them fully boomed and then spamming, but then in a 4v4 team game, Goth spam isn't as really all that strong because they lack a power unit. And they can be 200 pop, but fighting someone else who's 200 pop with better units. Or 210 pop, even. But now the push, Siege Onager is in for Vodka. And he's getting some nice shots on DauT's arbs, but DauT is there with the cannon. He's pushing. Andy's eco is in trouble, maybe. And if Andy's being pushed and all the pockets on DauT's team are fine, maybe they can lose Matza and still be okay. As Matza's down to 8 Vils, I think Matza's going to be defeated again. Matza might be defeated again. As the cannon are taking down the houses. Yeah, they're trading Matza for Andy, and I'm there. Much rather would kill Andy. Andy, though, he's ready. He has Vils already on the other side of the map. He's building up town centers. As the bombard cannon are taking down the castle. And the Mangonel, or the Onager rather, gets a cannon. Onager goes down. Cannon kills some Cavaliers. And this Onager will also go down to Paladins. Down it goes. Yeah, Metu's gonna need to evacuate again. He's gonna need to evacuate again. Andy's evacuating. Metu's vills are watching Andy's vills evacuate, and they're not running yet. The paladins all go down. Hoardings in the castle from Raven. As the paladins there are attacked by the Blackwood archers. And the Treb's still trying to go for the castle. And Matza here, where is he? Is he defeated yet? Where is his one vill? Oh, he has one. Wait, he made it. He made it away. He made it away. Matza has one vill. He has the TC this time. He has the TC this time. He escaped with one vill. That is a long fortified wall for Raven. His paladins have to be part of the wall. And now only a stone wall. Oh, we need more walling here. That's not enough walls. We've had enough raids in this pocket so far today. So Andy still on 130 vills. He managed to run enough vills. Where is the Imp TC? Okay, up there. That will finish. Imp TC for Metu. Cannon for DauT, taking down the TC for Metu here. And Elephant Stampede now from the Burmese. Has 14 plus 2 attack, still can do more upgrades, and he still can do, let's see, he has the unique tech for extra melee armor and extra attack versus ranged soldiers. Yeah, so Andy's Cavaliers are not going to be able to fight the elephants, and honestly, they're not going to be able to fight the Teuton Paladins all that well. Halbs from Vodka, the best option now. Chaos somehow, the highest score on the team is the Tupi. How do Blackwood Archers do against Burmese battle elephants? With poison damage, they might be okay. So Raven's going to lose a monastery. So somehow they now need to turn and fight this. I mean, maybe Raven could get Siege Onager now? I think this is where he would want the Siege Onagers rather than the Paladins. He's against Celts too, so you're kind of looking for like gunpowder against the Celts anyway. And Andy now does have Paladins as the Bombard Cannon come forward. Onager goes down. And the cannon take down the Onager. Cannon in the back, getting hit. Elephant down to the Halb. Elephants on their way forward, taking down the Onager. Elephants will here push into the Halbs. Siege Onager is getting hit by the cannon. Gunpowder, excellent to have against the Celts on this side too. So Vodka trying to play Siege Onagers on both sides. Well, maybe he needs to here just so they can cut. The Trebs are forward. That's going to be hard to stop. We have a few castles here from Raven. How many paladins does he have? Only 7. That's not enough. At some point you're thinking delete the walls and fight. But the castle is right in range of the Trebs. I have no idea who's going to win this game. The teams are rotating around the map. We have a ton of elephants here, and this feels like it should be unstoppable. Yeah, it needs some... Where are they going to... I mean, the safe trade line, honestly, is from here to here now for DauT's team. They can start trading with Vodka's market. So, let's pay attention to Matza. Matza's on 19 vills. Only 48 minutes into the game. Give him another 20 minutes and he can matter again. And it's only 58 vills for Metu, so question on who matters more, Metu or Matza. As right now, Metu, if he's going to escape, he needs to chop his way into Vodka's base. He's going to need to chop into Vodka's base. And taking down the castle. How safe is Vodka's base anyway? Vodka... I guess Chaos has the safest base right now. Chaos and DauT. So here's Matza booming up 2 TCs. At least he's Castle Age, so he can add TCs. His team needs to make sure they're slinging him. Gemjack's base is not safe at all. He cannot stop this. Somehow he has 54 elephants forward and nothing in his base. Raven had tried to help. This push continues. Honestly, if DauT's going to win this game, I think his team does need Matza to reboom, because the rest of his teammates now are dying. Yeah, that's true. Andy's team has no bombard cannon, so hard to deal with the siege onagers, and right now the Blackwood archers are basically just having free reign to move forward. And that'd be the Teuton SO2 with ironclads, so they'd have a bit more melee armor against the paladins, if they were to get through. But it feels like DauT's going to be the only one on his team not dead. And Andy has 153 vills. He did manage to run and reboom. And now it's just pure halb here, as the onager cut from Vodka has freed the vills of Metu, and Metu can run, and he will find safety in Vodka's base as the cannon keep taking down the ranges. And as Purple now gets into DauT space, well, DauT space now is going to face the Paladins. Those pretty purple pocket Paladins finally devastating DauT space. That's a lot of elephants that could get hit by siege onagers. It's a lot of siege onagers. 12 SO versus 58 elephants. Who wins? Yeah, no bases for anyone soon. Matza still has a workshop here. Oh, Matza! He has a ram. He's going to raid the trade. Matza's going to ram down the market. He's going to stop the trade. He's going to stop the trade. He still has double workshops here that were never cleaned. He's going to destroy 2 markets. Matza's still finding ways to be useful. But now, both pockets on DauT's team and DauT are kind of dead. Raven's the only one with vills, but that's because he managed to run to reboom. This was Metu's original base. We'll have a Cyan TC now in Andy's original base. Andy needs to delete his farms then, so they don't get stolen. Yeah, Matza needs more TCs than just 3. Oh wait, Andy's gonna raid Matza now. He's found the reboom. This used to be safe. Now it's not anymore. Andy's raiding everything with paladins. And one big fight with the elephants against Halb SO. And I think the SO can clear this. SO, yeah, they can get to the archers. Clear some arbalests. Elephants getting pushed back by the Halbs. No more elephants. We had 58 earlier. We're down to 11. I think this is it. Oh, yeah, those elephants were everything. Yeah, it's some panicked walls, but the Vills need to wall both sides. The Vills have walled, but there are paladins on both sides of the walls. Alright, I think I'm just going to speed this up now, because we do have a 3rd game to catch up to. Let's see, I'll just go slightly faster because it's so late game. But there is no way that DauT's team comes back at this point. Absolutely no way. Yeah, elephants aren't everything when you have Halb SO. Yep. And there are the GGs. Andy's team will go up 2-0. And that's 500 kills just about. 499 for Andy for a player who is almost dead but ran enough. So run in time, that's the lesson. Make sure you run in time. Like Andy did. And we will have final game. I'm just gonna hop right into that. And we'll get into game number 3. Oop, I need to leave the previous game. Great. And also thank you everyone who has subbed, because we're 5 subs short of 100, and every 100 subs will add another $100 to the prize pool. So here we are, game number 3 down here. Mala versus DauT in the south. How many pawns are there going to be? There are going to be 8 pawns this game. Same lineup for DauT's team, no Miguel, and Mala on for Vodka for Andy's team. So right now here, Mala facing DauT on the flank, also facing a wolf. The wolf helping DauT. We'll have the walls in the middle for Matza. Matza as the pocket now. They've said, Matza, no more pocket. Or no more flank. You're going to be the pocket now. And we'll have a wall fight here. Gujura Scout for Chaos, but remember that doesn't matter much in the Dark Age. It just gets more attack against Cav when it reaches Feudal. Yeah, funny looking map. 8-pawn maps always do look kind of weird sometimes. Yeah, Raven gets 3 pawns. He gets 3. Well, I mean, to be honest, that's really nice because now Matza takes 1 from the other pocket. DauT can go back from the flank to Fishboom, and Raven can take the pawn in the back. A bit harder for Andy. He could come down there to Fishboom, then everyone has 1 on his team. So weak scout for both pockets now. And we'll just have to get... Oh, no walls. Yes, walls. Lumber camp there as Matsu's scout goes down. Meanwhile, DauT committing to a Vil fight. DauT is a player who might even Vil fight more than Matza. DauT, when he's on the flank, he does not lose Vil fights. He just keeps sending more and more Vils. And he's going forward. He's not stopping to wall. He's just going forward. So Cal's being picked up there from Mala. Berbers will have the faster moving Vils. And that scout from Raven getting a bit too far forward. DauT's going to eat some TC fire with his Vils. Yeah, right. I mean, it's perfect to wall this if you have 3 fish booming people in it, right? Because you can wall there, you can wall there. Yeah, and Matza will be going for the fish boom. Or is that a Borlor? Probably fish boom. Yeah, Raven just has to be careful to micro properly and get a dock up at the right time, while also fighting with the scout. If you lose a Vil, you send another. Well, if you lose a scout, you just fight Vil versus Vil. Yeah, taking a good fight there. And we'll have another Vil needing to run away. This Vil from Mala could be forced back. Yep. Vil hit. It's just a run. And Vil goes down, or Wolf goes down to the Vils there. Couple of borers up by that TC. And now DauT finds himself walled out. So DauT has 4 Vils on the wrong side of the walls. You could maybe try to dock and do some sneaks. I'll have some borers in from Andy to his TC. Dock out here for Andy. So DauT is now walled off. Some cost fallacy. Also Matza with a house as part of the wall. That's awkward for him. It's a lot to repair the house. Not as much as it is to attack the house. I mean, 5 Vils of idle time. Sure, you're happy to repair. Your wood income will be faster. To make up for the difference in what those Vils could be collecting. But it's still also annoying that you have to repair this long and still maybe even be breached is, yeah, 2 more Vils have to get pulled from Matza. Oh, and Arbase, thank you very much for the raid. As we're here, DauT unfortunately could not pull off a 3-0 win to set up a tiebreaker for Viper. So he is here down 2-0 against Andy, trying to play our final game of the group stage here. Arbase Tea Party, hello the Tactical Tea Time. So, Vils do get through here in the middle. And Dizzy, thank you for the sub.
Very well, brave Rodrigo. Face the knight afoot.
Oh, I gotta read a handbook. Oh, I could read the Sudden Disaster Handbook. That one actually looks really pretty. I need to finish it with some videos from the maps we've tested, though. Or that we're going to test. Well, thank you, Dizzy. Hello, Addictive Me. And a reminder, if we're at, I think, 96 out of 100 subs. For every 100 subs, we're going to add another $100 to the prize pool. So thank you very much, Bear Gwyn, for the sub.
You men, you will visit each of the outlying tribes. You must convince as many as you can to join our glorious army. But beware the Karakitai, they are without honor.
Oh, thank you very much for the subs. You were missing the flowers. Oh, and Errowan Kenobi, thank you for supporting RF with the subs.
Preying on hipless travelers, what has become of our homeland?
So Mala went to dock the pond, and his Vil is gonna go back. And we'll have Andy up to feudal as the Georgians. We'll have Chaos docking this pond, the same as Andy. And Metu docked a pond here. Wait, so Andy docked both ponds. Andy just taking a pond away from his teammate. So where did DauT get with this forward? So DauT now has walled off Andy from Mala, but Mala has managed to escape some Vils, so it's not like he'll be defeated. And then the barracks is there for DauT, with 3 militia and a villager for DauT. We'll have here Matza docking a pond, also Raven taking 2 ponds, DauT not taking a pond. Yeah, Andy beating up his teammate, it would seem. Also, this is Andy. I think he needs wins with a chance to finish above Tato in the standings. So he could be taking out the other Onamaru team. So Boar's here, taken under the TC from Mala. And a few militia go by for DauT. And they'll find a Vil on the berries. He has his own weak Vil there. Doesn't want to eat any more TC fire. Triple Boar Lore from Mala. DauT can see that in the Fog of War if he wants to try to stop it. But he looks like he's content just to keep running around with the militia. And we'll have Andy stonewalling off the side so he doesn't get rushed in the pocket. And more boars come in underneath the TC here. They'll be taken down. And we'll have a gate up here for Andy. And oh, there's a cow there. Hello, Metu did some laming then. Hit a cow in the forest. Are there any other random dots that could be sneaks? We had the first game we casted today had tons and tons of sneaks everywhere. Or the first set, we had one of the games from the first set. So there's another palisade there for DauT. And we'll have a lot of protection there with the palisade walls walling off the fish boom. Has to take out his anger from the league games. Some militia attacking the house. Yeah, the relics can spawn on the sides. We increased the number of relics on Rage Forest so that the ones in the bubbles can spawn out there. So militia going for the house, trying to still pressure Mala, who still is Dark Age. DauT just about up to feudal. 5 militia total and another queued. So he could go man-at-arms. And as the pulls, his forward Vil will start to heal once he gets feudal. So that'll be even more annoying for the other team to clean up. Mala will be feudal, but just a bit behind DauT. At that point, though, he can start doing towers. DauT's still not actually walled off, but he'll probably do some stone walls now that he's up. And there's a workshop for Raven that'll get through the palisade without issue, and then the militia should be able to keep this open. And that Vil would love to get a palisade to stop the... or to block that choke point, but not going to happen. DauT has to be careful of the TC again. He could actually stop the market, though. Man-at-Arms a couple seconds away, and he's going to deny the market. So if this were an FC, market is denied now. The front still is open, and DauT with his forward Vil can stonewall Mala off from the pocket. So DauT in a good position now. We'll get some stonewalls in the middle from Matza, and then more boom here from Gemjack with the extra TCs. with him being walled. And forward workshop push from Chaos. So Chaos is going to be pushing the pocket, not pushing the flank. And that'll just mean Matza has to go for several layers of stone wall. Matza's still feudal, actually. Why is he feudal so long? He's Romans. Hasn't clicked up yet. He's just going for a huge fish boom. Maybe he doesn't have the right build order set up to fish boom and still be castle so fast. But Market Blacksmith, he'll be up soon enough. Go for 3 or 4 layers of wall here. And then we'll have a workshop from his teammate from the flank. The flank doing a workshop to protect the pocket. So Men-at-Arms from DauT will swarm and overwhelm an archer. As Maul is doing everything he can to find more walls. As Knights start to come forward. Raven forward with the Mangonel. Maybe this is what DauT's team needed. Matza as the pocket all along. Yeah, the first game Matza got defeated. The second game he got to 1 Vil. This game is looking good for him. He's the top scorer in the game. He has the most Vils in the game. He's got 43 Vils, 25 fishing ships. Alright, let's do the fishing ships gather faster for the Romans? I know the villagers do. Do their fishing ships also gather faster? From fish traps? Never thought of that. That's, capture rate doesn't give me the work rate because that's a paid feature for some reason. Mangonel there. The workshop. And we'll go for the elephants. The bonus states villagers, but we all know how accurate those bonus texts can be. This Mangonel will try to take down the elephants. Mangonels exchange shots. And elephants should get through quickly. We'll need a double Mangonel to defend this, I think. And especially having the monk behind this to heal. Gujur elephants. Maybe what you need is like Gujur plus Byzantine team for extra fast healing on the monks. For healing the elephants. Matza now defended by his teammate with those Mangonels. He's up to castle. DauT's up to castle. Everyone on Andy's team castle, but Mala might prefer to be feudal if he were alive and had managed to run Vils. So Ram getting hit by the Vils. Knights are in. Raven doesn't even need to commit too much to this. DauT will repair the Mangonel. Mangonel kills a few Vils to get the Ram. Knight comes forward to save the Mangonel. And Mala doing what he can to cling desperately to that TC. And he will wall himself into the south with his fish boom to try and stay alive. DauT there with Men-at-Arms even taking out the workshop. And then DauT can start booming after this. There's an X over here. Fortified Church and Mangonels from Andy. So Andy will look to break through. DauT will try to wall behind this a bit. Might take him a moment. Get through. Churches don't have all that much range. I think they start with less range, but benefit from blacksmith upgrades now, if I recall. There were some changes to them. Oh, the Vils can kill that knight. Well, Mala realized he can kill the knight with Vils. It is 4 HP. He doesn't realize. And the Vils are going to go down. He still has 23 Vils somehow. He's got 9 there. 3 down here. Oh, also remember, he had the Vils up here, so he won't get defeated. He won't get defeated. But some elephants going down. Mangonels there now have to be wary of redemption. As Matza at least will close this off. He can't let the Mangonel get converted. The monk's trying to swap conversions to the light cav. The walls do go up. And the Vil here from DauT will be forced back. Camel attacking the Mangonel. Doesn't get Mangonel itself, and Raven gets a shot off. Clears the Mangonel. But the walls are breached now. This wall did nothing for DauT. He has to run the Vil. We'll have some ranges now from Raven. Up to Imp, ready to go Ethiopian Arbalests. That should be pretty strong against this initial push. Georgians can be a good SO civ, but if you catch them in early Imp with Ethiopians, then you go Arb plus Bombard Cannon to snipe the Onagers. And you will need something to deal with the castles. That's forward for Andy now. Andy does have the better boom. I think I do like Ethiopians just for the torsion engines when they're fully upgraded. But it's about being fully upgraded. So Raven now is actually, his forward is walled out by Mala, who somehow did sneak a Vil to wall there. Doesn't have that many vills left for sneaking, but he will try to repair that house. And he's kept his TC alive this entire time, which is very impressive. We'll have several layers of wall here. There's walls everywhere. This side is rather fat slobbed up. Matza now, as the Romans, will need to figure out what he's going to do in Imp. Looks like stables. As he's doing a university. A few boars left over here. Yeah, stone wall. Scorpion gonna take out some of the Arbs. Is it not yet? He can reboom. He can reboom. He's got the TC. He's got the TC. He's lost his base, so now it's kind of like 4.5 bases versus 3.5. There's a wolf going for a vill up in the corner. Vill down to the Arbs. Raven selling food. Bill's down to the mangonel. Mangonels trade shots. Yeah, he's able to, honestly, to salvage this. It looked a lot worse a few minutes ago, but Andy arrived just in the nick of time. And now it's Bombard Cannon Arb as the opening from Raven. And how is Andy going to deal with that? I think that does kind of stop the early Halb siege push. With the cannon able to deal with the siege. And the Arbs able to deal with the Halbs. Late game, when you get a lot of Onager, it's different. But at least early on, you can micro the cannon and snipe things. And Andy is going to repair that church. Georgians can repair for a long time. Why can Georgians repair the church like that? Oh my gosh. That's actually crazy. As that is insane. 3 cannon out. Maybe with 3 he can overwhelm the repairs. Now, Raven has been attacking that church for a long time. Finally it'll go down. But now it's Svan Tower time. Svan Tower for the Georgians. Svan Towers will devastate Arbalests. And DauT as the Poles, he's up. What's he going to do? We've seen Poles go CA quite a bit. Maybe Cavalier could be useful if they're fast enough. Can swarm and overwhelm Andy. So Chaos, not even in the best of spots. He went for that Gajura push, but ran into walls and siege. And he's tried to boom behind it. He's a bit slow to imp on 101 vills. Definitely behind the other team on their flanks. And we do have imp already for the Byzantine flank. Byzantines, again, Cataphracts should be good against camels, I think. Remember, they resist the bonus damage. Gajuras have a bit more bonus damage than usual. And they also have Frontier Guards, so maybe they're okay against Cataphracts. Usually camels die hard. Yeah, Winged Hussar and Sling Gold. I think that Cavalier are much better than Winged Hussar, though. So Elite Keshik. Elite Keshik, are there enough of them? By the looks of it, for now, yes, to push the Arbs back and maybe pick off the cannon. So Metu here is the Tatars in the opposite pocket coming to help. So both pockets here. And they'll have to see if Matza then can think about pushing along with Gemjack and hitting the other side if they're not down here to help. So it looks like here, actually it is going to be Matza. So Matza is coming to this side, so he's not going to try to push his side. He's going to send Cavaliers, but that's Cavalier against Elite Keshik. And I think the Elite Keshik should win that? I mean, they have more HP, but less attack and armor. Maybe the Roman Cavaliers are okay here. If he has committed Tenseis, and they do have a bit of a charge attack, but he doesn't have that yet. Actually kind of needs that, with 10 stables. That'd be great for getting his pop-up. We have Winged Hussars are going to be the choice for DauT. So not going to go Cavalier, going to go Winged Hussars. Not going for the Schlachta Privilege Hussars. He did the upgrade, Lechitic Legacy. Or the Hussars, okay. But that's going to be under Svan Towers fighting Manaspas. Fighting Elite Keshiks. As the scores flip back and forth a bit. And these Cavaliers not being all that effective. Do they attack faster? 1.9 to 1.8. Looks like the Cavaliers attack faster. It's a siege ram from Matza trying to clear buildings. But this team needs some army. I don't think that the Hussar line will be enough for DauT. He's trying to upgrade them. I got a market in the corner there as the walls already go to the very edge of the map. So DauT's team retakes the score lead. And the Winged Hussars have arrived. They will make a clean play for the Mangonels. And he has a lot of forward vills too. He's going to lose a lot of Mangonels and some vills here. Castle also from DauT coming forward. However, the Poles do not have Halb. They only have pikemen. So dealing with this, they now need to rely on the pocket, on Raven. Here comes some of those cataphracts. There's going to be the full rainbow down here as they've walled the other side. Byzantine cataphracts. And cataphracts, I think, should be good against the Keshiks, especially if they're upgraded with Logistica. Which they are. And they do they have elite? I see some gold on them. But the number's not quite there yet. They take a long time to train, and even longer time to run across the map when there's two castles that far away. And that Treb does go down. And he's still holding as the Georgians, as slowly but surely, they are reclaiming Mala's base. Lots of trying to do some barracks as the Romans. Maybe he needs some halbs. Now, Raven as Ethiopians can still boom back. Late game, I mean, Ethiopians, Byzantines, Romans, Poles against Georgians, Tatars, Gujars, Berbers. Not sure what civ composition I favor, honestly. Raven, only 100 vills, 120 population. 38 minutes into the game as the pocket does feel a bit rough. Like any option they have against full ARB spam. For which team? I mean, both teams have siege onagers to deal with ARBs. As Andy's trying to do husbandry and coinage so he can sling. We'll have fortified wall from Metu. Team Andy versus Ethiopian ARB siege. Yeah, I think that's the hard thing, dealing with the Ethiopian siege. That's the hard thing. The rest of the team a bit not quite as scary, I think. Although Byzantines with cataphracts still, I think, against two camel civs, then Georgians, and even Tatars should be pretty useful. It's just getting cataphracts out is tough. 8 of them here. Yeah, Georgians do get SO. That's why they're such a heavily prioritized Black Forest civ. Svan Tower keeps, siege onagers, and a great economy. And if in a pinch, if you need to, you could also play them as a cav civ with Manaspas. A decent stable for Cavaliers. And now there is a push up the middle, as we do have elephant archers from the Gujars. And the bombard cannon will go for the castle of Matza here at the end of the passage. Cannon getting some shots on the castle, banking res. Yeah, a bit of banked wood there from the Byzantines player. Andy's starting to bank some wood. We have Matza who's pop capped, and he has a huge... Yeah, this side over here has a huge bank. It feels like maybe they're not fighting as much as the other side is. Cannon here going down to the Keshiks. And we will just have lots and lots of spawn towers. This is what the Georgians do late game. 14 spawn towers. Keeps among fortified churches. What is this? That takes forever to push. I guess the downside for the Georgians is fortified churches won't help their fishing ships. I don't know what happened to Andy's fish there. The team is trade. They are pushing. And now Raven forward for workshops. Yeah, I'm still not sure why DauT went Hussar rather than Schlachter Privileged Cavaliers. They'd be much better against the Keshiks. And then you have just like Halb Siege from Raven. And now, I mean, Romans with Scorpions could maybe deal with those elephants. That's a lot of cataphracts that are just kind of holding back now, not being used. How will this fight go? Oh, there is one cataphract. How did that cataphract get back there? Well, there's a cataphract raiding the trade. Yep, he does have the trample damage. And now Matza's going to be losing vills. Metu with a huge score lead. Up to 18k. And now it'll be light cav and cataphracts. Romans and Byzantines working together. Ready to charge this. They're getting ready. Don't think there's any more upgrades to do there. No Hussar for the Romans, if I recall. They have the blacksmith upgrades. And the cataphracts push forward. Stable there will collapse. As the elephants here are on a bit of a hill, taking the fight. That's a lot of cataphracts, 37 cataphracts. If the elephants are clumped up, the cataphracts at least will do trample damage. There are onagers in the back, Keshiks forward fighting too. And the cataphracts are making a bit of progress towards the cannon. But the elephant archer mass still stands there. And that has not been cleared, even with a couple of halbs mixed in. They are just too tanky. Seems to have swapped from chakram to elephant archer. They're just so tanky. Chakrams are, I guess, anti-infantry, but should get wrecked by cataphracts. It's chunky. That's all there is to say, really. Cannon here, pushing this back a bit. And there's the onagers. But the Poles with the cannon, you'd rather have the Ethiopian player having the cannon. And the elephants are going to get through, and that's going to block up the trade line. That'll block up the trade line. And thank you, Plotter Ghost, for the raid. That TC falls. This does feel kind of GG, as now the trade is taken. And, I mean, Metu's even in the back of Matza's base, heading everywhere he can. Taking out, or adding more barracks there as Matza to try to go halb. But I don't think there's any way the team clears these elephant archers. I think they need the Ethiopian player to send siege onagers. But then the Keshiks would deal with that if the Byzantine player can't stop the Keshiks. And this has been crazy. I feel like DauT's team reached a point where they just imploded every game. I mean, it feels like DauT's team had a couple of things going for them at different points here and there, but never could put together a full game. And I mean, they are still pushing back here. That extra attack against the gunpowder units is nice for the winged hussars, but this is going to take a long time to clear. Well, Matza still is down here somehow. Let Moloch kind of boom. And what's Mullah doing? He's getting camel archers now. Now the problem is, as much as DauT is maybe getting a push here, we have Mullah back in the game now with camel archers. And camel archers should be great against the winged hussars. 4 pierce armor, 12 attack. And he booms and the rest is history. There go DauT's cannon maybe. Siege Onager out, but picked off. Oh, not quite, not quite. Oh, the Keshik's in the back with the Elite Manaspas still fighting. But the Elephant Archers are right here. And now Jamjack is cut off from the rest of his team. He's got some Byzantine castles. This almost looks like a campaign base with the castles set up like that. The trade carts out there. TC wing kind of overlapping the castle, though. That's the little thing that happens. Maybe one day they'll fix that, so that the TC wings don't overlap the castle. But Matsu's just kind of throwing halbs into the Elephant Archers now. Raven trying to get Siege Onagers over here. That's a lot of cataphracts now. Maybe enough cataphracts to overwhelm the Gajur Elephants. I mean, the Elephant Archers, what do they miss? They miss Parthian tactics, and they miss the final armor upgrade. So they're kind of weak to ranged units. Akashics are there to deal with the SO. Matza, he can't even get up enough barracks to get halbs. We'll have another castle down here from Malo to help clear these barracks. Secure the south of the map where he's got a relic. You know, the Ethiopian player's bottom score. Well, now the Pole player's bottom score. Now DauT's bottom score. It's a lot of cataphracts. I mean, the cataphracts has proven itself to be extremely strong so far at Rage Forest. There are the GGs now, as the cataphracts fall to the elephants. And, well, DauT needed to go 3-0. He went 0-3. Andy advances. And let's see, Twitch is going to play an ad. So I'm just going to let that play. And then we'll go take a quick look at the standings. So we'll be right back for the standings. And here, looking at the stats, that's 518 kills for Metu, 500 for Andy. The Ethiopian player only had 209. Chaos even had 400 kills. That's rough. Andy with the Georgian economy. 111,000 res collected. Fastest imp was Raven. Yeah, that didn't get much happening with the fast imp. Had a good fish boom, but couldn't push. I guess the Georgians are also a really good repair sieve for holding the push. DauT with the most vills. Yeah, Gajur KD. 403 to 76 with those Elephant Archers. That is insane. Alright, so that will be it for DauT's team. Just check off the rest of these civs here. Win, win, win. Everywhere. And losses everywhere for DauT. As Andy takes that 3-0. And let's see, I hope the challenge has been updated. Looks like it has been, because I no longer see a group stage, I see a finals. So we'll just take a moment, look at the final standings of the group stage. Yeah, satisfying symmetry there. So the final group stage. Can I zoom this a bit? Ooh, I can't zoom in. Nice. That's too much. View it all at once. So the final group stage standings as we finish our last match with Andy beating DauT 3-0. But look at the standings, and that actually means... Oh wow, Andy, actually, he's still behind Tato. I thought maybe he would have a chance to advance, but no. So top-heavy group this one, with Valis, Timo, Tato, and Andy coming out on top in that order. Buchholz will determine Valis over Timo, and then Tato over Andy. So Andy's team did make a good run of it. They did, I believe, beat Valis, but very close at the top. All teams are 3-1. Andy did beat Valis, so close standings there. Get Buchholz. These four teams are crazy strong. Then we come down here, and we have Slam and Ganji just kind of missing out. Slam losing the tiebreaker and Buchholz to Sato. But it'll be Barles, ACCM, Samaro, and Sato qualifying. Lewis will finish last. If he had swept JorDan today, he'd have been fourth, but unfortunately will be last in the group. Did pick up a win, though, at least. And the only team that did not pick up a win was DauT's. DauT won 2 games throughout the tournament, and the most games won has been 9. So out of the 12 games played, 9 games won by Barles, ACCM, Valas, and Timo. 8 by Tato, Andy, and Samaro. And Sato gonna sneak into the playoffs with only 5 wins. So the group stage now is over, and to look at the brackets, we now have the brackets here. So it's Valas against Sato, ACCM versus Tato, Barles versus Andy, and Timo versus Samaro. Those will be our brackets, with Barles and Valas being the 2 group winners. So, ooh, Tato ACCM. Honestly, now we're getting to this stage, every matchup's going to be really interesting. Sato also, the former Rage Forest champion. So him sneaking into the playoffs is actually pretty scary as the 8th seed. So some hype matchups, those will be this week. We'll get the scheduling done. So this week is the quarterfinals, semifinals, and finals will be the weekend after. So thank you all for watching. Hope you have enjoyed the Rage Forest. And again, we're 2 subs away from getting another $100 to the prize pool. Every 100 subs will be $100 to the prize pool. So thanks for the support. And let's see. Oh, thank you for watching. I don't think there's any more tournaments going on today, but we could just go cast some random ranked games. You have Emu versus Deeker coming up. That T90 game from earlier was pretty nice. Let's keep casting a bit. I think we're good to keep going for a little whiles tonight. We're gonna have a Maesty Emu show match later this week too. Oh, and thank you for the 5 community subs.
You found some gold.
Found some gold, you found some subs. So that's another $100 to the prize pool. 97 more subs for the next $100, but thank you for the subs. Thank you. Let me also make sure I read the YouTube chat. Who has been defeated the most this tournament? Probably Matza. Well, he's probably had the fewest vills in the most games. So, yeah, Maesty Emu show match. Gonna be, I think, when is it? Wednesday? Tuesday? It'll be the 18th. It'll be Tuesday the 18th. At, it's the rigged show match. So you can donate, and they will get prizes based on the donations. All right, so let me just move the chat box down. And get it beneath the chat. Or beneath the score. Remember, I moved that 18 times. So we'll just casting 1v1s. Well, thank you all. Hope you enjoyed the Rage Forest. And we'll just stick around for a bit. I'll cast some games for a little while more. And I think Matza and DauT both stream their points of view, so thanks to them for also streaming. And nice to have... That's what I love about the games, where we just we don't have like fixed schedules or anything. They can just stream their points of view whenever they want. So we have here Mega Random. And I believe this is going to be... this is actually Deeker in the scoreboard. So put that there. Logo, yeah, we can... I guess remind me to turn the logo back on. Yeah, it is Deeker. So, Mega Random. We have a bit of a Dark Age now. Man, this is so different. Like, usually the Dark Age is there and we gotta start casting right away. Turn the scoreboard off, too. This is, ladder, or ranked ladder. Best of 1. And what are these wild chickens at the front? All right, so forward dock from Emu, finding a little bit of beach. There are some fish in the middle of the sea there. Dock also from Deeker. They also have horses, so no scout fight. All right. So while they have a Dark Age, I'm just going to run to the bathroom because I just casted 3 games of Rage Forest in a row. I'll be back in just a minute. So, Arbase, keep the chat entertained. Let's see, I have a game to turn off. Yeah, I'll be back in a second. Alright. Here, back. And we have Hulks. We have a water match. Should we put Emo in red so that we can see him against the blue? Let's do that. Oh, how did I go up there? Anyway, so Hulk versus Hulk action on Mega Random. What exciting. What is this map? It's like Rooster, but not connected on one side. And then there are shallows everywhere. Yeah, I couldn't follow a horse because following horses is a paid feature in Capture Age. I'm going to use the free version here. We do not support subscription services like that. So here we have a couple of docks still forward. We're going to have a forward from Deeker, though, going for a barracks. And the outpost is over here on the side for Emu. He's going to scout it with his horse soon. He'll see the vills. Will he actually pay attention to him, though? He'll see the vills, but we'll spot the barracks. Doesn't actually see where the vills are. There are shallows out here. And we'll have a siege workshop up for Deeker. You like the screen of moving fishing ships? So we'll have a Castle Age from Emu. Paid for WinRAR? No, we use 7-zip. Oh man, WinRAR, those are old school nightmares. So, Fire Lancer forward. Vills will be forward for Deeker. Feels almost like we're getting to the start of a Rage Forest game with a Vill fight. But forward, Rocket Cart versus a defensive workshop from Mangonels. Emu has a lot of stone should he want to go for a castle. Catans versus Huns. And the Rocket Cart will be on the hill. What do the Huns do actually better than the Catans in this Civ matchup? I'm genuinely curious about that, because the Catans with the extra foraging should have the better Hulks on the water. Pastures should be better than Hun farms. I guess Huns don't need houses, but it makes it harder to wall, too. Tarkans? Yeah, but then Catans could do heavy camel. The Catans, they get their heavy cav archers in the Castle Age. So Emu, he is up. He has 4 fishing ships to 4, is up by 4 vills. Looks like he is probably successful in winning the water for the most part. Oh, the fishing ships, I almost forgot about that. I've been watching so much Rage Forest where I forgot fishing ships can garrison the docks. Man, I hope they remove that. And, ooh, Emu. Removing the Mangonel from his... What is it? His unit list? From his army. I guess that's what it's called. Is there like a navy for siege weapons, an army for soldiers? Is there a word we can use for a group of siege units? From his artillery group? I don't know. You need to sleep good night, armies. Pastures are expensive to get rolling. That's fair. So, Emu's gonna run some vills to the side. This map does not have much wood on it at all. I mean, these wood tiles are tiny. The artillery company. That sounds close to something that's right. The rocket cart's all attacking the town center. As this Mangonel will come forward and try to find more rocket carts to take down. Gets a partial hit on one. And the other gets hit and has to run back. Oop, that one goes down. TC's being repaired. That Mangonel goes down, so lots of repairs there. Emu's eco feels like it's in shambles. He's up by 9 vills, but then spending 11 repairing the TC. I think he could lose that TC. He still has water control. I don't think those galleys can shoot far enough inland right now. They only have fletching. This TC looks like it's going to go down soon. That rocket cart getting repaired by the Vil. And Emu will get a hit on the rocket cart. Not going for a conversion, maybe. TC looks like it's going to go down. And now Emu will be 0 TC gaming as he goes for a mining camp. He's behind in score with having won the water. And he's lost the mangonel now. That's 4 rocket carts out here. And Emu has to run. He's going to get another mangonel. Immediately the rocket barrages will destroy it. And where does he even run the Vils? He's mining gold on the marathon. And that's going to be the GG from Emu. As he could not stop the Deker forward. Eco lead the entire game, more res collected. Equal KD, but the water was not enough for him. My gosh, I can't click the button to leave. EE, let me click buttons to leave. Let me just go here. And then we'll have a in-between scene for the ranked games. So, let's see, what else still is happening? We'll have Emu versus Phosphoro on Fortified Clearing. We can go there. That'll be nice. I'll watch some Fortified Clearing. Oh, thank you for the gift, Ronald Raccoon.
Upgrading to man-at-arms will change all your militia units to the more powerful men-at-arms.
Thank you very much. That'll count towards our next $100 to the prize pool. It will be great if we can hit another 200 for Rage Forest. Let me open up Capture Age. And, oh my gosh, look, they reskinned Fortified Clearing. Whoa. Okay. Interesting. I need to play a few more ranked games because I wasn't aware Fortified Clearing could look like this. There used to just be grass on the outside, dirt in the middle, and you had different terrains on the minimap. Now, look at this. There's some walls on the outside that are getting just put there for some reason. Okay. Wow, okay. So Fortified Clearing with dirt everywhere. There's some mixed in farm textures on the outside. Yeah, Heatwave Fortified Clearing. Global Warming Fortified Clearing. Or I guess African Fortified Clearing with the Bush Pigs. Yeah, Javelinas now can be renamed to Bush Pigs sometimes. I removed that for Rage Forest because it was weird having only 300 food on them. But yeah, different. We got the fruit bushes in the middle. The berry bushes on the outside. We have some of these Boabab trees out here. Kind of like the aesthetic with the Boabab trees. Makes the outside feel a bit more desolate. But usually the outside was the lushy green area. Maybe the inside should be, like... I guess it makes sense for the middle to be dirty. There's that mud terrain there. So, yeah, this is Fortified Clearing. Thank you all for tuning in. Yeah, 2026 Fortified Clearing. So, Foss sending a forward Vil. This is Phosphoro. He has also trapped a leopard, a renamed jaguar. Well, no loom on that Vil, and he's already taken about half of his HP's worth of damage from a leopard. He lost the scout fight to Emu. And he's gonna find another leopard here. Ooh, he has to wall, and he's gonna wall in his villager. Oh, but diagonally, Kamiyuk leopard. Oh, he's doing a house and he's going to trap it. He traps it. Not as fluid as an experienced Rage Forest player, but he does get the trap nevertheless. And his forwardville will be ready to do a barracks as Emu is walling up, and I'm sure he's ready for Phosphoro to do something fancy as Emu now will be walling up everywhere. So Dr. Wily, maybe we should just rename him on the scoreboard. This is Red Phosphoro. I don't know how to spell Phosphoro, I'll just put Red Phos. People will know that, right? And now the Bush Pig will be lured in here from Emu. Oh, what the double attacking the Scout and the Bush Pig. Almost lost the Ville because of that. Surprised he doesn't dodge this map. I guess this map gives him some opportunities for chaos with the Drush. A nice Gazelle push here from Emu. Oh, that Scout dancing a bit. And Scout goes down. And now... Oh, look at the gate. If only this were walled. But it's not. So, the diagonal gate, this is the thing some of those Rage Forest lobbies ban. And he will lose the villager, though. And, ooh, the Scout almost down. 4 HP left. He does get the gate, at least. And now Emu will fight the gate. 0 melee armor for the gate foundations. That's to balance the now rotatable gates. And so Foss will have to delete that when it gets low. Have to delete it when it gets low. Did he delete that, or did he get destroyed? He might have lost some wood. I didn't see his wood stockpile jump up. And yeah, Emu going to wall all the way to the TC. He doesn't want the militia getting through. He's walled both sides, even using the stone walls that started in the back. In this version of the map, you don't have any walls at all in the back, other than a couple little stragglers that don't get removed properly. You spell it Red Phosphoro. I had to Google it. I can put the full Phosphoro name. P-H-O-R-U. There you go. Yeah, just enough room to fit on Capture Age. So, Feudal Age for Emu. Are we going to have more militia? I mean, the Drush doesn't have to stop. So, Phosphoro won't be up yet. Needs a bit more food. And he'll have a good pinwheel of farms going around the TC and some stragglers he still can take. And he'll force Emu to repair that house. He can maybe even lame the Gazelle. Oh yeah, nice lame on the Gazelle. Super low HP Scout, so it can't venture anywhere close to a militia. Maybe this militia can get the Scout. Is either player paying attention? Nope, they'll just pass each other. My dear, cries Emu. Distraught at the thought of the decaying Gazelle on the ground instead of in his villagers' stomachs. Now this will be militia number 6. Now I think Phosphoro will probably just stack the militia atop each other to get as many as possible attacking the house. Here's militia 7. You could probably still even attack without a patrol stack. So 2 vills from Emu to repair, and now that he's feudal, the house will be sturdier with only -1 melee armor and 750 HP. But there's another militia. So Phosphoro is the woo. He did get food by building that barracks. And once he reaches feudal, his militia will heal up. And also, he'll be able to do arson and man-at-arms to upgrade them. They'll be able to get through the buildings faster then. So, market from Emu, who's looking to fast castle, needs a bit more wood for the barracks, with his wood eco disrupted, needing to repair the house constantly. And the militia, let's see, he's not going to stack, we'll just go for the next house. And mark it there. So this is an infinite drush. 9 militia, like some old school Huang play. And Emu will scout. We'll see Phosphoro, he's doing Loom. So with Loom, he's got 9 farms. I wonder if he can fast castle behind this. Or if he'll need to stay feudal for a bit. I mean, 10 farms. I guess it depends if he's going to add more militia or not. Emu showing he can build over diagonals too. How many knights to kill 10 militia? I think 1 Teutonic knight. Because he is Teutons, of course. How many Teuton knights with the extra melee armor? 1 if you have a monk and constantly heal it. I would say 3 makes it safe. 2 could probably do it. So 11th militia in the queue. He's not stopping. How many to kill men-at-arms, though? What if he gets up and does men-at-arms and arson, then does a blacksmith, does the blacksmith upgrades? You do men-at-arms, arson, and forging to break through the walls. That's the question for Emu is, does he maybe just want a monastery and a monk? Because 1 monk would shut this down. Unless Phosphor wants to tank conversions. So now up to the castle age, the house has +1. Went from -2 to -1 to +1 melee armor. So it'll take only 3 damage from the militia per swing from the melee, and the militia themselves don't have an attack bonus against buildings. They won't get that until they're upgraded, but there is the man-at-arms upgrade. And I do wonder if we would see Woo. I mean, if we'd see Arson from the Woo. As now the men-at-arms will regenerate. Fast imp to make stronger houses. Excellent as the Byzantines. Get even more HP. So some berries out there. Emu sees the berries. He's just happily scouting around. Market blacksmith there for Phosphoro. There is Arson. He is just about to go up. There he goes, up to the castle age as soon as his buildings finish. And he's nicely up. So the Woo have a farming eco. Maybe he does double bit axe on the way up. And it looks like enough men-at-arms now with Arson break through a house. I mean, forging to break through even more. Yeah, there he is trying to stack. And yeah, 1 monk. I guess if you have the patrol stack, the conversion is less devastating, yeah. So what Phosphor is trying to do here is patrol stack the men-at-arms so they all can attack the house at once. And there he goes. Now he's got 8 men-at-arms attacking a house, yeah. That is the type of thing that definitely would be banned in Rage Forest on the patrol stack rule. That's clearly an intentional patrol stack usage. But on the ladder, perfectly viable. And now with the monks out, Emu double monastery. He'll do a TC. So double monastery against the men-at-arms. I think actually at this point, Phosphoro needs another Vil forward to do a siege workshop so he can do a siege tower. And then he can go long swords in the siege tower. Trying to wall himself up. Does actually have a Vil lead. So what do we have here? 12 men-at-arms that heal. Could destroy the blacksmith maybe. And more men-at-arms being queued. So I think we'll see longswords this game. I think we'll see some longswords. Or some Jin swordsmen, those two. With this many, I think you need the longsword upgrade, though. 13, 14, yeah. 14 longswords. Yeah, there's the workshop, and this should be longswords in a siege tower. That probably could destroy the TC, honestly. A few monks out. Up, there's that leopard attacking the villager. Goes for the weak Vil. Armor even for longswords. Okay, armor too. That's blacksmith upgrades. Blacksmith upgrades help. No few more longswords. So no Jin swordsman, just longswords. Emu grabbing relics, probably aware of this. Yeah, he should go longswordsman too with the Teutons, right? What's better, 1 extra melee armor or healing? I guess in 1 quick fight, the armor, but then over time healing. That's an it depends situation. Phosphor also building his houses in a position where he's going to be laming the gold. And there is the siege tower. Emu walling. He can't wall behind this, though, because there's a TC there. He can wall in front of it. That's true. Their monks heal from farther away. And their units should heal faster inside of buildings. Is that a thing? Oh, they have free herbal medicine. Yeah, so they will. That's what it was. By virtue of having the tech. Heal faster in buildings. There's Emu going for the house walls. How does he wall off the town center? Mangonel there. Can it take down the siege tower? That'll be 10 longswords. It'll deter him at least. But because the siege tower is there distracting the Mangonel, he can go for the blacksmith. He'll get a ram out too. So our monks will be ineffective in the presence of the siege tower. By garrisoning your soldiers, the monks stop converting. Siege tower is a hard counter to monks. And honestly, longswords aren't even that valuable to convert to begin with. So more walls from Emu, double walled everywhere now, even deleting that hole in front of the TC. Little sliver where tower could still get in, I think. One little hole. Nope, they don't heal inside of rams or towers. Only inside of buildings. Not inside of transport ships either. Only buildings. Shot there, misses the siege tower. Mangonel hits the house. Paired ram from that villager. Pairs everywhere. And redemption now from Emu, but the downside of redemption these days, you can no longer convert the siege tower from afar. You have to be up close and personal, just like with a ram. So while able to convert the Mangonels, the monks sadly cannot get the siege tower. Being in a ram would not be a healthy environment? Probably not. But there's an attempt at a conversion. So, Phosphor will just delete. Only down by 5 vills. Actually has 1,000 more resources collected. And he's still pumping out the longswords. Emu not really getting through all that easily. I mean, not really defending all that easily against this. A lot of pressure being applied. And now he has to double wall this again. Phosphor was there with the siege tower. I think he can still get across. Emu thought so too. He might be able to ungarrison over the corner there. Actually, Emu cannot just wall that with a wall, because then he certainly could ungarrison over that one tile of wall. Now, I gotta be sneaky about those siege towers. Maybe he needs more rams. The Wu themselves do have redemption, but then that's against Teutons. Yeah, at some point you just run the siege tower through the middle, right? So Speedy Ram has to pull back, more Mangonels, and maybe he could just go for like an overwhelming number of rams, 5 or 6 rams, and then try to push. So if he ever does get in, oh, that scout goes down to the longswords. If he ever does get in with the siege tower, he can take down the monks easily. Yeah, but double Mangonel defense kind of stops almost infinity rams. Oh, he even Mangonels his own ram. That's not what he wanted. I completely missed the monk there. I guess the missed shot somehow hit the building. Or he right-clicked the building instead. Yeah, at this point, it's almost like the middle is the more vulnerable area than the back. He still has a good res collect lead. There's a big fly for buzzing around again. Vill goes down. Yeah, not adding that second TC is painful. Up, and he's just going to call the GG. He's going to call it. He's going to say Emu has built a Teutonic fortress, and he's not going to be able to get through. So, rip. Would building a watchtower help to see the monks' Mangonels? I mean, outposts do that, right? Teutons should just get Town Watch at some point, right? So he did Town Watch. And if you're asking for Emu, he does have Town Watch on the houses, so that'll give him enough vision. The Watchtower was more if you upgraded to Guard Tower. So Phosphoro went for the Militia. Did not quite work out for him. 6-3 KD. 4 minutes later to Castle. And Emu was able to boom. Oh, Outpost. Outpost could be helpful, yeah. I'll look at that purple light of the score. Alright, maybe we cast another game. We'll see who's still playing. Still have people watching, so we can keep going. Oh, T90's playing again. And watch more T90. Varvaris against T90. A bit of a ways into this. This will probably be my last one before I have to go eat. Be good at least 5-hour stream. Alright, so we'll have Varvaris versus T90. Or DS Varvara, as he's calling himself now. Poles versus Berbers. So Berbers for Varvaris, Poles for T90. He will Fovark his chickens. And have berries in the back. He'll have a pond should he wish to fish boom. He'll have a nice pond. You know, not going to do an eating ASMR stream. I'll just have to raid someone. So more farms around the TC there. As we're up to feudal and join just in time to watch the player's wall and get to feudal. So just as the game started in earnest, the spear from T90 will be poking Varvaris' scout, getting a nice early poke. And as the ad break ends, welcome back everyone. We have T90 against Varvaris. Another ranked game. And we'll see if this is as competitive as that one he had against Goku, which was an absolutely wild one. So Scout's still going down. Varvaris the Chatter? The Chatter? I don't know him as a Chatter. I would know him as he's probably... I don't know where he's from. He's on Dark Side, so good chance he's Spanish speaking. So lots of spearmen still patrolling the back, but T90 will be walled. We'll have a Folvark on the berries he'll use for the farms. Honestly, this is where I wouldn't mind seeing T90 wall all the way to the edge. And over here. Use the pond. Suggest he's Argentinian? Yes, I believe so. So spear to chase the scouts back. They'll go past the stone. See what they can find. Another scout will be running around out there for Varvaris. Still full HP now. That'll be his second scout. But so far, nothing too aggressive. This is just a Wall and Boom Arabia game. Wall and Boom Arabia with some more scouts from T90. We saw how he didn't like all of Goku's walls in that previous game we casted. Is this game live? Yes. Yes, it is. Let me add that to the title. Casting T90. So spear around for Varvaris. And we'll just go be taken down by the scouts. Nice attack from T90. Gets a good group to attack the spear. When the spears come over, they will chase the scout. Chasing that scout away. The scouts here will go for the stable. There's a Vil there from Varvaris goes to repair. And T90 will lose a scout, so chalk up a kill for Varvaris, and both players up to castle. Slightly faster here for the Berbers. So we're going to have cheap camels they can go for. T90 may be anticipating camels, or that possibility is going to add archers along with his scouts. So his army gets really cheap when he gets Schlachta privileges, and then also just based off the Folvark farms. That's going to matter more mid to late game. Early game and early castle especially, Berbers will have the cheaper and easier to spam cav units. Map script is kinda crazy. What's so crazy about this one? It feels like a very standard Arabia. The bloodline's on the way. As we'll get a couple of archers out here, or just one archer actually. So bloodlines and fletching. This isn't going to be Berber CA, is it? Is it going to be Berber CA? It's twice as close to the edge chart. There's some variation. I think this is just the normal circle on Arabia, where there's a bit of variation on the circle now. And T90 is just in a corner where you have more backspace. Corner towards the middle. Oh, it'll be camel archers. It'll be camel archers. Okay, there's one knight. Can you get the knight out in time from the stable? As this castle looks like it'll go up uncontested. Some more walling, but safe gold, safe stone, and a second TC now. And how do Poles deal with camel archers? I think that's a particularly tricky unit for them to figure out. There's a town center. And we'll have Bowsaw and Bodkin for T90. So far it looks like he just wants to go for more crossbows. You can amass crossbowmen much more quickly than the Berber player can amass camel archers. Even though the camel archer over time becomes a stronger unit. Alright, what Varvara will be looking for is if T90 ever has small isolated groups of crossbows, where he can grab a numbers advantage and take fights. Also just try to sneak out and try to avoid the crossbows, but good scouting from T90. And he'll pull back with the camel. Actually, is a good counter against camel archers. That's a good question. I think they're kind of hard to counter. Oh, maybe T90 finds a counter if he can patrol stack the scouts. But it does get it. Sacrificing 2 scouts for it, but it does work. He might sacrifice more scouts, though. They're very low HP. He wants to keep them alive for sniping monks. He does see the monk now. And crossbows looking to pick another camel archer, so 2 camel archers down. Nice start for T90 there. So 1, 2, 3 TCs here for T90. As the crossbows get hit by the castle fire. I'm gonna pull back, just snipe a farm, and T90 will 3 TC boom. He will 3 TC boom. And this will be a 3rd TC for Varvaris, as he actually is ahead in Vil still. Thanks to that earlier TC. Still waiting for the fish boom from T90, still waiting for the fish boom. Yeah, if you have a lot of cav, you can maybe overwhelm them, but then the Berber player can easily add camels. There's gold mining, although T90 did destroy that stable, which does make it awkward now because there is no husbandry in. No husbandry, so it'll be a bit slow. Oh, and Varvaris is trying to grab a forward relic. Did he scout all the relics? He did scout the forward ones. Just missed scouting the one in the south. But yep, this is what he wants to avoid losing camel archers to crossbowmen. He'll try to just get the relic away and hide it in the side. Now, if he hadn't lost those first 2 camel archers, if he had 7, and this were 7 versus 7, he could then maybe group everything up and then take a fight. But because he lost the initial ones, he's going to run the camel archers right back into the crossbows. No ballistics for T90, so he can't quite hit them all that well. But now T90 will come forward with the 3 TC boom and go for a forward workshop. Now, the workshop is maybe a bit hard to get pressure forward with because of that castle. But there is still the time that Varvaris has only the main gold within his base and has to get pretty far outside near a hill to grab a second gold. And the third gold he has is forward. Got the Poles go for fish booming? I mean, it is a wide open pond. Hello, Arizona Ranger. Who is Redville taken down by the camel archers, so T90 loses the forwardville, doesn't get the outpost. Well, he knows there's a castle, so he knows that he can't push with only mangonels. And there is ballistics for Varvaris on the camel archers. And right now, T90 with around 1,000 more resources collected. That castle did slow down Varvaris quite a bit. T90 will go for the university. One archer behind the wood line, but camel archers pick that off. Scout looking for monks. Won't quite find it there. Nice try. But Varvaris, well, maybe the scout will loop around. So far, he's being sneaky. And Berbers do have a good tech tree, but the tech tree is mostly centered around the fact camel archers are an insanely strong unit. I still think Berbers in the long run probably should be favored against Poles, unless maybe all the gold runs out. And you're against the Folvark plus Winged Hussar spam. Because both of these civs do not have access to Halb, they only have pikemen. What makes camel archers good? They're basically a stronger cav archer that counters cav archers. They have a lot of hit points, they're very mobile, and they're just in general good against a wide variety of units. You don't want to take straight up fights against skirms, but other than that, it's hard to find units that counter them effectively. They're Mangudai on camels. Now, not quite Mangudai, but still strong in their own right. And not quite conquistadors either, but up there with them. He could have tried to run in there, but not going to do it. Still outpost, and still T90 cautious here. Not putting the pressure forward, leaving a lot of those crossbows idle. He's not attacking the workshop, and he wants to get a castle in the middle of the map. And Imp on the way now for Varvaris, which could mean he can treb the castle, and will mean he gets Bracer on the camel archers. So that's one thing the camel archers do better than conquistadors. They scale into Imp better, where they get Bracer. And ballistics and chemistry compared to elite conks. Yeah, but this is not what Varvaris wants. Taking a fight before Imp, losing the camel archers, as T90 now has ballistics. And he's actually closed the res collected gap quite a bit, thanks to having some Vil lead for a while, but Imp will change the Vil lead, as one of the TCs has to be going up to Imp. And he'll get a nice castle out here protecting the other gold, so castle on a hill protecting a side gold. And that removes some of the pressure from the time he had to move off of the main gold. And right now, T90 splitting the crossbowmen up. Only 4 camel archers here. T90's gonna let the bear fight, but or Varvaris let the bears fight on both sides. And look at T90 doing everything he can to hunt down those camel archers, spreading his crossbows across the entire map. Varvaris has just got to be so frustrated, like, where do I have to run to escape? But 2 synchronized deaths, as even the outpost vills are getting in on the fighting. Hill bonus for T90 and a second villager. And a second villager. Yeah, also the 7 base attack against knights, right? Because think about cav archers, they have 6 base attack. Crossbowmen have 5. Camel archers up to 7 means that they do 1 more attack than cav archers. A unit that is strong because it does 1 more attack than crossbowmen. So against knights, they shred through knights, even if knights get armor. Thank you, Sandrew, for the follow. 070707. Imperial Age at the TC. And the walls will not be up in time for T90 as the Camel Archers will get around to the back. Might even kill the Wallingville. But he's trying to push. He's underneath a castle and a TC though. And he'll lose quite a few crossbowmen there. Walked into a very dangerous spot. And more relics coming in for Varvaris. That'll be his 3rd. T90 should have 1 in the back. Don't think there's a way a monk gets there just right now. 6 Camel Archers around the back, Plate Briding Armor, and Cavalier. So it's going to be a complete unit swap. So Plate Briding Armor and Cavalier now for Varvaris. And T90 up to Imp 2. So Varvaris, I think what he was hoping was that he could beat T90 to Imp and then go cheap Berber Cavaliers and be able to overwhelm the Arbs before they got upgraded, or the crossbowmen before they got upgraded. And it's the attack differences we were talking about. 7 attack total with the blacksmith upgrades for the crossbowmen against 6 armor for the armored cavaliers means they only tickle the cavaliers, they do 1 damage. But you start upgrading. You get bracer, you get chemistry, and you get arb, which the Poles do have access to. Chemistry and arb. Thumbring too. And then you can win with the arbs versus the cavaliers. So now we get Schlachta privileges research for T90 as he gets a couple of trebs ready. If there are a lot of cheap Berber Cavaliers, they can take out the trebs. So, okay, what are the effects here? Nightline minus 60% gold versus stable units 20% cheaper in the Imperial Age. And considering the Poles have the Folvark farm, I think the Polish Cavaliers will be significantly easier to spam than the Berber Cavaliers. But then the Berbers can just spam heavy camels. In which case the Poles still need to use their arbs. And then the Berbers maybe go Genitors if they want to counter arbs. It's tricky. There are lots of different options and switches in the matchup. So this castle though, will be trebbed down by Varvaris. There's armor for T90. Also, the Berber Cavaliers will be fully armored. So the Polish ones will miss the final armor upgrade. That matters, Cavalier versus Cavalier. The Berber ones actually are slightly stronger. Obuki are underrated, but again, a unit that would die to the Camel Archers as the ranged Cav Archer option. And there's conscription, and there won't be any Obuki for T90 if his castles go down. They forget he has Genitors. I mean, that's always a possibility. So T90 with the outpost will see the TC, and his crossbows will regroup, and that might just mean the TC goes up. He could get close to denying it. He needs to shoot at it, but he's not going to pay attention there, and he's just a bit too late as the Vils garrison, and the TC picks off a couple of crossbows. That'll idle the Vils at least. Varvaris trying to take an extra gold. T90 moving out to some of his golds. As Varvaris gets some outposts up. Those new flags really do look nice. That was a nice addition. And this castle will fall to the Trebs. And now 17 Cavaliers. No, make that 34 Cavaliers. But Arbalests are in for T90. And what else is he missing? He's missing chemistry and he's missing Thumbring. So not fully upgraded Arbalests. However, Arbalests that now are isolated on the left of the map, 37 against 34 fully armored Berber Cavaliers. Some Cavaliers go to harass Vils building the castle, the rest are going to go try to find those Arbs. And Varvaris knows if he finds them, he'll take a good fight. T90 is going to do everything he can to hide them and keep them hidden. And maybe Varvaris thinking they got back, we'll see the castle go up and won't be able to pick them off. And now he's trying to go some camels. T90 getting a Polish camel. And the Trebs that did take down the castles are now a bit forward. The Ville's trying to repair. Castle here should be able to protect them from the knights, and enough camels that the Trebs will stay standing. And the Cavaliers have found the Arbs to the west. And charging down the hill will be the Berber Cavaliers. Can the Arbs get enough micro to take a decent fight? It's going to be hard. You usually need overwhelming numbers. Maybe one thing Varvaris could do is try to run some Cavaliers to the back, and he's doing that right now. Trying to get them to head off the Arbs before they get into the little choke point T90 wanted. And that is great. He is now atop the Arbs. Great micro with the patrol there, and all the Arbs go down. All the Arbs go down. And now the Berber stables will go burr as they start making camels. And T90 trying to get more monks out. Hoping that his Cavalier numbers could still overwhelm the camel numbers. These are discounted camels and can be fully upgraded, and if there are unique techs added in, they can even heal, or they regenerate HP, so Berbers would have really good and cheap camels. It's a matchup where T90 then needs a ranged unit, Arbalest or Cav Archer, to deal with the camels, but we just saw what happens if Arbs are out of position compared to Cavaliers. And Light Cav even added in. If it goes late, the Berbers will indeed have their discounted Hussars. So castle drop from T90. That's coming forward. That will not let Varus wall off. And in comes the flood of Cavaliers. Ooh, is this a DauT castle? Is this a DauT castle? The Cavaliers not taking the best fight, but all those villas are going to be forced to garrison. As long as T90 can protect the Trebs, he can swoop the Cavaliers back once the castle goes down. As 3 Trebs should be able to take it down. He might just want to focus one castle, though. Some camels in the back to protect the Trebs. Not really all that many Arbs for dealing with camels. Only 16 of them. Now, Varvaris, there are so many things he wants to kill. But he's going to let the Vils get away so he can protect the Trebs. More Arbs now for T90. That's getting to a better number. But it's Cavalier Camel against Cavalier Arb. And Trebs now can go for the next castle. Honestly, if that castle goes down, then Varvaris tries to pull the Trebs back. And then once the Trebs are back, he can raid better. Oh, there's a pause. Who paused right now? Who's pausing? T90 asking, are you lagging? Or just me? Varvaris says no, so T90 taking a lag pause. This is intense micro. Is that the real pronunciation? For what, Varvaris? He has an S at the end of his name, usually. And this is an absolute clear of T90's army. And he's going to call the GG. So, yeah, that's very well done from Varvaris. And I think one of the questionable things from T90 is the forward workshop, when he saw the castle already, to go for a Mangonel push. Because the Mangonels weren't going to achieve anything. If you're going to go for the forward push, I think you need to get around the sides somehow. But he just kind of didn't go anywhere with it. Better a lag pause than a lag re. Yeah, that was an interesting game, at least. I do like Berbers in the matchup against the Poles. I think that Berbers overall are probably a better Arabia Civ than the Poles. And as someone mentioned, we didn't even see the Genitores, which could be an option against the Crossbowmen. So that's a 175 to 108 KD. Yeah, and you see the huge army numbers for T90 are a bit deceiving because it's crossbow compared to camel archer, so he has the weaker unit, and then that's not showing the castle. So the castle and the economy protecting it. And as T90 was booming, he was 1k res ahead at some point, but behind in Vils, and couldn't really turn the resource lead into aggression. It also meant he had fewer farms for the boom, that's true too. So let's see, that was going to be my last one because I am hungry, but he's going to play again. Want to cast one more game of T90? Yeah, let's do it. Let's do one more. We get an ad during the spec delay, then we'll do one more game. Sure, I'm reading YouTube chat too. Yep, and I'll I'll put the timestamps and stuff in the VOD when I'm done streaming. Once it processes, that's the word, processes. So T90 versus Speed. Mongols, a very speedy civ, appropriate for the name. Wei versus Mongols. So the Wei, probably one of the top Arabia civs these days. There's a GLHF from Speed. That's a good starting point for someone. Last I played, there's a custom scenario. You could learn build orders. Honestly, those probably still exist. The starting point is probably just make sure you play the Art of War. At least the early economy one. And then kind of get used to the standard gameplay of scouts or men-at-arms as your two openings. It's maybe a bit trickier these days because of all the phosphor rushes people do, where they go straight fast castle for unique units. Or probably just learning the basics of 19 pop scouts is the place to start. Somehow I have like a rock in my shoe right now. Try to get that out. You ever have that, like one of those rocks in your shoe that no matter what, you just can't get it out? It just stays there. Keep stepping on it. I don't know how it got there. I've been sitting at my PC. I did run outside to get the mail between games. Maybe that was earlier. Anyway, Rhino map on Arabia, which is insane for the Mongols because they get their hunt faster. And here is Speed. Will be taking the hunt very speedily as the Mongols. So, scary map, as I said, the 400 food rhinos for the Mongols, and the deer, so you're not messing around with the chickens. Pushing in a deer, taking the rhinos. And then Ville's over here on the lumber camp. I'll have a house out for Speed. I have a house forward also for T90. He can wall across the front. He also needs to go pick up his geese. He hasn't found the geese, though. T90 hasn't spotted his geese. He'll be pushing in his gazelles, luring in his rhino, too. And could just be a scout's opening from both. Not the easiest map to wall. I think this is one of those 4 woodline maps where the woodlines are kind of far away. Well, the gold and stone are both back for Speed, so he might have to play open at the start, but we'll have all of his critical stuff in the back, other than the berries. Well, with all the food he'll have at the start, could maybe do without needing the berries right away. The fastest feudal pop is 22. Yeah, it's 19 is the standard these days. For the most part. Yeah, there's the old Cicero mod, but that I don't know how up-to-date that is. Yeah, Zero Empires made the first interactive fast castle tutorial many years ago on HD. I remember that. That was around like 2016 or so, I think. 2015, 2016. I mean, you'll see people luring deer at all elos. Honestly, you don't really need to worry about it. Until you're probably like, I don't know, 1600 or so. Oh, there'll be so many inefficiencies in the Dark Age until that point anyway. The deer won't make too big of a difference compared to just the fundamentals of keeping the vills working, not having idle time. You have my sheeps, says T90, as he scouts them. And yeah, as he scouts them. Yeah, he spent like 30 hours on the guide until he got the A grade. Yeah, that's what I talked to Phosphoro about when he was coaching the Spiffing Brit. That he apparently spent several hours just practicing the Dark Age build repeatedly. And it does help when you can basically autopilot it. Push deer as well and you're safely below 900 elo skill. There is feudal from T90. Send a Vil to do a barracks. And a house. There's speed up to feudal. Vil will fight that scout. Take a couple of hits. And, well, won't quite keep the wall open, but the Mongol scout being up fast. He would love to keep it open for the militia. Oh, will he actually do it? I mean, T90 can kind of tell what's happening here, right? He wants the house. Speed sees exactly where he wants the house, and T90 can't get the houses constructed. The men-at-arms are in. What speed he got forward with the Mongols, with their men-at-arms. And he might get a Vil. Has to be wary of the TC fire. Don't think he'll get a second. T90 will try to wall his Vils in, but there's the GG. As Speed, true to the name, got the men-at-arms in before T90 could wall them out. And he saw the scout there dancing on the house foundation. That's always tricky, because your opponent is going to try to stop you from walling, so that the men-at-arms can get in just as they did. And, well, nice and easy. T90 has to run his eco. His plan was to wall above the TC and leave the bottom open, keep everything safe up here, but did not work out. Dang, Speed, very good. Very good game there. And honestly, just men-at-arms, right? That's the speed of the Mongols being up at 807. Being up at 807, clicking men-at-arms right away. As that is, I believe, 17 pop up or 18 pop no loom. Let me just check. Did he have... Yeah, he didn't have loom. So that was an 18 pop no loom up from him. And yep, let's see. A losing streak. A bit of one. Well, he's right back into that game again. I said that was going to be my last one. But let's just do one more. Let's just do one more, because that was short. That was just men-at-arms. That was more build order than a game. There you are. And they've swapped colors, so this time T90 will be in the red, and Speed will be in the gray, the stinky gray color. Muisca versus Maya. So a Mesoamerican Civ for Speed versus a South American Civ for T90. The Muisca are the monk Civ with the Guecho Warrior. Guecho Warrior does sound like he should counter plumed archers. How do Eagles versus Champies do? I don't think I've seen this matchup yet, so I'm interested how it's going to play out. We have blue versus red. Sure, I can put Speed into blue. I usually like keeping the colors, but we don't have to cast gray if you don't want to see gray. That's fine. Turn the gray skies blue and shine the sun on T90's gameplay. Also, look at all the pawns. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 pawns on this Arabia. Imagine all the fish booms you could get. Oh, I hope we see fish booms. Fish booms would be amazing. So Villa just going to chop the tree here. Speed will garrison the TC and shoot the boar a bit. Take the boar down. Nice and easy. Send a few vills over to the other wood line. Speed map is very wallable. Well, he has some easy walls between each pair of his wood lines, but then kind of harder to get to the back of the base. Could just go straight to the TC. Basically do the same thing like T90 did, where you wall between the wood lines and away from the edge of the map. T90's base, meanwhile, this is a big area to wall. This is pretty awkward, too. I feel like the first settlement maybe should have been here between the gold and the wood line, then he only needs one. And then the other settlement can be here on the chickens and the gold. And then you get 2 settlements, you get food, wood, and 2 golds. Well, I guess if you have 1 gold, you don't necessarily need the second. How do I learn to fish boom? I think the answer is play Rage Forest. Play Rage Forest. And you'll learn. I think there are some low elo lobbies in the Discord sometimes. Or some mixed skill levels. A literal wood line. Yeah, a literal wood line of birch trees at the northeast. Yeah, this is where the wood, the cliffs spawn before the wood, and the wood has a minimum distance it needs to stay away from the cliffs, and that pushes it right against the edge of the map when the cliffs are in the right spot. The literal wood line. Is T90 scouted? Ooh, he didn't scout the pond he has. Oh wait, he did. He sees the beach. I hope he fish booms. Fish booming is actually, I think, legit worth it on Arabia. Whenever I see it, I feel that it pays off. You watched a Viper game? Viper's gameplay might be a bit hard to learn from on Rage Forest. Pond big enough for a fish boom? As long as he can fit a dock somewhere, he can fish boom. That's all you need. One dock. Does the food efficiency of fish boom diminish over time versus farming? Actually, fish traps, when you do fishing lines and gill nets, I believe still are faster than farms, even with wheelbarrow and handcart, in terms of the speed you collect the food. And unless you have some bonuses like Sicilians on your team, I think the fish traps still have a better wood to food ratio, even with crop rotation. Maybe I'm wrong about that, though. But the thing about fish traps is they never diminish in efficiency, because you're probably not going to need to reseed them in the course of a normal game. And they're right adjacent to the dock, so you don't need to sail anywhere. It's not like you're going farther away from the TC. I mean, that's what we said. Who said people at like 1200 were pushing deer? If you want to beat that, you can learn how to fish boom, right? Learn how to fish boom. Chill, bro. The eagle. The eagle's gonna try to run in. I don't think that's the right spot, though. So, settlement for T90. Champy versus Eagle. This is what I want to check. The Champy has +3 against shock infantry. So now in the feudal age, the Champy should beat the Eagle, I think, and beat it quite handily. Well, that Eagle had taken some TC fire, but the Eagle's faster, so it can run away. Hybrid maps in AoE 4. I remember when AoE 4 first came out and I played a hybrid map. It was just the French, because they had a Castle Age ship available in the feudal age. So they were by far the best civ. And if it wasn't over early, it would last for 2 hours because you could trade for wood on the water with the neutral docks. And you'd have infinite wood. Win versus any gold melee unit? They might not. Might not. But it's kind of crazy to think about how strong eagles are when that's the case. What counts as shock infantry? Anything that has the shock infantry armor class. It used to be only eagle warriors. Then they changed it to shock infantry. And then what else has it? Gen swordsmen and fire lancers? Is there anything else? I think just those three. Eagles, Gen swordsmen, and fire lancers. So it's more like the FC barracks unit. It's probably the most, maybe the Abirapima warriors? Those ones. Oh, Temple Guard is shock infantry. Okay. Yeah, that's also from the barracks too. I forgot that's from the barracks and from the monastery. So yeah, I think all of the FC barracks infantry units, or the Castle Age barracks ones. Of course, that's what the Eagles started as before they were available in feudal, but all those are shock infantry. Guten Morgen. Hello, Saxi. How's Tristan doing? He lost the last game in around 9 minutes against Mongols Men-at-Arms. And this game, he's doing a bit better. He had a 90-minute game earlier that he eventually lost Teutons versus Aztecs to Goku. He could not figure out a way to fight Atlatl skirms as the Teutons. Champy versus Archers, not as good as Eagles. They're a bit slower. Well, I guess not slower when they're the Champy runner. Well, I guess in Feudal Age, they're actually better than Eagles. Well, maybe not. They have more attack but less HP and the same armor. So if they catch the Archers, they'll kill them faster. So I'll still say Eagles are better. But I don't think in the long run they have the same Pierce armor as Eagles. And they still kind of have that weakness that the Swordsman line does. There's no Gambeson, so they won't get the +1 Pierce armor that the Swordsman could. So that'll make them kind of weak. Battle Skirm was greater than Teuton Siege on Arabia, at least. The only 4. The Abir Pima Warriors, then, are not shock infantry. Okay, I've legit never see that unit. But, okay, they're not shock, then. Seeing them is shocking because they're so rare. The 2P almost always just go Blackwood Archer. Real quick. Oh, I got an ad from Verizon. Is that sending me ads on my phone? Why are they texting me ads? Don't do that, Verizon. Yeah, the Whiska do get pretty good skirms. I mean, they get a unique unit skirm. What did I think about the Viking DLC? I mean, at this point, I don't really look at DLCs as adding much. I think we have enough civs. I'd much rather see fixes to the... or improvements to the lobby system so you can pick the map you want instead of having all the dodging. Fixes to the pathing to get rid of the patrol stacking. Fixes to some of the lobby transfer issues we have with files. Where we have games that can't be spectated sometimes. Stuff like that. How much should a lobby DLC be priced at? 0. Guess it should just be part of the game. So, T90, able to wall behind this, so the breakthrough won't do too much damage. He'll defend with some skirms. Is the game sound? Turn that up slightly. There isn't much sound now because it's just Feudal Army. The Champies here will be attacking the barracks, trying to break through. Spelling out the QA department goals for Q4. I haven't actually played any of the previous like DLCs other than I've needed to test maps with the units and stuff. You guys ever see it moving to a different monetization system? I really do wish they do some campaign-only DLCs. Not like Chronicles, but actual AoE 2 campaigns. So I think there's a lot of unexplored room for making DLC that doesn't actually add... that doesn't add civilizations and isn't just like a crappy microtransaction system like they tried with the profile photos. There's so much stuff that used to be in DLC too. Like all the maps they would add that aren't really part of DLCs anymore. Co-op campaigns, yep. Sell skins. Well, selling skins by themselves would be a horrible idea. But if you make them part of an actual DLC, then it's a different topic.
You challenge my every decision. It is as if you seek to lead the Huns yourself.
Thank you, Ziprinek, for using your Prime sub. That'll help support Rage Forest. So we have Speed trying to break through. Both players up to the castle age. This is just one of those Arabia walling games we see so often. Oh, the champion's doing pretty well against the barracks. Gotta give him credit for that. No attack bonus versus buildings. That's just melee attack. I think it would be pretty cool if you had maybe some civilizations, like they did all the unique castles. If you had different castles, but they were kind of tied into campaigns where you like complete the campaign or do some type of special achievement in the campaign and you can unlock new castle graphics. So you can do skins and stuff, but as long as it's not just like only skins. As the champions here rush forward, they will fight the Eagles, and champions and skirms for T90 coming forward. You can already control two players controlling one save. You just got to pick the same color in the lobby. And let's see what damage these Eagles can do. These are the Muisca settlements, and they are the ones that heal nearby units, so they'll heal T90's army while they're nearby. Yeah, when the game came out, they did all those events. That was a different era. That's when, like, the dominant game at the time was Fortnite. I mean, it's still big, but I think all video game studios got kind of enraptured by the idea that they could make their own games as a service equivalent to Fortnite and make a fortune without realizing that there really isn't room in the ecosystem for all that many of those. And you saw a whole bunch of live service failures. That's kind of what happened to Stormgate, too. They tried to go for a free-to-play model as a live service with a different monetization model, and it completely didn't work out for them. Battle Pass? Yeah, no thank you. They do that for Age of Mythology. One of the battle passes is actual blood for the... Or one of the rewards is blood for the units. We still don't have skeletons properly like the original game. Stuff like that, it's just like the gaming industry is so weird. So crossbows coming around, we will have walls up for T90. And it looks like it's just going to be a wall and boom game. And at this point, if he is just walling and booming, come on, you gotta go for the dock and the fish boom, T90. Gotta go for the fish boom. New taunts DLC? I mean, that could be part of a DLC. But again, part of one. Has he even scouted the quarter? Yeah, that's what I said. He scouted the beach. Yeah, he sees the water. He sees the water. Yeah, Rage Forest is crying somewhere. So the dingo, ooh, they renamed the Arabian wolves to dingoes. Yeah, they did that recently. There were some, I forget exactly when it was, if it was with the Last Chieftains DLC or a patch after it. But there are a lot of animals that now are renamed and have several different names. Like we saw the jaguars renamed to leopards earlier. The Arabian wolves are renamed to dingoes sometimes. The javelinos are renamed to bush pigs. There's a few of those now. Snakes? I tried to use snakes on one of the Brazil maps on Amazonia, but we ran into a bug that all of the snakes just ran in the same direction instead of moving about randomly. So we didn't think we could actually go through with it. They all just went and attacked one player. Crossbows killing some skirms. That's what I'm trying to figure out. How do they fight Skirm Champy? Because I feel like Champy should beat the Eagles and Skirm should beat the Crossbows. Maybe the answer is just Siege? I mean, maybe the answer is get your boom faster, be up by 16 vils? Well, Champy would kill everything here. Would it kill the Crossbows? I don't think it would kill the Crossbows. I mean, the S5 Pierce Armor is the same as the Eagle. I don't know, would it kill the crossbows? Do we need plumes out to fight the champies? I've genuinely not seen this Civ matchup before, so I don't know how it works. Maybe if T90 gets enough champions he fights, but down 15 Vils and the now 4th TC for speed. Yeah, he's 2k res collected ahead. Sometimes the unit composition doesn't matter if the res difference is that big. It stacks like crazy. Double gold. Yeah, well, the Maya, they get longer lasting gold. Crossbow Eagle for them. Kind of a standard composition. Now some champions raiding under the TCs, so T90 will have to garrison there. I guess kind of like being raided by Eagles. What's the speed of the champy? 1.21, so they are fast. Yeah, I thought the Eagles would have been faster, but nope. Both of them the same speed. Is there Squires? Yeah, there's Squires got to be in for both of them. Yep. But T90 will try to, or Speed will try to wall out T90. He'll get a decent raid. The champions there will go down as the skirms come forward. Is this live? Yes. There is Wheelbarrow for speed. As these mangonels will come forward. There is a house for speed, and the mangonels will hit the skirms. Split for T90. The micro, the mangonel shot. Skirms get a hit on the mangonel. He clears the mangonel, keeps his mangonel alive. Now it's skirm versus crossbow. That was a great fight for T90. Now he can push forward. Down by 12 Vils still. Still down 1.5 to 2k resources. But he's able now to fight the crossbows near the TC. The mangonel gets a shot. The split comes in time for speed. Mangonel will try to shoot again. T90 can go for the farm shot here. If you right-click the farm, the mangonel needs to be 7 tiles from the edge to shoot. But it will shoot the center of the farm. That's a nice trick. So there, it takes down the mangonel, keeps that mangonel alive. 3 HP, more than enough. He does need some ballistics. Yeah, speed has ballistics. And under the TC, he'll just fight the skirms. He'll actually move in close into their min-range. That's one of the changes that I think would be interesting. People always talk about skirms being OP. Increase their range from 1 to 2. Just +1 minimum range. Or their min-range from 1 to 2. Oh, and on the hill, the mangonels survive. And won't survive the second shot, but will trade. I think you need to pull it back if you wanted to repair. We will go to attack the workshop now. Speed will have to repair the workshop. And still about a 13 Vil difference. So not pulling ahead with the 4th TC, but kind of staying constant as T90's up to Imp. And how do the Muisca do with an Imp composition? They have good monks. If he gets a castle, I think the unique unit should be quite strong against the Maya. It is ballistics now for T90, as I love this university. The little animated waterfalls at the front with the splashing water. And a cute statue. I like the university graphics. They're like the running little troughs for water. That's cute. I like that. I have a settlement there on the wood line. Is T90 still hoping for a dock at some point? Let's see here in the back. A champion warrior getting shot by the TC. Skirm goes down and the TC goes up. So a couple of TCs there for speed. We'll have 1, 2, 3, 4 with a 4th TC here for T90. And a barracks here at the back. We'll have some farms around the TC. Lots of settlements here. Lots of houses out for speed, too. Farms go up by the TC, and the crossbows and eagles will now come forward. Find the eagle warriors. There's T90 up to imp. So up to imp now. And he'll surely do bracer. He doesn't have vills or a stone for a forward castle. He still is down by around 15 vills. The eagles there will now face the Champy warriors. Champy's not upgraded yet, but the Champy should win that quite easily. Oh, the eagles go down to the extra bonus attack they have. The crossbows pull back. The Champy, actually, that is insane. Still have only +1 against eagles, but they should devastate the eagles then. They're a much stronger unit than the eagles are. More attack. All that extra melee armor. Then we have a bonus for them? Yeah, the extra melee armor. Yeah, so the Champions are going to destroy eagles. In which case, I guess T90 needs to go to Plumes, but then he's against Muisca Skirms, which are pretty good. There's Imp for speed. T90 trying to get a castle on a hill to control the middle of the map. Skirms taking down crossbows. Champion warrior attacking that eagle. Skirms. Oh, all the crossbows go down for speed. This is... I don't know. Is it looking good for T90? It's a 10 vil difference. Still down by over 2k res, but I'm still not sure what the Maya do. Castle will go up now for speed. And maybe that means... it'll be Plumes. So that the monk has the same... You know, that's something they could do for a DLC. New female unit voice lines. Because all the vills, the female vills, those are the voice lines used for Joan of Arc. Those are the voice lines used for the female monks. That can't... It's not even like it needs to be translated into different languages. Just a few more voice lines. That'd be nice. Can we see the mysterious Maya two-handed swordsman? I think not. They don't have Blast Furnace. Or not, or wait. Oh, wait, no, never mind. You're right. They do have Blast Furnace. I got that backwards. Looking at the wrong save. What do they lack? They lack Gambesons. They don't have Gambesons, so they're extremely weak to archers without that final armor. And the 200 swordsmen, not champions. They used to have fully upgraded two-handed swordsmen, but no longer after Gambesons. Should modernize and make the public lobby functional? Yes. You know, if they wanted actually like a balance change, like they did the water rework, one thing that could be more interesting would be a sling rework. Because every team game tournament needs some ban on sling, and if you're just casually playing games, you're probably not slinging. So some type of sling rework could be, I think, a fun project. Much more so than the water, which just kind of made water different, but still boring. So, castle up there for speed. Things that not slingers, but like slinging, like the team game sling. I've just been thinking about that, because obviously Rage Force and the League both are banning sling until imp. I think that would probably be, in terms of actual, like, unit balance, if they need something for the balance team to do, that'd probably be a good project. The Maya needs slingers? To counter... They have plumes, though, to counter infantry. Then castle up on the side for speed. And thank you, Wooloo, with extra ooze.
That
the sub.
boar would have killed me had you not intervened.
What?
Pity that none will ever learn of your loyalty. Archers, attack!
So this is the Elite Champion Warrior. Thank you so much for the sub. Elite Champion Warrior is now out of the barracks for T90. We'll have another castle up for T90, too. That was the anti-infantry role. The Maya had plumes for the anti-infantry bonus, and the Aztecs had Jaguar Warriors. That's how the anti-infantry role was fulfilled by them. The Inca were the slingers, but now the slingers have kind of morphed into a different concept than what they were originally. Yeah, so now we have the Temple Guards and the Elite Champy Warriors. So these things have 8 Pierce Armor. Okay, I didn't realize. I thought it was 7 pierce armor, not 8. But yeah, 8 pierce armor is still pretty good. Arbalest with 10 attack still have the fact that these things don't have much HP, so Arbs can probably still deal with them. Cav archers could probably deal with them. But definitely better against range units than pure swordsman line champions would be. So a pause, we'll see if T90's having lag issues. Yeah, he paused, so he's probably lagging a bit. That castle besieged by the Trebs. Plumes inside. Have another castle here for speed. So he's just trying to get castles up. Trying to go for plumes now. Just realized I never had Bodkin. Thanks, Go 11. No wonder I wasn't killing those champions. So no Bodkin. Now he's going to get plumes. So plumes, the good thing about plumes. +1 against infantry. All the pierce armor in the world won't protect against that. Well, it will protect against it in the sense that if you do 0 pierce damage, that's the only damage you do. Like the Goth Huskarls. But once you get Elite Plume, which is being researched in this castle, then you get +2 against infantry. And then plumes will be doing, I believe, 3 whole damage to the Champion Warriors if they then get Bracer and Chemistry. So that'll be then Bracer Chemistry for 9 pierce attack. You get +2 against infantry, and then you'll kill the Champions. Oh, does T90 have a new PC? At some point, I'm going to need to do upgrades to my PC. Like the CPU and the motherboard are still fine, or the GPU are still fine. But in terms of just the case and power supply that are 11 years old at this point, they'll need to be replaced at some point. So Eagles rushing forward, they'll kill the Guetra Warriors. We have a Guetra Warrior sighting. That should kill the Plumes, but not do well against the Eagles that have 8 pierce armor. So now it's going to be Plumes and Eagles for the Maya against the elite Champy Warriors. So Champies, as we learned, should wreck the Eagles. Well, still only +1 against Shock Infantry, but now 6 melee armor. They will destroy Eagles, even Eldorado ones. But Eagles are still needed for sniping Trebs and Skirms. So 1 Treb will go down, that castle still stands. Castles will be extra important for the Plumes, and the Eagles will be needed against Guetra Warriors. So now Plumes, how smooth are they? Does Speed have Chemistry? He does not have Chemistry. Chemistry is actually going to be crucially important for him. So that'll give him an extra attack. 2 to 3 damage is a huge increase. Especially against a unit without much HP. And is there Eldorado? No Eldorado yet. Or Hulkins, it was renamed. So never Eldorado. But unlikely Hulkins with how expensive it is. He has a couple of Trebs going for a forward castle. That can go down. But his own castle is now under threat. And the Plumes without Chemistry, I think, are still going to struggle a bit against the Champies. The Maya just don't have a great answer to this. They need their Elite Plumes fully upgraded, and even then, it might still be a bit of a struggle. And let's see, Speed able to repair the castle as T90's pushing. 3 Trebs taking it down. And there's Thumb Ring. That'll help make them shoot faster. Without Eagles, he can't really pick off the Trebs. Plumes will do 1 damage to the Trebs, and they'll need to take the repair vills down first. So this castle will fall. That'll hurt some of the Plume production. At least there are still 3 castles. Plumes can get maybe 1 Treb there. Well, sloppy if T90 loses all the Trebs. Speed, I think right now he really needs Chemistry if he's going to be playing Plumes this much. Yeah, it's Speed who has the Agalos. T90 has to hoover with the Champies. Correct me if I mix up the players, because usually when I cast T90, he's in blue. So Trebs go for the castle. Yeah, now no eco for Speed, 64 Vils, as these Champion raids have devastated him. And yeah, I guess that's it. Maya just don't have an answer to the Champy. They don't have an answer to it. This almost feels like he's playing the Goths. It feels like he's playing against the Goths right now. And the Goths have reached Huskarls. Only the Champy is even better against Eagles than the Huskarl is. There's a castle. And T90's still holding. He still needs a way to deal with Plumes. The Plumes still... They have Chemistry now, so maybe now they're usable against the Champies. And I mean... The Maya don't need Vils. If there's one Civ that can survive on 64 Vils, it is the Maya. He has 4 TC, so we can add Vils back quickly enough still. Look at that box formation on the plumes. He's got 61 plumes. You just spam one unit. Is this just it? Is it Champy versus Plume the entire matchup here? So forward castle for T90 as the Trebs come forward. They'll find the TC in the castle to besiege. If they can pathfind. Oh, no, the Treb deployed among the houses in range, and the other Trebs can't go forward. That'll give some possibilities to repair. Maybe get an Eagle over to fight the Trebs. As the Plumes are now into T90's eco, T90 has 150 Vils. And that number might collapse. He's got 3 relics there. Skirms from behind hitting the Trebs. And OMG says speed. There was a Treb moving while unpacked. What? That's something for Nilly. Well, that castle will go down. So now Plume's down to 2 castles. The entire population for speed might be Plume soon. Or maybe it was one of his Trebs? Sometimes units do start sliding. There are some weird... Viper had that happen today too, really? Okay. So Nilly needs to fix that. The Trebs probably shouldn't pack there. You should probably just take the monastery down. So, okay, T90's still on 150 Vils. He's basically pretending he's a Rage Force flank and running at this point. Getting more castles in the middle of the map where there still is a bit of gold. As much as I think speed is dead, I also don't think T90 has a way to fight all of these plumes. And as long as they can protect the Trebs, speed eventually has a way to take down the castles. Let's see, maybe the Gwetcher Warriors will be the answer now, because I don't think speed's ever going to get back to Eagles. Trebs will go for the TC. Now T90's lost the relics. Speed could try to grab them and get 5 relics, but that'd be a perilous journey for the monk. T90 trying to hide the Vils in towers. The scores are still super close, which actually is crazy, given the state of the game. I mean, speed, he's only down 40 Vils. Most of T90's Vils are idle right now. Let's see, speed gonna lose, that's gonna be expensive. He's not paying attention to the plumes, he'll lose all of them to the TC. Oh, that is awful. That is awful. You can't be losing plumes right now. And the skirms will come over. Now T90 will lose a few Vils. I mean, T90 now is just farming in the middle of the map, because that's where he has castles protecting him. He still have 47 plumes. Well, I don't think there's a way to deal with the Gwetcher Warrior. I mean, the plumes do outrange them by 2. Maybe you could do some sick micro. Treb here going for the university. As the barracks will collapse. Multiple Trebs go for the university. Oh, finish the barracks. Finish the barracks speed. 83 HP, just finish it. And the entire base is open in the middle. Oh, there we go. Plumes, attack the barracks. Finish it off, finish it off. Yes, yes, yes. Oh, it's just going to be so much more satisfying. There we are. Now look at everything that's cleared. So T90 no longer has his starting base. Speed kind of doesn't either. He's retreated to the back corner. T90 has made kind of like a middle of the map base, and he's kind of sandwiched in now. And he'll be losing his castles. Speed's going to take the score lead when this castle goes down. Now, Speed has no way to kill the Gwetcher Warriors, But they're also slower than Plumes, 1.15 to 1.2, ever so slightly. But this will be the final castle for Speed, so once T90 takes that down, Speed won't have any more Plumes. But wait. Okay, did T90 just build... Okay, I think he deleted that. He still has 629 stone. He didn't, like, lose that to Vil somehow. But here come the Trebs. Those 3 Trebs have done so much damage. T90's not training from any of his production buildings. He's losing more Vils. Speed has cut this to within 20 Vils. His heart rate must... I mean, after he lost that game against Goku earlier, Teutons versus Aztecs, maybe he's panicking a bit. Well, Speed maybe describing the rate at which this castle is going to go down. T90's trying to repair. Eagle Warriors are raiding. Here come the Skirms and the Guetra Warriors. And maybe this is the fight T90 needs if he can repair the castle. I think he needs to send more Vils to repair and think about buying stone. Well, he doesn't have gold to buy it. Because if the Trebs go down, that's going to be devastating for Speed. He needs the Trebs. He doesn't really have the eco to queue more of them. The Plumes are kind of killing the Guetra Warriors. They only have 5 Pierce Armor. Wait, they don't have the final armor upgrade. Did Plumes kill these things in Imp? Plumes actually kill them in Imp. 1 Treb left. You can repair the Treb. 7 Vils and it's on a hill, so it will stand against 1 Treb. T90 has saved the castle as long as he has stone. And there go the Plumes. So with the Plumes down, T90 is going to stay slightly in the score lead. The scores will flip. When the Treb goes down, T90 will take a bit of a score lead. Treb's taking this castle down. That will be the end of the Plumed Archer production for Speed. And that maybe ends the game if Speed is out of Plumes, because then he can't fight Champies. And now, no relics for anyone. T90 still has 111 Vils to 78. I would say I think he holds on, but I said that many times against Goku earlier, and I was wrong every time. Because he has 1 Champy. He's gone for the Guetra Warriors. But, like, what unit does Speed make now? He's got 27 Plumes, and he'll call the GG as T90 finally pulls ahead and score. Man, we casted a couple of crazy games. I like casting his games because some of them are absolutely wild. It's not that perfect high-level Hera versus Leary micro. It's just T90 has to come up with a strategy somehow and figure it out. What a game that was. What a strange Civ matchup, too. T90 said somehow in the chat at the end. Anyway, that's it for me. Thank you all for watching. Let me go I'll get timestamps on the YouTube videos tonight. Muisca Champions are good in this matchup in Castle, counter both Crossbow and Eagle, but missing last armor makes them bad against Arbs in Imp. They have the last armor in Imp. It's the Archer line that misses the armor, I think, if I recall from looking at the scoreboard there correctly. Anyway, who is streaming on Twitch whom we could raid right now? We'll find someone to raid, and we'll end things on YouTube. So thank you all for watching. We'll be back tomorrow, and keep an eye out for more Rage Forest. We'll be casting that as much as we can.